Today was a solemn day. Many residents of the empire gathered to witness a grand wedding. The priest solemnly delivered a speech, and with the full authority given to him by the queen, declared the two newlyweds officially married. Loud applause broke out in the hall, and everyone present expressed their respect to the beautiful couple. It was a day when one of the most beautiful weddings took place in London society. The eldest son of an admiral and a naval officer, Edward, and the only daughter of a lord who is actively involved in the life of Parliament, named Elizabeth. Everyone congratulated and envied the union of the beautiful young people because before this, Mr. Morton met his wife. He was a cold man. He never looked at Miss Elizabeth in front of other people, but today there was so much tenderness in him that no one could have thought that this man could be like that. The guests whispered and tried to understand how these two met and came to vote without, because it was all too strange. All this became possible only thanks to one person, the woman who sat in the front row. She was known to many in London as the best matchmaker, and the honor rightfully belonged to Miss Laura Pendleton. And perhaps the heroes would never have met and gotten to know each other if one lady had not helped. The wedding today was truly magical, and a friend approached Miss Laura to discuss it. The newlyweds looked like angels, but what touched me most was their gaze. There was so much happiness in it that I wanted to believe in miracles again. Laura completely agreed with the opinion of one of the aristocrats, and 12 years ago, when she first saw her, she was still a girl. She became a wonderful lady, and seeing how Miss Haida began to build her happiness and family, she was then touched to the depths of her soul. It was rumored that the couple would go to Italy to celebrate their honeymoon together, and this place was one of the beautiful places for newlyweds. Every noble lady in the empire dreamed of visiting this wonderful place at least once in her life. Miss Laura invited Miss Hyde to continue the pleasant conversation they had begun earlier. For some reason the lady was agitated, and even the sweet treat did not bring her any joy at all. Miss Laura knew that it seemed that Fairfax himself was going to propose within the week. The news sounded wonderful, but suddenly the man asked if Miss Laura was sure she needed to get married. Jane Hyde, the family's second daughter and Rosemary's younger sister, was a friend from boarding school, a horse-riding enthusiast, but also a lover of reading. She recently received a letter from a man whom she had considered only a friend all her life, and who now intended to arrange a wedding. The lady said he was coming to visit the house the day after tomorrow and formally propose, and she understood perfectly well that the man was kind and a good gentleman. She couldn't even imagine that this man would propose to her, because she was sure he was just a friend. Jane was very nervous about this, and decided to confess everything to Miss Laura, who was more knowledgeable about these matters. The husband was the second son of a local noble family with long traditions, a businessman who became rich in trade. His own lands and mansion, plus his excellent character, tall stature, and attractive features, all these qualities perfectly described William. William was truly an outstanding groom, and if an unmarried girl in London of marriageable age were to receive a proposal from such a man, it would no doubt be a remarkable event. However, sometimes it happens that some people experience heaviness and doubts about marriage, and Jane admitted that perhaps she just isn't ready. The lady wanted to refuse the proposal and was worried that William would be very upset, but she definitely did not want to get married now. Laura asked again if the young noble lady was really going to refuse. Miss Hyde called herself stupid. She understood her situation perfectly well, but she could not help herself. Her mother and uncle, as soon as they read Mr. William's letter, began to fuss and try to fix a date for the wedding, and if she refused the proposal, they would undoubtedly faint. As for the wedding itself, the lady understood that she would not find another such groom, and sometimes it seemed to her that it would be easier to close her eyes and agree. She didn't want to be pushed into this at all, and Laura knew she needed her support now more than ever. Laura admitted that living as an unmarried woman is truly difficult, both in terms of human relationships and financially. The most important thing is your own feelings, which cannot be ignored. There is time for everything else, and now a lady simply needs to listen to her heart. Laura asked if Miss Hyde was sure she wanted to marry this man and spend her life with him. Unfortunately, the noble aristocrat remained silent and did not know how to answer this question, which on the one hand turned out to be very simple. Perhaps their conversation would have continued if the very man they were talking about right now had not appeared. The gentleman smiled and turned to the ladies, asking what they were talking about so cheerfully together. It was Mr. Fairfax, and he very much hoped that he had not disturbed anyone with his unexpected appearance. As soon as Miss Hyde saw him, her face changed, as if she had become sad, and then became even sadder. The lady started to get nervous and admitted that she had probably just overeaten a little, which was why her face had changed color. Jane said she just needed to rest a little to feel better, and Elena even offered to help. In order not to embarrass Jane, Laura decided to remind her of her presence, and she probably felt uncomfortable at that time. William asked about visiting Janet, and she is looking forward to meeting him. In fact, the gentleman had one more small request, and Laura could not miss such an opportunity. It was about his peer, a young relative who was his son-in-law, and Laura remembered him very well. This man used to be quite famous, until one day his fate turned upside down. His name was Ian Dalton, and this man with a strange reputation and weighty rumors could not help but arouse interest. The gentleman said that they grew up together since childhood and even studied at the same school. He recently received a letter from this person. In the letter, the gentleman said that he was going to visit London in a month, but besides this letter, another one arrived. The second letter was from his sister, Mrs. Fairfax's sister-in-law, and it was also incredibly important. The gist of the letter was that the lady asked for help in getting to know her brother Ian with respectable ladies while he was in London. So William had an interesting idea and asked Miss Pendleton to help him. She didn't even imagine how she could help such a noble man, but she was ready to go into the unknown. The mysterious gentleman was in his office, reading the answer that arrived shortly after. Slowly delving into each line, he did not understand why everyone, both his sister and William, were trying to do only one thing. They were desperately trying to draw the gentleman into London society, but he had no idea why. And what is so remarkable about this society that one would want to be there and meet people there? The morning sun flooded the streets of old London, filtering through the thick curtain of fog that usually shrouded the city, golden rays making their way between the tall, gloomy buildings, barely touching the dew-wet pavements. Inside, a lady rode, lost in her thoughts. The bells rang, announcing the beginning of a new day, filling the air with a melodic echo. She thought of the man, Ian Dalton, heir to a large estate, a skilled businessman who had more than quadrupled the fortune he had inherited from his father in less than a few years. And this young landowner, only 30 years old, already possesses all the titles and achievements, and asks to become his friend. Laura approached William with the words that it was unlikely that she would be able to get a job with this man, but to be honest, this desire was more connected with pressure from his daughter-in-law. He understood perfectly well what the lady was worried about, since she had one good reason. She didn't at all want to introduce her dear friend with a light feeling to a man who, in fact, wasn't even planning to get married. Therefore, William suggested that we first accept him as a new friend, and then look at his actions and attitude. Laura agreed, considering it a good decision, and William was about to urgently convey this good news to his daughter-in-law. If Mr. William cares so much about this man, then he is really good, but for now the lady decided to leave this concern for later. What was most important now was something else, the very reason why she was here today with Miss Jane. This matter concerned marriage, and Laura understood perfectly well that Jane would have to put up with it for a long time. The lady returned to the Pendleton family mansion and was immediately greeted by noble servants. They rushed to find out how the grand wedding, for which many aristocrats were preparing, went. Her grandmother was just at that time resting on the second floor, and the servants reported that she felt much better than she had in the morning. The first thing the lady decided to do was to go and visit her grandmother and also bring her the necessary medicines. The long, half-lit corridor seemed almost endless, stretching into the distance to the distant chambers of the house. Near the end of the corridor, the air smelled of lavender and old wood, which meant that grandmother's room was very close. Lady Laura slightly quickened her pace, clutching a small bottle of medicine in her hand. The lady called her grandmother to check if she was sleeping or not, and during that night she had already become bored. Laura approached the room silently, waiting for her grandmother to answer. The crystal bottle jingled, breaking the silence. The heavy curtains, tightly drawn, allowed only a faint glimmer of the morning sun to pass through, creating a soft, soothing light. Today her grandmother looked much better, and she asked with interest how the wedding went, because she wanted to know everything without exception. The scent of dried herbs and lavender filling the air felt like a cozy blanket. Laura started talking, and who would have thought that despite their mutual sympathy, these two would so quickly become spouses? Grandmother understood perfectly well that much of the credit lies specifically with Laura, since it was she who introduced them. Grandma joked that to date the lady had arranged marriages for 10 couples, and she was indeed a very talented matchmaker. Grandmother listened attentively, nodding her head and occasionally interjecting short remarks. Her eyes showed the wisdom and experience of her years, her ability to see the essence of things and find joy in the little things. Suddenly the lady turned to Laura, and she had only one important question that had been bothering her for a long time. The grandmother asked her to answer honestly, and she understood every time when her granddaughter began to lie to her. The grandmother admitted that in her life she had never met such a girl, with inner and outer beauty, but for some reason she uses everything she has only for others. And Laura for some reason had long ago forgotten about her happiness and stopped looking for true love. She even suggested that maybe it happened because of that man who once dared to leave Laura. The lady didn't want to talk about this topic at all and pretended that it was high time for her grandmother to go to bed. Laura, having quietly kissed her on the forehead, tiptoed out of the room, leaving the old woman to rest in peace and quiet. Every day the noble lady would say a prayer and ask for blessings for the new Morton couple to start, as well as to guide Hyde on the right path. She asked for her grandmother to be granted health and well-being, and she only wanted her to be happy too. Laura never felt alone, and often prayed for other people, especially for the man who left her 12 years ago. A few days later, Laura received a letter asking for help, and one of her friends wrote unexpectedly. Last week, Mr. Fairfax came to Lady Jane to tell her some very interesting news. He came to make her a formal proposal, and as the lady had probably already guessed, the answer was a refusal. William certainly didn't expect the noble lady to refuse the wedding, and immediately after that, something else happened. Mother fainted, Lady Jane locked herself in her room, her friend looked after her mother, but she was very worried about the noble lady. Rosemary's friend asked Laura to visit Jane, and now she really needed her. Laura arrived at Rosemary's as soon as she read the letter, because she understood that her friend was waiting for her. She was incredibly happy to meet Rosemary, asking how the noble lady and her family were doing. It was Jane's sister, the former Rosemary Hyde, and she confessed that Jane was now in her room and had not left it for a very long time. There were screams coming from the other room. The arrogant matchmaker had practically ruined Jane's wedding, and was she really going to come here in person? There were probably some unexpected people here for Laura, and one of the girls was sure she shouldn't have had anything to do with a lady of her background from the very beginning. Some people thought that Laura had brazenly interfered in someone else's wedding, but many did not know the truth. She pretended not to have heard anything and stated that everything was fine and that she would go straight to Miss Jane. Rosemary apologized for making the lady go through all this, but only she could help in this situation. To say that Laura wasn't at all offended would be a lie, and she still had some feelings about it. However, when the lady decided to give up the idea of his marriage at the age of 25, she was prepared for how people would begin to perceive her. An unsold spinster, that was another face of London's finest matchmaker, Laura Pendleton. Knocking gently on the door of the room, Laura asked if Jane was asleep and if she was ready to open the door. It was as if the lady had been waiting for her friend to appear all this time. As soon as she showed up, she realized how bad things were. At least it was good that she woke up so quickly, and lighting up the gloomy room with her smile, Laura asked permission to enter. The lady said that no matter what the pain in the heart, one should not under any circumstances ruin one's health, and it is necessary to eat at least a little. But Jane had been categorically refusing to eat for several days now, and hardly even got out of bed. Perhaps all this time she has been tormented by guilt before Mr. Fairfax, because she so rudely refused him. Laura told that today the gentleman went hunting, and it seems he has already left about his experiences. Maybe she asked Jane a strange question that sent a cold shiver down Miss Pendleton's spine. Jane asked the lady if she had any idea of her future, and if there had ever been a time when she had thought about it. Laura had no inheritance, and this was the main condition for her to be recognized as a full member of the family. Jane admitted that she would not have any inheritance either, and that she should not even dream of mountains of gold. Since her father's death, the house had gradually fallen into disrepair, and if the family lost this house after the previous one, they would have to move to the village, and there Jane would spend the rest of her life alone with her mother. Jane felt stupid. She was sure that she couldn't do anything, and she blamed herself for making this particular choice. She didn't even see that there was another way, because the lady didn't even have a normal education, and she constantly made mistakes. At such a young age, she began to feel completely useless, as if life had no meaning at all. For a woman at this time, it was a frightening age. The last train to marriage had almost left, and the role of an unmarried girl was poverty. To wake up one morning and realize that everything that surrounded you before has disappeared without a trace, the young world in you has rejected you, and you find yourself thrown into the abyss of poverty and loneliness. For the girl, this was a real fear that nothing could possibly surpass. And Laura knew this better than anyone, because she had gone through this difficult path on her own and was still not married. She knew there were many ways to overcome excruciating suffering, and at that age she too had been unable to do anything. Trying to calm Miss Hyde down, she insisted that the lady could be anything she wanted and that she still had plenty of free time. So far, Jane had no idea what she was doing, and she could only see herself as a street fortune teller or a shop assistant. Despite loneliness, there is a completely different life for a noble lady, which is no worse than a married one. Despite being a single lady, you can now successfully become whoever you want, making your wildest dreams come true. Lost in thought, Laura offered Jane the chance to become a typist, the one who deftly types on a typewriter. At one time, she was going to become a typist herself, and even bought herself a typewriter. This was before the heroine realized that working as a private tutor was more suited to her. The lady offered to lend her machine, as she hadn't actually used it for a long time. She suggested training for 2 hours every day in her house, and in 3 months Jane would be quite capable of getting a job in any office that required paperwork. The most important thing now is to just have a snack first, and surprisingly, these words helped Jane come to her senses a little. Laura was confident that the young lady would definitely succeed, and she shouldn't give up just because she refused to get married. She even managed to persuade her to eat the delicious aromatic cookies that the chef had prepared especially for today. The ladies continued their pleasant conversation, and Jane's past life no longer seemed so gloomy. A month later, some changes had taken place in the Fairfax mansion, and time flew by very quickly. London was the place where William could feel alive and full of energy. He came here with his friend who, frankly speaking, did not see anything special in the London streets and local people. He only managed to notice one thing: maybe London had become even more noisy and bustling than it had been before, or maybe that was the only difference. Ian noted that William was trying to drag him into this fuss. Did he really have nothing better to do than praise London society? William was incredibly impressed with London's community and suggested that since he was there, he should just enjoy it. He also warned him that the rumor of his arrival had already spread throughout London, and invitations had already begun to arrive. The gentleman had no intention of participating, deciding to refuse everyone, and in his opinion, people from high society are all the same, pretending to be important and personally boring snobs. However, William warned that Morton's friend must be present in Bali, and he found himself an excellent ally. He had no compelling reason to refuse to attend the event, but Ian didn't like the idea at all. Lady Lore had been preparing for an important event, namely that very ball, since early morning, together with her maid. For some reason, it caused the lady some anxiety, but she could not understand at all why she felt this way. The man who always refused to attend parties now suddenly appears at this ball. Rumors of his presence have already spread, and many have begun to confirm their participation. She came to the conclusion that Mr. Ian was indeed someone very important, and that many people would gather today. Mr. Fairfax said he would definitely bring him, and even the maid wondered if Dalton himself would come too. Rumors quickly spread and already reached the mistress's family, in particular the servants. The maid probably sensed that the lady was nervous about the upcoming event, so she suggested doing something unusual with my hair today and unwinding a bit. The maid tried to calm her down. They said that this gentleman was simply amazing, and also a very rich man. And at the ball, everything is possible. Maybe he will fall in love with Mrs. Pendleton herself at first sight. Laura suggested that the maid do her hair as usual, and the respectable young man could marry any young and beautiful lady if he wanted. A delicate pearl necklace, an elegant bun, all this emphasized the elegance and beauty of a graceful lady. She adjusted her ivory lace dress, feeling a little excited, anticipating an evening full of music, dancing, and perhaps making new acquaintances. She was known for her education and sharp wit, which made her a desirable conversationalist in any society. The maid admitted that her mistress was as beautiful as when she first saw her. Miss Pendleton was ready for the ball, her delicate bun adorned with pearls, each one seeming to shimmer in the candlelight like captured stars. Music was already playing in the hall, couples were waltzing, and the atmosphere was filled with romance and anticipation. As always, such an event was full of people and very crowded, and when people entered the hall, she even felt a little confused. She was interested in whether Mr. Fairfax and Mr. Dalton, with whom she was supposed to have a meeting, had already arrived. She was greeted by a beaming smile from William, who admitted that this year the social scene had been overcrowded from the very beginning. He came to the event with his companion named Janet, but she had already disappeared somewhere, and the young man could not find her anywhere. Laura looked at William. He looked the same as usual, and fortunately he had even lost a little weight. She immediately decided to inquire where Mr. Dalton, that same mysterious and enigmatic man, was now. Ian warned that he would be a little late as he was meeting some university friends and would probably arrive soon. William immediately saw his friend, who had just arrived, and he couldn't even imagine how worried the gentleman was. Ian looked around and quietly stated that he had important things to do, which was why he was late. William immediately invited him to meet the lady he had spoken about earlier, and it turned out that the lady was that very ally. Ian was indignant. His friend insisted on having a wedding and was acting like a dog, but William said with a smile that he was just going to introduce his friend, and she was one of the smartest and kindest ladies in London. The young man categorically asked him whether he had confused upbringing with intelligence, and whether he was perhaps deeply mistaken. He was sure that the world was full of well-bred ladies, but he had never met a truly witty one. William was even scared. His friend could be strict with the ladies, and the slightest mistake could end in trouble. The young man argued about relationships and things that were quite difficult to answer, but Elam knew one thing: they were unlikely to find common ground. Everything has its time. William understood his wit and asked to leave it for later, and today he suggested just relaxing and saying hello to his friend. He finally managed to find Lady Laura, who had been waiting for William to appear all this time. Most of all, she lived to meet his covenant friend, about whom she had heard too much, but had never met him. William immediately introduced Mr. Dalton, his friend and brother-in-law, from the distant town of Whitefield. The young man just looked silently at the girl, the granddaughter of Countess Abigail Pendleton, named Laura. His gray eyes were dancing with sparks of intelligence and, as it seemed to her, a slight melancholy. She stood by the column, watching the dancing couples when he approached her. The gentleman came here to meet his friends, and Laura began to worry that if he was not interested in love, it would be difficult for her to find a suitable partner. William insisted that he might not be interested in social life, but he had serious views on love. Laura still couldn't understand why such a serious man wasn't actively looking for his beloved to live a long and happy life. It turned out that the gentleman simply believes in fate, which is why he can even be called frivolous in this regard. Of all the people Laura had ever met, Ian turned out to be the most handsome gentleman. Probably many ladies will dream of that very fateful love with him. Laura admitted with a smile that she had heard many pleasant things from Mr. William, and had even already gotten to know him a little in absentia. They say William is a good uncle to his nephews and a wonderful brother to his sister. The gentleman was sure that he would not say that he was a good uncle, and it would be better to ask the nephews themselves, and Veronica, he could hardly be called a wonderful brother. It is unlikely that a normal older brother, especially if he is much younger, would argue with a sister who has gone through such trials. He truly could be called an extraordinary man, and the gentleman had a refinement and elegance that you would not find in ordinary gentlemen. Apparently Ian had a rather difficult character, and he was not at all ready to agree with an opinion if he had something to say in response. Before introducing someone, it is worth correcting the hostile mood, and in the end, the heroes came to the ball, and here in London the gentleman's sister is not there at all. There is a man in London who looks after her, a gentleman named William, and the young man was sure that his sister should not be underestimated. Laura suddenly asked if Mr. Dalton was simply embarrassed to receive praise, which was why he looked so rude. He had never really had a good reputation in high society, but when Laura heard these words, she just laughed. Even the gentleman himself mentioned the bad reputation and did not seem to be a humble person at all, but he was only stating facts that were reality. Laura suggested interpreting his words differently, and he began to tell me that he was a good uncle, based on assumptions about the thoughts of his younger nephews. Moreover, not many men remember that their sister suffered from postpartum illness, and she may feel simply terrible. Laura noted this point and acknowledged that the world values such people as good younger brothers, and this is definitely a fact. At that moment, the gentleman realized that Laura had fooled him, and indeed, with his own words, he had led himself astray. Surely this guy is not yet accustomed to defeat and feels confused, but William was glad that he managed to meet. After the gentleman created an awkward atmosphere and tried to leave, pretending to be kind, it turned out that the lady was not so simple. After their first meeting, Laura remained in Ian's memories, and he only wondered who this lady was. Before the heroes left, the young man asked if William would really be his friend in London. He was interested in how Miss Laura expressed her friendship, and according to her, her way of showing it was quite simple. When Ian came to visit her, she would be ready to talk to him, introduce her friends, and even if he went far away, she promised to keep in touch with letters so that he would always feel that she was there. Only on one condition: if the gentleman promises to always be sincere and kind to her, as he was at their first meeting. What she just listed are truly the most valuable things one can get in friendship. Even Laura didn't expect that she would be able to answer in such a way, and the gentleman would definitely notice it. Their fingers barely touched as he led her in a waltz, his every move flawless, his gaze piercing. Laura felt her heart beat faster, and everything around her seemed to cease to exist. At that moment, the young man stretched out his hand, took off his gloves, and swore by the gentleman's six that he would definitely do just that. He will always be sincere, as the beautiful lady wants. At that moment, she realized that Mr. Ian was not just a random guest at the ball. He is something more, a mystery that she can't wait to solve. The ball has just begun, but for Lady Laura it has already become unforgettable. Thus began a new friendship between the mysterious young gentleman and the lonely matchmaker of the Empire, where everyone counted on and relied on each other, crossing the oath with an enthusiastic promise. The dance was about to end, and Laura was happy to introduce her friends, the beautiful ladies. William offered to dance the next dance, but Ian refused, insisting that he really couldn't dance and had never taken dance lessons. The situation became rather awkward, and the young man admitted that even when he was in school, he did not attend dance classes. In a situation where a person is receiving close attention from ladies, it could look strange, and if the gentleman gave it to her, then he only intends to say hello and not dance. This would be impolite on his part. Laura began to worry that the event could end in unpleasant incidents. She asked William if Mr. Dalton was really good at sports games, and it turned out that he could quickly learn any sport after one demonstration. So Laura decided to teach the gentleman to dance as quickly as possible, at a faster tempo. Taking him by the hand, the lady suggested that they go together to the dance hall to show how easily it could be done. The gentleman warned again that he really doesn't know how to dance at all, and promised to even step on his foot at least 3 times. Holding hands, the lady whispered that he should not worry under any circumstances and that she had quite strong legs. However, as soon as the music starts, the young man must dance to this pulsating waltz and finally relax. Laura asked not to be distracted by anything extraneous and just watch her steps and slowly follow her. Live music played at the ball, violins gently plucked their strings, and the flute added a playful touch to the melody. Laura's dress, as if woven from moonlight, followed every movement smoothly, and the jewelry shimmered softly in the light of the candles placed in all corners of the room. He certainly had excellent coordination, and Ian was even starting to get into the rhythm of the music. The waltz filled the space with lightness and grace. Other couples swirled around them, forming a picturesque picture, but Laura noticed only Mr. Dalton, his hand holding her tightly, his breath lightly tickling her hair. The tension prevented him from feeling the music, and the young man had already managed to step on the lady's foot once, but she only quietly asked him to raise his head and stop looking down. Laura wanted to look into his eyes and dance together, the music ebb and flowing, reflecting the fluctuations of their feelings. The melody became more and more passionate, drawing them deeper into the dance. A question could be read in Laura's eyes and an answer in Mr. Dalton's eyes. They knew this evening would change their lives forever, and they were ready for it, ready to follow the music wherever it took them. Following the beat of the music, Ian was already holding himself confidently, and his movements looked amazing. The lady even asked why he so stubbornly avoided dance lessons, and his reason was quite simple. His practice partners were only guys, and as a result, he became the kind of gentleman who doesn't even dare ask someone to dance. His reputation was not entirely false, and no matter how you look at it, the gentleman was hardly able to maintain a pleasant conversation, and in his opinion, he was still far from being a real gentleman. But Laura was not at all so sure of the negative opinion, and it seemed that everything was a little different. If a person knows how to respect others, he can definitely be a gentleman, even if he considers himself a complete failure in this. He knew that there was hardly any respect for society to be found in his wayward behavior. During the 12 years that Laura spent in high society, she too had to deal with feelings of heavy fatigue and discomfort more than once. The gentleman noted that many women face difficulties. This could be viewed from different angles, and each had their own joys and happiness. Laura admitted that it would be wonderful if someone appeared in her life with whom she could share this happiness. Even if these people lived differently, the heroine hoped that she would find someone with whom she could share many years based on love. It sounded like Laura had a very romantic idea of marriage, but William had already talked about his friend's words. It was William and Dalton who were of the same opinion and shared roughly the same idea they needed to meet their destiny. For the gentleman, marriage lost all meaning if it was not real, if there was no talk of deep love, and he believed this with all his heart. A hushed murmur filled the room as the music came to an end and the dancers came to a slow, breathless stop, as if afraid to break the magic of the moment. The dance, which slowly developed into a frank dialogue, was truly amazing. In such a short time, barely an hour had passed since their first meeting, and Laura already felt an incredible closeness. Mr. Dalton really turned out to be a good man, and it is not often that one meets a gentleman who can take a lady's words so seriously. Laura was sure he could meet other ladies who would also appreciate his superiority. Somehow, after that moment, it seemed to her that Mr. Dalton would be a great friend for her, and if he so wished, she would gladly agree. The gentleman coped with the lesson quite well, the dancing was quite sufficient, and William saw incredible skill in him. Laura wanted to introduce the young man to her friends so that she could finally introduce her friends. Seeing how interested the two were in each other, William decided to stay away so as not to disturb anyone. His friend did much better than he expected, and even he wondered why he hadn't started studying earlier. Miss Pendleton went to her friends, and William was sure that her friend had definitely tired her out. Laura's smile flickered through Ian's mind at the ball, like the first ray of sunshine through the morning mist. All evening he tried not to show his feelings, hiding them under a mask of politeness and small talk, but every time Laura was near, his heart began to beat faster, and his words stuck in his throat. The heroine was able to observe how Mr. Dalton behaves when communicating with other ladies, and she was pleasantly surprised. He behaved very well, and the atmosphere really became much more pleasant with his appearance. Miss Lance looked especially beautiful today, and this girl was the only daughter of Baron Lance. Laura began to think about the union between Lance, who was now considered a flower of society, and the mysterious gentleman Mr. Dalton. There may be nothing in common between them, but who knows what will happen in the future. She warned William that she was going home, admitting that it was time for her to go. Her business was completed for the day, and William offered to prepare the lady a carriage for her. She even invited them to visit her mansion together with Mr. Dalton, and she was sure that her grandmother would definitely like Mr. Dalton. Laura looked back and wondered if he had asked that beautiful lady to dance, and he probably had. Miss Lance was clearly interested, and when such a beautiful lady is clearly interested, it is impossible to remain indifferent. They seemed like the perfect couple to her, and Laura was finally ready to go to her mansion to finally have some rest. Thoughts about a new possible couple did not allow her to calm down, and perhaps these two will get married and become a wonderful couple in London. She was almost ready to leave, but suddenly one of the men deftly stopped the carriage with just one movement of his hand. The door swung open and Mr. Dalton appeared, whom Laura had not expected to see right now. Ian was disheveled and agitated, as if he had been running for a long time and was in a great hurry to get somewhere. The heroine immediately thought that perhaps something had happened and her help was needed, and the one who was supposed to dance with the other ladies, for some reason, is right now trying to stop her carriage. The young man stated that the lady was being too strict, and how could she leave without saying a word while he was momentarily distracted? He was indignant that if she became a dance partner, shouldn't he have said goodbye before she decided to leave the ball? The lady looked at her dance partner with surprised eyes and could not believe that this stupid boy was really standing in front of her. This made her laugh incredibly, and the lady admitted that if she had embarrassed the gentleman, she would like to ask for forgiveness. She just really thought that they would meet again sooner and that saying goodbye wouldn't be so necessary. The mansion often hosted evenings for young gentlemen and ladies, or small musical gatherings, and all meetings took place in a relaxed atmosphere. Laura had intended to invite Mr. Dalton and Mr. William, and she knew perfectly well that they might refuse if they were busy. Officially, they were organized by Laura's grandmother, a respectable lady, widely known in Soviet circles. All organizational matters fell on Laura due to her grandmother's health, who was now unable to deal with such matters. Ian suggested that they drop in to see her soon to discuss the upcoming meeting in more detail. While Laura was about to think about this question, the young man had already asked what about tomorrow, and she never expected that he would react so quickly. She was sure he didn't like such events and suggested setting up a meeting for the day after tomorrow. He felt her presence illuminate him like a beacon in the night, pointing the way to something greater than he had ever dared hope for. As they parted, the gentleman tenderly kissed her hand and confessed that in that case he would look forward to their next meeting with great impatience. Mr. Dalton touched Miss Laura's hand gently as she left, his fingers lingering on her glove a little longer than was proper. At that moment, all the sounds of the ballroom seemed to freeze, leaving them alone in a silence filled with unspoken words. A feeling arose in his heart that he had not experienced for a long time, the hope that this meeting would be the beginning of something beautiful, something that would stay with him forever. There were many unexpected sides to this man, and even though they had just met, he was kind enough to see the lady out, and turned out to be much kinder than she had imagined. Laura hoped that their acquaintance would become a good and long-lasting friendship, and was already very much looking forward to meeting each other next time. Mr. Dalton watched the carriage as its silhouette gradually dissolved into the night haze, leaving behind only the quiet rustle of wheels on the cobbled road. The ball ended, leaving behind only memories and a glimmer of hope. Mr. Dalton knew that this night had changed his life forever. When it became known that Mr. Dalton had attended the Morton family ball, the whole of Soviet society quickly came into motion, and everyone was literally obsessed with the idea of inviting him to their receptions. Among them, one person stood out in particular, a noble lady who had been talking this morning with her mother, the wife of Baron Lenz. The lady admitted that the young man turned out to be much cooler and more attractive than they said. After all, you can't trust rumors. She was sure that yesterday she was the only one who accepted Mr. Dalton's invitation, and this was clearly impressive. The lady praised the maid. She recently chose an excellent gentleman who would fit perfectly into their dinner. Dinners at the Lenz house were very famous in London, and at first glance it all boiled down to enjoying a sumptuous dinner from the best chef. Many also wanted to meet the venerable gentleman, but the main reason for his popularity was something completely different. The Baron was known for his extraordinary attachment to his title and was renowned for carefully selecting his guests. Mother stated that the estate belonging to the Dalton family is itself a source of enormous profit. She knew that as soon as he inherited the fortune, he began to invest in profitable mines, railroad bonds, and accumulated a whole capital. Therefore, no matter what trouble happened, this man would never go bankrupt, and she was absolutely sure of it. Despite the lady's constant talk of money and land, Miss Lenz had a completely different attitude towards this meeting. She didn't want to get married without feeling real attraction, and besides, it was only their second meeting. Perhaps his girlfriend would be someone else, and his mother wondered how many times they would need to meet to feel that same attraction. She was indignant. Mr. Dalton could easily find a girl with better conditions than their family could offer. While her daughter sat frowning, her mother suggested that she simply smile, since yesterday she had clearly charmed Mr. Dalton with her smile. The lady was sure that the young man was looking at her, and his gaze sparkled with admiration. He definitely could not take his eyes off her. Mother was absolutely sure, it was obvious even from afar, but none of them thought about other misunderstandings. The lady just didn't understand why the young man didn't ask her to dance, because after Miss Laura left, he simply said goodbye and left too. She saw something strange in this, but perhaps the gentleman began participating in Soviet life late and was not used to dancing. Or perhaps he even relaxes in the presence of spinsters like Miss Laura. The mother assured that in any case, her daughter saw how this man looked at her, and it was definitely not an ordinary look. Has she really never met a person who would love her incredibly with all his heart and soul? In her distorted perception, the gentleman had already fallen in love with her for a long time, and her mother's words confirmed this even more. This is what Dora Lance, a lady of 20, thought at an age when one can easily believe absolutely everything. While Darling was flying in her fantasies, many were closely watching Mr. Dalton's every step. 2 whole weeks had already passed since the ball, and the circle of Soviet events in which he participated had definitely begun to take shape. Today was a rather unusual day, and Laura waited a long time for the arrival of the venerable guest. She met Mr. Dalton, welcoming him to her estate, and was incredibly happy to see him there. The young man had exactly the same emotions, and he had been planning to visit Miss Laura for a long time. Thus, the circle of communication did not extend beyond the circle of Miss Pendleton, who incredibly attracted the gentleman with her attention. It suddenly started to rain heavily, and Laura thought that perhaps he would not come today, but instead the coachman and horses were doing their personal training. The lady understood that the young man had come a long way, and in the end only she was here, although they had agreed to meet with someone else. Ian smiled and said that this meant he would be able to talk to Miss Laura longer, and vice versa. It was quite a happy coincidence. It was an incredible part for Laura, and it had been a while since Ian Dalton had appeared in the world, and despite this, meeting him turned out to be quite difficult. Many in society began to get nervous and lose patience, but at the same time they felt a certain relief. And since this man is not leaving the famous London matchmaker, it means that he has definitely decided to find a bride through her, and such a rumor has spread throughout the empire. In fact, Mr. Dalton didn't even know that the girl sitting in front of him had been playing the role of matchmaker for most of her life. And the gentleman seemed to her to be the kind of person that hardly anyone in social circles knows him to be. He looked like this gentleman was not at all interested in finding a bride and was living his wonderful life. Sometimes Laura wondered what Mr. Dalton was thinking, and his thoughts were very difficult to decipher. He never missed a single tea party or dinner party at her house, and Laura had already introduced him to various friends more than once. They spent a lot of time together, discussing literature and music and hanging out in Soviet circles. For some reason, this man has never shown interest in any lady, as if they all did not interest him. He might have exchanged a few words, but he would soon return to listen to Iano's unrivaled piano playing. The young man often struck up light conversations with Laura, and it seemed that friendship interested Mr. Dalton much more than great and sincere love. Of course, the lady was incredibly pleased to be his friend, but Mr. William would certainly have been disappointed to hear this news. One day, Laura decided to ask. It turned out that Mr. Dalton had not liked London at all before, and how long he had been living here. The young man admitted that thanks to Miss Laura, he had managed to experience a lot, and she was incredibly pleased to hear this. In her interactions with Mr. Dalton, she heard many stories about his hometown, Whitefield. It is a vast estate, surrounded by fertile forests and fields, situated on a hill right in the center of these lands. When the gentleman was talking about his house, Laura found herself standing there near the window, and all she had to do was look, and a dense forest of snow-white birches would immediately spread out before her. And behind these birches are fields where agricultural work is in full swing. The lady even sometimes heard voices in her head when the gentleman described his feelings about his native place. There was a genuine, warm affection felt like never before, and it was as if today this man had revealed a different side. Laura knew that most nobles didn't even realize how much land they had, and landowners like him, who truly loved one place, were few and far between. And the more she listened to him, the more she became convinced that this feeling was truly wonderful. Even more beautiful are the lands that the gentleman talks about, the beauty of which they say can hardly be described in words. The young man offered to let the lady see everything with her own eyes, but for now he could only show these places in one way. He suggested giving a painting. It would be a wonderful gift, and it would definitely decorate this living room. It turned out that Ian had friends who could draw these lands if his own hands were considered part of the house. This meant that the gentleman really knew how to draw a little, and had even learned to do so as a child. Laura thought for a moment and thought that this must be unusual, since sons are not particularly taught art. The young man was even upset that he hadn't brought his album with him today due to the weather, and he happily offered to show his drawings. And also at the same time introduce the nephews, those sisters' children that the lady was so afraid to ask about. Dalton was happy to begin the story of the first boy, whose name was Henry, and who was born when he was not yet 8 years old. Now he is already studying at the same Cambridge that the gentleman once graduated from, and sometimes they meet. As for the other nephews, the second was a girl named Olivia, a relative of William Fairfax. She was 13 years old. She had matured quite early and already dreamed of joining the council. She was quite sensible and did not create problems, but the other two younger nephews were not so calm. Ian said they were so restless that their fights had become almost a daily occurrence, and this was causing him real concern. Usually these fights go beyond all limits, and the worst part is that he is the only one who can calm them down. In fact, Laura was most interested in the youngest, who was born a year ago, because now he is at the most charming age. Of course he must be sweet. His mother went through such pain to give birth to him, and his sister still hasn't recovered. They say she's doing a little better, but God was hoping in his heart that this would be her last child. Laura understood the consequences that childbirth could have on a woman and how long it might take her to recover. She wanted to give a gift to her younger nephew, something like a small picture book. Laura asked the boy's name so she could write the first words in this diary. At first the gentleman was embarrassed, but then he explained that the boy's name was Ian, just like his, and he was named after Mr. Dalton. The lady decided to try to find a gift that the little gentleman would like so that he would receive pleasant emotions. She was becoming more and more pleased. Mr. Dalton was revealing a new side of himself each time. He could be harsh when it came to criticism, even towards things that were dear to him, but at the same time his affection was very much not his wife and important. This man also devoted his love entirely to a limited circle of people. This man is probably ideal for marriage, but for some reason he still hasn't shown interest in any of the girls. The lady noted that when Mr. Dalton felt the desire to find love, she would pray that the path would lead him to the one who would become his destiny. The maid, in turn, noticed the strange behavior of her mistress, as if her thoughts were somewhere in the clouds. She had always cared about others before, but now she looked happy herself, as if something was bringing her true happiness. After several months, there had been no guests at Miss Laura's mansion for a long time, but today she herself was planning to go somewhere. The maid decided to visit her mistress to warn her about the upcoming dinner, but Miss Laura was already getting ready to go somewhere. Anne had no idea where the ladies were going. She had no idea that Lorak was going anywhere. That's why she was very surprised when she realized that the lady was going to leave the house, and she didn't tell anyone about it. Laura asked for help with the finishing touches to her outfit, and the maid wanted to suggest that the lady arrive a little earlier. The weather today was sunny and conducive to a walk, and Mr. Dalton suggested that Dolores enjoy the fresh air. The maid was surprised when she heard the familiar name, but she was even more surprised when she learned that the master was already waiting in the living room. The maid admitted that it seemed the gentleman had been visiting the house quite often in recent days, although he had always preferred private conversations with people. Laura understood that her estate was ideal for such meetings, and she felt quite comfortable. This time the maid suggested wearing something new, namely a soft beige hat with a huge brim. She might have looked too dressed up for a walk, but the maid assured her that she would look especially elegant in this headdress. The lady admitted that it seemed that this gentleman was visiting them for a completely different reason. Laura didn't see anything scary in this, and couldn't one really meet people here that one couldn't meet anywhere else alone? There must be two possible explanations here first. He is so delighted with Mr. Pendleton's cooking that he intends to take the chef home with him. According to the maid, there is a second option. Perhaps this man is in love with someone in this house, and it is precisely my lady who is being talked about. That is why the maid suggested wearing this hat to make the lady look even more attractive. She was sure that if the lady tried to look a little more sophisticated, then Mr. Dalton would definitely not be able to resist. But Laura was sure of the opposite. There was never that same feeling in his gaze, which Anne probably thought. The lady laughed, and even if the maid was an expert on relationships, she clearly had no idea what was really going on. Laura was sure that Mr. Dalton would never look at her as more than a friend. Milady clearly didn't understand how he looked at her when she wasn't paying attention. The maid had long ago noticed his intent gaze, and was this the gaze of a man who was indifferent to another? Of course, Laura can help others in matters of love, but she was sure that she herself clearly does not understand her own happiness. Laura never thought that he could look at her as more than a friend, and that was the only reason she agreed to spend time with him. They had dinner with the Morton family a few days ago. It was quite cold, but nevertheless the evening was pleasant. Ian noted that these people complemented each other perfectly, and it felt as if they were two halves of a whole. Laura also noted this, although Mr. Morton remained cold and taciturn all this time. But his wife softened this atmosphere, and he, in turn, cared for her with great warmth. Hearing the girl's opinion, Ian suggested that Miss Pendleton was probably very proud of them. After all, it was Laura who helped create such a harmonious couple, and this was her great merit. Mr. Morton told the gentleman about this, and if it were not for Laura, he would not have been able to marry his wife. The lady simply considered it an exaggeration on her part. They often met at events, and that was probably why he said so. But the young man was sure that her kindness helped her friends create harmonious families, even if she had not done anything outstanding. In their days, many people entered into marriage despite the lack of mutual understanding, just because of wealth or a devotee, and this led to lifelong misfortune. Therefore, the gentleman assured that in this light, Laura's kindness takes on even greater significance. And as soon as he spoke about this, the lady began to blush and asked him not to exaggerate like that again. It was the first time Laura felt so embarrassed, and before she usually always accepted compliments with dignity. She was always indifferent when the conversation turned to his confessions, and usually in such a situation, gentlemen changed the subject, seeing that the lady felt awkward. To be honest, the gentleman even enjoyed watching Laura in this state. He is probably not like ordinary gentlemen. Laura asked him to stop praising her again and admitted that the gentleman simply did not understand her. In fact, she had secretly made a plan at Mr. Fairfax's request to arrange a marriage with one of her friends. The lady confessed that she was inviting him to the event so that he could meet different people, and she even taught him to dance right away so that he could spend time with the ladies. Despite what people had just told her, she was sure she was not too far from that kind of wisdom, since she and Mr. Fairfax had agreed that it would remain a secret. Surely William will now be disappointed in her, because this information will definitely reach his ears. Some part of her soul told Laura that the honorable gentleman was not going to tell anyone about this. It turned out that, despite all her stories, he had already heard about it very well. Her words did not come as a complete surprise to him. Only now did Laura realize that he had known everything in advance. The gentleman laughed loudly as soon as he saw the surprised face of the girl, who finally understood everything. He even asked for forgiveness and simply admired Miss Pendleton's sincerity at that moment. For him, it was just a funny impression, and in fact, the level had no intention of hiding its true feelings from him. For some time after that, she felt awkward and a little sad, and Ian was still trying to ask for forgiveness. The weather in the town was pleasant. Many people went outside to get some fresh air, and just then a carriage drove past the heroes. The lady sitting inside noticed the passers-by because this particular young man seemed familiar to her. She asked the coachman to slow down so she could see the face of the mysterious gentleman. It was definitely him. The lady immediately decided to take advantage of the moment. She loudly shouted out the man's name and wanted to say hello right then and there. Laura apologized for trying to take her burden, but on the contrary, he was even grateful to her because she tried to help. Now she knew Mr. Dalton had no plans to marry, and she had probably been thinking about it in vain all this time. The gentleman asked her not to apologize. In fact, he was not categorically against marriage. He also tried to find a good girl in his city, although he was not looking for an ideal, beautiful woman, but he could not find one with whom he could open his heart. This turned out to be not such an easy task, and it is only available to a few who are really trying to create a sincere relationship. Laura asked admiringly if Mr. Dalton was also looking for his special destiny. On the one hand, it sounded too loud, but on the other hand, it could have been said in these words. He simply thought that somewhere in this world there was his other half, and he was sure that a meeting with this woman would happen by itself. So he wasn't going to put in any effort, and it turns out he just decided to trust in fate. Laura smiled, and perhaps the girl is now in London, and maybe we just need to look for her more actively. She even offered to help him find his destiny, and really wanted him to finally remain a happy man. The gentleman was grateful for the offer, but decided to cancel the scheduled meetings in advance. Laura did not understand the real reason for his behavior, since he himself said that he was not against marriage. The gentleman no longer needed meetings dictated by circumstances, he wanted it to happen naturally. Now Laura finally understood his position. He was just waiting for her to be the right time, and he would meet his beloved. This meeting could happen at any moment. Right at that moment, a girl in a soft pink dress came out to them and loudly greeted the gentleman. The lady admitted that she saw them on the way and decided to say hello, and they were probably also attracted by this beautiful weather. It was Miss Lance, and she was especially beautiful today, and as always, she looked simply incredible. For some reason today her face seemed more shy than before. Could it really be because of the cute pink hat? The girl seemed to be much happier, and there were sparkles in her eyes when she saw Mr. Dalton in front of her. The lady asked whether the gentleman planned to stay in London, and if so, for how long. The season of balls and receptions was about to begin, and she was just planning various events with her friends and invited them to join her picnic. Miss Lance was planning some kind of event this weekend, maybe even some boating and swimming, just to have some fun. The gentleman had already started to answer that he was not at all sure about the free time, but Lance seemed to pretend not to hear his refusal. Besides, Laura agreed to attend, and as soon as she gave her consent, Ian immediately changed his mind about refusing. Now he had only one option left: go to the event and please Miss Lance with his presence. Laura even thought that Miss Lance was behaving differently today, as if she was trying to please someone. She had always been so proud and independent. Here they were actively talking to a gentleman, and this was the first time she had seen her like this. Perhaps these two have some kind of relationship, but still it seemed like her attention to him was one-sided. Ms. Lenz was incredibly happy that she was able to invite Mr. Dalton to her event. Fortunately, the gentleman did not have time to refuse, and all thanks to the fact that Laura managed to agree. He thought this lady was truly charming, and in Laura's opinion she was also intelligent and talented. To be honest, the heroine was a little worried because the gentleman looked somewhat aloof, but now she saw that he did not treat Miss Lance badly. Ian feels that William is the only flaw in his circle of acquaintances, while he was one of the most important people in Laura's circle. The young man asked why William was so important to her society, and whether they had known each other for too long. Laura asked if he had heard of Miss Hyde, the girl with whom she had a special relationship. It was about the same one who rejected him, but Laura was glad that now she was okay, and probably it was hard for him too after the rejection. Hearing that she was looking for a job, William even offered to help by recommending her to the office where he worked. For William, in the gentleman's opinion, this was a very wise decision, and Laura asked him not to be so strict with him. It was only thanks to him that she met such a good friend as Mr. Ian, and this is truly a noble thing. Since they were talking about Mr. William, Laura suggested inviting him to a picnic, and Ian suggested using another as a coachman for the move. The heroes managed to return quickly, and the lady offered them a cup of tea, but unfortunately the young man had to go. Laura realized that it was probably something urgent and suggested meeting next time. Finally, the gentleman decided to ask a question that had been intriguing him for a long time, and Laura was happy to answer. Suddenly, the young man asked if his friend William had ever shown any interest in her. The speech is about the same attention that a young man usually shows to the girl he likes. Laura was aware of what had happened between Mrs. Hyde and William, but the lady was also her closest friend, and she wondered why he had decided to ask such a question. Even the thought of it was unclean to her, and if something like that happened, Laura would not know where to put herself. Ian noted that the lady demonstrated clear confidence and her answers were genuine. Laura was deeply surprised by this, and the young man only smiled respectfully and suggested that they meet again next time. Dumbfounded, she continued to look at his retreating silhouette in the greenery of the luxurious trees. And in the end, one could ask questions about what had just happened and why the gentleman had decided to put Laura in such an awkward position. The lady was sorting through the beautiful roses from the estate garden and thinking about Mr. Dalton and Mrs. Lance. Laura tried to understand what their relationship was like at the moment, and whether there was really anything connecting these people. She was concerned by Mr. Dalton's reserved reaction, especially in light of the young lady's determined demeanor. Perhaps this is the way that Mr. shows true love, and more often than not he hides his feelings from strangers. Perhaps he reveals them completely when he is alone with the person he likes, and if of course this is not the case, then Miss Lance is probably completely misinterpreting his feelings. Mrs. Lenz is certainly a wonderful and multifaceted person, but Laura was sure that she lacked life experience alone, and she was also easily swayed by flattering words. For example, if someone admires how well they are suited to each other, it will confirm their desire to be together. The lady's reflections were too bold, but Miss Lance was quite dignified and sensible at home. If there really is a mutual affection between them, and Mr. Dalton's words about there being no more need for matchmaking apply specifically to her, then perhaps this is the couple who is expecting a grand upcoming wedding. The bud fell from the lady's hand, and at least from the point of view of all the conditions, it would have been just perfect. Miss Lance cannot boast of a large dowry, but she has the status of the daughter of a titled nobleman. Mr. Dalton, for his part, has no title, but his pedigree and the vast fortunes he possesses through it speak for themselves. In any case, Laura believed that it would be a profitable marriage for both of them, but of course these were only her mysteries. She decided to simply observe how events unfolded and not interfere under any circumstances. The lady had a meeting scheduled in a few days and was eagerly awaiting her guest. Finally, someone visited the estate. It was a young noble lady from an aristocratic family. Miss Hyde was a little late, saying that there were simply a lot of carriages in the street, and she heard that there was a party going on that day. Miss Jane was feeling much better now and asked if Laura was not going to the dinner party, but she intended to stay with her grandmother. With each passing day, Grandma became weaker and weaker, and Laura felt calm when she stayed next to her. And to be honest, she found it much more pleasant to sit and think with a book or listen to the sound of a typewriter than to go to a dinner party. Last time Jane managed to accomplish significantly more than her goal, and perhaps today it's time to raise the bar a little. In fact, she always told them that, but it turned out much better, and she really was incredibly passionate about this matter. It had been 2 whole months since Miss Hyde had begun to visit Laura's office regularly, and when she came here for the first time 2 months ago, she couldn't believe her eyes that there could be so many interesting things in the office of a noble lady. To her, the room seemed like a real small library, and she couldn't even imagine how many different books there could be. Laura had always been a keen reader, and for the first time Jane saw that it was possible to truly live differently. It was then that Laura showed the machine that Miss Hyde would use in the future, and with its help one could create any documents. One day Laura was passing by an office that was closing and bought it secondhand for a decent amount, but it was worth it. She was once in the same position as Jane and had no idea how to earn a living, and for a long time she doubted what to do, and eventually accidentally came across this machine. After much training, Laura managed to quickly and accurately prepare documents, and then she asked a friend for help and learned how to prepare forms for documents, but in the end it became clear to her that the job was not suitable. She still didn't regret anything. It was useful, and she acquired a useful skill that she still uses today. And now she was happy to share her knowledge with someone who so desperately needed her help. Then the lady asked what Jane saw, how she imagined her future, and whether she was going to use this machine. And if Jane was willing to learn, Laura was happy to show her how to use it properly. At that time, for Jane, this was still a completely incomprehensible activity, about which she knew absolutely nothing. But now in the present, the lady deftly printed various documents, and even Laura did not expect such a result. Jane was sure that it was all thanks to Miss Pendleton, and her strict instructions were incredibly helpful. To be honest, Jane felt like she was going to die in the first few months, but the effect of her work was not just noticeable, it was tangible. She didn't even expect that her friend was capable of so firmly guiding her down a completely different path. She saw Laura in a new light, and Laura even became interested in teaching with even more zeal. Jane, in turn, studied with interest, never missed classes, and happily spent time at the typewriter. Today she decided to find out other information and approached Laura, who had once copied something from a book. The lady studied Latin and Greek at a girls' school and could translate some of it very well. Usually the school offered Latin and Greek courses, but Laura studied in a special place. Thanks to this, with the help of a dictionary, she was able to translate from Greek quite successfully and recently became interested in translations. Jane was even more surprised, realizing that she would hardly have been able to read a single word. With all her skills, Laurie was well placed to help those seeking direct admission to Oxford. Jane asked in surprise if her friend wanted to browse through her private tutor, and at the moment it could be called that. While Jane was busily practicing typing, Miss Pendleton was studying hard to become a private tutor. Laura was always reserved and calm, and everyone can easily see that she is the one who can be called a real lady. And who could have imagined that she, who seemed so calm, was in fact fighting for her future more decisively than anyone else? Miss Pendleton was the best student in school, studied the game with Miss Rosemary, and also spoke French. But she was always sure that this was not enough, even though every family with a daughter would be happy to accept her as a teacher. When families face financial difficulties, the first thing they are willing to sacrifice is their daughter's education, which is why work with girls is usually less paid and less stable than with boys. As Laura said, if you know several languages, your chances of getting a job in houses where there are boys increase significantly, which means the salary will also be higher. Jane wondered if Laura was planning to work as a tutor all her life, and if such an opportunity presented itself, she would be quite happy. Even if this happened and Laura had to leave her studies, she thought about working at a school and wanted to take a teaching position at her home school. And then buy a small house outside the city and retire, and by working hard, Laura became confident that she could save up for such a life. She was already thinking about the distant future, and her words truly delighted Jane. Although she only thought about the difficulties that she was facing now and did not think far ahead about the future. Laura was confident, or where she was at the very beginning of the journey, and she would definitely cope with all the difficulties. Taking the letter in her hands, she remembered that Miss Lance's picnic was soon to take place, to which Jane was probably also invited. She asked if she had received an invitation and if her friend was ready to join the event. The heroine was sure that if she worked hard this year, she would find a job, but there would be no time left for entertainment. This picnic could be a wonderful opportunity for both of them, and Laura was glad that everyone had made the right decision. There was nothing between them except a little awkwardness, and she hoped that this would help them become friends again. The day was not yet over, and Laura suggested that they gather all their strength again and try again. While the poetry continued, but the fierce battles between Miss Pendleton and Miss Hyde continued, time was rapidly slipping away. And finally the day arrived for the picnic that Miss Lance had prepared so carefully. William and his friend were also invited, and Miss Lance was incredibly happy to see everyone. It seemed like everyone had gathered very quickly, and the noble lady decided to address the ladies and gentlemen. She suggested that they take seats on the back, and invited the girls to sit in the front of the carriage. William noted that Lady Lance looked truly dazzling and simply magnificent today, and he wanted to try to serve the main heroine of this day, who brought everyone together with dignity. Ian was just surprised that he really was supposed to be the one driving this carriage and acting as a coachman. Miss Laura was with the ladies, and William offered to drive the carriage for him in that case. He decided to get ahead of his friend and ran to the beautiful ladies, inviting Ian to meet in a while. William asked the girls to follow him, and the elegant young man was simply incomparable in his unrivaled manners. As the ladies took their seats, William carefully assisted each of them. And as he offered his hand to Miss Laura, he smiled pleasantly, fully aware that Ian was now looking straight at them. He touched her white glove with his fingertips, and the gentleman definitely noticed this gesture. He was not at all pleased to stand aside and watch as the beautiful Miss Laura was courted by someone else. The other girls also waited for the gentleman to call, but decided to ask him to go on his way themselves. The ladies laughed and had fun, and each of them wanted to take a worthy place, as well as choose a companion for herself. Today was supposed to be a long day, and the gentleman understood that it was still worth strengthening the relationship with her friends a little. So while the ladies were waiting for their coachman, he happily announced that he was ready to set off. Ian was a master of horsemanship and also drove the carriage with laughter from the noble ladies. They whispered, whatever it was, the rumors were clearly not exaggerated, and before them was indeed a mysterious gentleman. Most likely, everything turned out to be much more impressive than other aristocrats claimed. Besides, they noticed that when Mr. Dalton was with Mrs. Lance, they looked just like a picture of lovers. One of the girls asked Mr. Dalton why he no longer accepted invitations to sumptuous dinners. They say he always refuses even if he is invited, but the gentleman only stated that he always has urgent matters to attend to. Another of the girls heard that he often goes to tea at the Pendletons, and does he really like spending time there? Everyone sits around and talks about books or music, but perhaps Mr. Dalton just likes such refined things. Mrs. Laura's estate has excellent food, and at the Last Supper one of the girls ate so much that her corset almost burst. But the noble lady did not understand why money was spent on food, but not on her beloved granddaughter's wedding. The lady asked not to say such things. Perhaps Miss Laura would hear it, and it would be unpleasant for her. Everyone knew that with such an appearance, Laura would have long ago received recognition in society as a true aristocrat, but until now, not a single worthy man had offered her his hand. The aristocrat was sure that her family should take care of providing her with funds, and she should not wait for this other man. People continued to talk about Miss Laura, and the girl remembered a recent gossip that she was going to tell Miss Daisy about. She whispered something in her ear, and after that the lady's eyes became so surprised that she could not believe what she heard at all. She asked Victoria not to say anything like that out loud. Again, she even felt awkward about her friend's behavior. The aristocrat wanted to know the truth and admitted that she really didn't understand what was going on. Ian intervened in the conversation just in time, warning that they seemed to have arrived at a wonderful picnic spot. The place was truly incredible, with a fragrant garden and a cozy bridge around a clear river. William and the other young men helped the girls down from the carriage, thus demonstrating the true behavior of gentlemen. Now that everyone was finally assembled, Miss Lance was ready to greet everyone who had gathered. She suggested settling down comfortably in a beautiful location, and those who wanted to go on a boat ride right away could go to the boats. Miss Lance noticed that all this time Mr. Dalton was looking at Miss Pendleton, never leaving her without his attention. Obviously, the thought of the recent conversation has not left him, and he still cannot stop thinking about it. The lady understood that Victoria had obviously raised an unnecessary and unpleasant topic, and could, with some words, insult the honor and dignity of Miss Laura. Unexpectedly, Mr. Dalton invited her to take a walk with him to explore the wonderful surroundings. The lady could not even imagine such a thing, a walk alone with her father Dalton there in such a beautiful place. She didn't even know what to talk about, but fortunately the gentleman decided to ask the question first. Naturally, he asked about that conversation in the carriage and meant the part that concerned Miss Laura's mother. Miss Lance thought so. On the one hand, it was unacceptable to discuss another person's affairs, but the gentleman valued his friendship with Miss Pendleton. And so, thinking about further communication, he assumed that he should definitely know the details. He was indeed worried about it, and Miss Lance told him that Miss Laura's mother was a precious daughter of her kind. A true pearl of Soviet society, with admirers lining up at her feet, she suddenly disappeared at the age of 17. It turned out that she had secretly eloped with an American artist whom she had met at a party. One day this man came to their house to paint her portrait, and from then on they were never apart. They never got married, they just ran away together and went into hiding so that no one could interfere with their happiness. Unfortunately, Laura's mother died giving birth to Miss Laura, and her father was deeply grieved at the time. The artist left the girl in the care of Lady Abigail and simply disappeared. Everyone decided that he abandoned his daughter for a new life. It may have looked like that, but no one knew what was going on in this man's soul. At that time, Miss Laura was officially adopted into the Pendleton family, and in fact, a more terrible future awaited this little girl. Ian listened attentively to this story and couldn't even find the right words to express his feelings. Mr. Dalton was shocked, which was not surprising, and Miss Lance was well aware of it. Poor Laura. If her birth had not been marred by such scandal, she might have lived such a brilliant life. But perhaps this was her special path, and Miss Lance simply never wished her harm. She decided to ask the gentleman how noble and virtuous he considered Miss Laura, since her upbringing and her background were in no way inferior to those of a true aristocrat. However, it was precisely because of her origin that she did not have a dowry. When they wanted to accept her into the family, her uncle was decisively against it. In the end, Miss Pendleton was accepted only on the condition that she transfer the entire inheritance to Mr. Pendleton's son. So Miss Lenz said Laura didn't have a penny and shouldn't be judged so harshly. She may have commoner blood in her veins, but she asked the master to see what Lady Laura really was like. Perhaps she misunderstood him, and the gentleman had no intention of despising her over such a trifle. He was simply truly amazed that finances had never meant anything to this lady, and she had earned everything herself. Now the gentleman finally understood why Lady Laura was always so reserved. He did not speak directly, but tried to hide his true feelings, and the thought that he was communicating with a person of less than impeccable origin must have weighed on him. On the other hand, why would Mr. Dalton think so seriously about Miss Pendleton's origins? Ian admitted that he was very glad that Miss Laura had so many true friends, or she had just shared some rather difficult things with him. Ian wished the lady a good time and promised that he would definitely join the game. Miss Lance's friend wondered if Mr. Dalton would be joining in the exciting game. They felt incredibly sorry, and the lady would have been pleased to spend more time with this man. They had already talked alone today, and Lance knew she would have to postpone the conversation until next time. It had already become noticeably warmer, and Mr. Dalton had not intended to stay in London for so long in the first place. Besides, he was now wasting his time on such idle entertainment while many important matters awaited him ahead. Somehow, despite there being no need, Mr. Dalton still remained here. And as if he had much more important things to do here, which he had not imagined, but his heart felt everything. It was all because of one girl, whom he was happy to meet every time. It was that very reason, Miss Laura's radiant smile, that had kept him in this place until now. The last month had been a series of unexpected events, and Ian even felt like a fool for turning around her so dispassionately. He hoped to extract at least one word about the girl's life, but he did not try to impose himself too much. The gentleman never questioned her, he only poured out his thoughts like a waterfall, and this was the first such feeling in his life. It was during the last month that the gentleman finally understood what it meant to be a captive person. Captivated by the smile, the charm, the unreasonable glances, this is what was giving him emotions now. It was she who became the object of public contempt. As one would expect, this social circle also consists entirely of small souls. Blood, pedigree, position. The girls enjoyed gossip and discussions of other people's affairs. Vulgarity was a passion from which they never tired and could never be satiated. But perhaps Laura's quiet nature was the result of many years of humiliation. The gentleman was perplexed as to how she had been able to live in this place for so long, being alone and completely without support. And if in this world there is at least someone who could become her consolation, that very support. The gentleman had already managed to get to know some of the people from Laura's social circle, but he still wanted to listen to all her suffering and console her with at least something. That tempting voice, which still sounded in his head, haunted him every day. Today he heard it again, and the gentleman definitely could not confuse Laura's ringing laughter, which was heard nearby, with anything else. The friends were enjoying the pleasant weather, and the young man came up and admitted that before blaming the stone, William should better correct his posture. William insisted that it was all about the weight of the stone, and not at all about his dexterity. William was incredibly happy to see his friend approaching, and the heroes spent all this time having a pleasant time together. And again a radiant smile, sincere, good-natured eyes that captivated the venerable gentleman. Laura laughed and admitted that she had bet on Miss Hyde, so Ian should bet on Mr. Fairfax. Holding the stone in her hands, the lady acknowledged her opponent's skill, but insisted that he still lacked the skills to surpass her. She also approached Mr. Dalton and offered to test himself against her, and was not at all afraid to destroy anyone. The young man admitted that he, too, is incredibly good at playing with his stones, but when a true master challenges him to a game, he begins to worry. Laura suggested that Mr. Dalton give it a try, because in that case she was willing to bet on him. Unbuttoning his jacket, the gentleman agreed to play, and a rather exciting game was in the offing. William knew very well how well Laura understood Mr. Dalton's athletic abilities. He asked his friend to clear his name, but if he won, it would not affect his reputation in any way. The young man picked up a stone and was ready to throw it into the water, inviting everyone to finally begin the competition. It had been a long time since Mr. Dalton had done anything like this, and he was curious to see how it would turn out. To his great surprise, the stone flew across the surface of the water so many times that even William and Lady Laura simply gasped. Ian turned out to be quite a dexterous and skillful opponent, and none of his friends expected that he could throw a stone into the water like that. Laura counted about 38 splashes and couldn't even believe her eyes. It was truly amazing of Mr. Dalton. He set a whole new record today. The enemy turned out to be quite strong, but the noble lady was in no way going to give in to him. Miss Hyde took up the stone in a belligerent gesture, while William shouted loudly to encourage her. The lady was determined to win this competition, because it was not for nothing that she had spent her entire childhood throwing stones into the water. Jane managed to win this time, and Laura counted as many as 40 splashes from the thrown stone. It was definitely a new record, and Laura complimented her friend on looking absolutely stunning. William immediately asked how the lady managed to achieve such results and whether she had some kind of secret. Even Mr. Dalton admitted that he found himself in a fight with a truly strong opponent. It seemed that the two would be arguing for quite some time, and the gentleman suggested that Laura find something else to entertain herself with. The weather was incredibly beautiful for an exciting boat ride, so the gentleman immediately suggested going for a ride together. He was actually going to ask William to be a rower, but everyone was just having a great time today. The lady admitted there was no need to worry, and if Laura said so, Ian was ready to follow her example. Only now did he really get into real trouble, wondering why the boat had suddenly turned out to be so small. It was unusually quiet all around, and only a light breeze swayed the hair of the beautiful lady sitting opposite. And looking at his companion, the gentleman wondered whether boat rides had always been so exciting. The sun's rays illuminated the girl's emerald eyes, and the gentleman could not take his eyes off her the whole time. The young man was confused, Laura said. Now they are both throwing pebbles on the water, and could this really be the same lady who rejected William's proposal? However, remarkably, they will soon be able to communicate again without the slightest embarrassment, and these two have always been wonderful friends. Laura admitted that sometimes she even thought William proposed to Jane out of friendly affection rather than love. Her words were quite logical, and soon William was able to calmly communicate with this girl from whom he had been rejected. Ian decided to ask Laura whether it was possible for spouses to find happiness if their union was based solely on friendship, and Laura confidently answered that there were many such people. The gentleman found this difficult to understand, and he did not understand why marriage is not built on love, but can be built on friendship. However, love sometimes gives rise to too many quarrels and misunderstandings, and it is easier for the two newlyweds to have a truly strong relationship. To live together for many years, trust is more important than a stormy outburst of feelings, and Laura was absolutely sure of this. She attached great importance to love, but also did not undermine the great importance of friendship. All this time, the gentleman believed that for Laura there was nothing more important than love, but he also did not deny its importance in marriage. The beauty of love easily fades under the weight of harsh realities and poverty, differences in character, and many other circumstances. Flora finally admitted that marriage begins with love, but can end in friendship, because passionate love always has an expiration date. Her words were wise, and it was impossible to disagree with them unconditionally. The young man believed that love was a feeling for which it was worth accepting even the suffering associated with it. If spouses destined to live together their entire lives lack passion for each other, their coexistence, no matter how harmonious and comfortable it may be, remains only a warm but lifeless routine. Moreover, there is a feeling whose shelf life turns out to be so long that they do not even fade away until death. It was precisely in this that the gentleman was absolutely certain, and he sincerely admitted his words. Laura also believed in the power of love, and was sure that Mr. Dalton would one day find the kind of love he had dreamed of all his life. Only the hero now felt that perhaps that very love was at the closest distance from him now. Whether it was because of the too close distance, or because of these endless conversations about marriage and love, everything would have gone on as usual. But for some reason, recently he felt a very strange urge, and it would be quite easy for him to be near Miss Laura. The desire to touch her, the desire to kiss her, an unexpected desire, completely consumed the venerable gentleman. Once he realized that he only felt this way when he was around this lady, Mr. Dalton began to look strange. The lady was worried that he had really gotten better, and she just sat next to him, not even suspecting anything. In fact, the gentleman was trying with all his might to pull himself together, or was trying to show calmness on his face. He even began to look much longer than before. A fold appeared on the young man's forehead, and Laura suggested that it would be better to get off the boat and rest a little. She was sure that the gentleman was simply overtired, and that he would definitely be fine. Now the gentleman was afraid. Her concern only worsened his condition, and it seemed that there was not even a single bench nearby. The heroes decided to sit down on the nearest stone, because the young man was still covered in cold sweat. He was just afraid that if they continued to look at each other like this, it seemed to him that at any moment he could lose his mind. Ian tried his best to pull himself together, realizing that the situation was becoming quite dangerous. Ian invited Miss Pendleton to sit next to him, and fortunately, so far she didn't find anything strange about it. The lady was sure that all this time the gentleman was communicating with her as with a friend, and she could feel completely calm. The magical place captivated with its picturesqueness, while the heroes settled comfortably on a huge rock near the river. The lady decided to ask if this forest was similar to the native places that the gentleman had spoken about. Smiling, Ian admitted that the forest really wasn't much different from his hometown, and the trees here looked quite magnificent. Laura said softly, "Mr. Dalton must have been lucky to have such a forest near the house in which he was born, because such dense forests are rare to find in London." The gentleman admitted that people from the provinces, on the contrary, often dream of London, and many are probably envious that Miss Laura lives in her area. There were plenty of material goods here, many opportunities, but with this comes noise and constant fatigue. Laura enjoyed the heavy silence of the forest. It was a real blessing for her, and she didn't want to return to the noisy city at all. And suddenly, the gentleman asked if it were the Whitefield Forest. Would she be happy and would be able to enjoy such landscapes there all the time, living in a mansion surrounded by incredible luxurious forests? Mr. Dalton spoke of his home where, when the day was over, Laura could walk back to the hall, rest, and then, with the sun rising, head out into the woods again. He offered her to stay for a day, 2, 3, and if she wished, she could stay as long as she wanted. Laura never expected to hear such a proposal from Ian and looked him straight in the eyes in surprise. She could not help but admire him as she listened to this, and at that moment Mr. Dalton was sincere in offering to come to Whitefield again at any time convenient for her. Since this place is usually very quiet, the servants would also be happy to meet the new guest, and the master was absolutely sure of this. His offer was very kind, and Laura was grateful, promising to visit this place someday to see the land that Mr. Dahl loved so much with her own eyes. Laura assumed that for this, she would obviously have to wait until the Mr. finally had a mistress in the house. Her answer seemed a little surprising to Mr. Dalton, and he did not understand what the mistress of his estate had to do with it, so he asked if it was really necessary and why Laura had decided to answer that way. The lady declared that she could hardly get into the lonely gentleman's house by any other means. Ian warned that it would take a long time to find the owner, and even offered to send Laura an invitation to a wedding in London, which she was incredibly happy about. Laura was delighted to see not only the Whitefield landscapes, but also the beautiful images of the Dalton couple. Mr. Dalton said that he would therefore need to speed up the process of finding a mistress for his native estate, and after that, he will probably be able to persuade this mistress to allow Laura to stay at Whitefield Hall as long as she likes. Laura couldn't understand how Mr. Dalton could do that to his wife, and what woman would want her husband to communicate with other women. Ian asked thoughtfully what would happen if his wife, Lady Dalton, wished for Laura to be with them always. After hearing his answer, Laura considered it quite possible, but she still had some doubts, and she could not even imagine such a situation. Mr. Dalton said confidently that he could imagine such a thing, but it was unlikely that there was another person in this trio. If he had really intended to marry, he would have become the owner of Whitefield Hall. And Mr. Dalton was absolutely sure that without such a situation, his wedding would definitely not have been able to take place. Laura seemed to slowly begin to understand what was going on, but she could not believe that Mr. Dalton was talking about her as the mistress. The conversation turned out to be sincere, but unexpectedly Mr. Dalton responded rudely to Laura when the conversation turned to the wedding. The silent lady rose from the stone and was about to leave, and these words probably upset her very much. Laura warned that her future wife would undoubtedly object if such a thing happened, so she asked to send the wedding invitation only as a friend and didn't want to talk about it anymore. Laura decided she would leave first, and Mr. Dalton remained sitting on the rock in front of the raging river. Ian couldn't believe it. It couldn't happen, and it turned out that he had just seriously proposed to Laura in not very pleasant words. And this was right after he realized that she didn't see him as more than just a friend. At this moment, Mr. Dalton was incredibly upset because he had just been completely rejected. Such an impulsive act without thinking, just to give in to feelings, will obviously lead to a refusal. But despite everything that the gentleman felt, he had to do it someday, and remained in London and involuntarily painted this picture in his head. Initially, he planned to propose to Laura, organize a wedding, or at least just an engagement to begin with. then return together to his native estate, where Laura would already have become the full-fledged mistress. Of course he didn't want to do it that way, and it's not surprising that Laura, hearing the harsh words, simply refused. So Ian decided to go to Laura and explain everything properly, and it was a sincere admission that he really, seriously loved her. Mr. Dalton was confident that if he revealed his feelings to Laura, she would reconsider his actions and think about his proposal. He immediately returned to the picnic, but to his great regret, Laura had already left, warning that she had urgent business. The lady reported that Laura looked like she was really in a hurry, but she didn't seem to have spoken about her plans initially. Therefore, her friend sent a coachman to accompany the lady so that she could get to her business as quickly as possible. She thought that Laura had been with her master all this time, since they were moving in the same direction, and Ian was disappointed because of the unfinished conversation. The lady warned that they would probably have to postpone the continuation of the conversation for a long time. Before leaving, Laura warned that due to household matters, she would not be able to receive guests at her estate for some time. The next day, a respectable gentleman appeared on the doorstep of the Pendleton family home, but the maid apologized, saying that the estate was not currently accepting guests. She asked the gentleman to leave politely, and her serious look indicated that entry was indeed prohibited here at the moment. After the warning, the maid was ready to close the door in front of the young man, but he asked to at least deliver one single letter. Unfortunately, she was not allowed to accept anything from guests, and she was forced to refuse even such a small request. On the one hand, the gentleman was prepared for such an outcome, but nevertheless he was completely rejected and understood that he would have to return later. And despite all the setbacks, Ian had no intention of leaving this situation just like that, and was sure that he just needed to wait a little. Mr. Dalton left Laura's estate, feeling that the moment would soon come when he would finally be able to tell her about his feelings. His silhouette slowly moved away, and on the second floor of the estate the lady stood silently and looked out the window. Laura had seen Mr. Dalton come to see her, but she wasn't ready to break her silent silence just yet. A whole week had passed since then, and there had been no letter from Laura, but Mr. Dalton still could not find peace. Every day drove him crazy. His thoughts were occupied only with this conversation, in which the main point was never reached. All this time, the heroes continued to look for Miss Pendleton every day, despite the fact that he was driven away, but each time he could not even cross the threshold. Besides, he had no choice but to wander around the area, not knowing what to do. He couldn't help but think that perhaps her heart would remain closed forever, and that they would never be able to rekindle the connection they once had. Mr. Dalton knew there had to be some way, but his thoughts were all jumbled up together. He was so absorbed in himself that every rustle caused a storm of anger in him, and an unexpected visit from a friend made him scream. The young man wondered if something had happened. Ian had been in a state of confusion lately, and today he had come to report the telegram. He didn't know who the sender was, but the very first lines made the gentleman worry. Just 1 second and literally a couple of words brought him to his senses, and he again went to the threshold of the already familiar house. Today they were also not receiving visitors, but her burden was already well aware of this, but still asked to pass on something for Miss Laura. In his hands he held a mysterious gift, tied with a gray-silver ribbon, concealing a riddle within itself. The maid warned and apologized that this time she would also not be able to accept the parcel, but the gentleman insisted, assuring that the situation was urgent. He needed to leave urgently. It was his personal business. If he had time, he would have sent an important message by mail. There were now only 30 minutes left before the train's departure. The maid flatly refused to take the parcel, and Ian suggested that in that case she find another job in the countryside. Mr. Dalton was confident that the maid would understand his true intentions and deliver the gift. The lady looked at him with a frown, making it clear that this time she would go for it. Ian gave the maid some money along with the gift so that she would at least agree in this way. She had no intention of taking even such a large sum from him and asked Mr. Dalton to take the money back. Confused about what this meant, the young man asked if she was hinting that this amount was insufficient. The maid warned that she would give the gift to her mistress, and in return the gentleman must definitely return to London. To his surprise, the lady confidently declared that he was obliged to return next time and win Laura's heart. She asked him to prepare well and return, persistently seeking her love, because she knew very well that he was not going to back down just like that. Now, after a long time, Mr. Dalton finally felt better and realized that not all was lost. The maid entered the mistress's office, holding in her hands that very mysterious gift from the master. Laura asked what the package was, and the maid said Mr. Dalton had come again today. Miss Pendleton had warned the maid not to accept anything from him before, but today she couldn't help herself. Anne stated that he simply handed it to her and left without even giving her a chance to say anything. All this time Laura felt quite sad, but for some reason this unexpected gift awakened warm feelings in her. Inside was a letter that the gentleman never managed to deliver personally, but in these lines he explained the whole situation and poured out his soul. Ian had no intention of leaving so soon, and that was why he simply had to write a letter. Mr. Dalton regretted to report that he had to leave London suddenly, much as he did not want to. Sad events forced him to return to his estate, where Pastor Genfield had died, and he, as the owner of the land, was obliged not only to express condolences. He had to leave urgently to resolve the issues of appointing a new pastor, and this matter could not be postponed. Ian promised that as soon as all matters were settled, he intended to return back to London, because the connection with Laura was not complete, and he could not leave the city until he restored it. He wrote that after the last picnic, he noticed that Laura was avoiding him, but he did not feel the slightest resentment and only hoped for the restoration of that friendship. And when he finishes all his business and returns to London, he will happily hope for the opportunity to explain himself so that Laura will give him at least one chance. He called himself a true friend, wishing the lady a good life and promising to return soon. After reading the letter, the lady saw that there was something else in the gift box, and she couldn't believe her eyes. It was an incredibly beautiful picture, an unrivaled landscape of the countryside, probably where the gentleman himself came from. Laura had a great love for art and admired Mr. Dalton's work, and the gentleman was indeed an artist. The lady happily told me that the landscape was probably the master's estate, and this beautiful place was called Whitefield. The maid smiled mysteriously, realizing that the gentleman was being very clear about his intentions. Laura asked the maid to hang it in the most prominent place in the living room, in the very place where she had imagined this painting. Anne noticed that in front of the lady lay a letter that he had sent along with a painting depicting his own estate. In the end, Anne understood that something had happened between Laura and this man, but this story was not over at all. If all was lost, she would have noticed it immediately from her hostess's behavior, but there was clearly a sincere connection hidden between the two. That evening, Laura reread Dalton's letter tirelessly, sitting on the windowsill and gazing at the night sky. That night she was even more thoughtful than usual and could not let go of this letter. Anne prepared everything for her mistress to wash before going to bed, and the mistress politely asked her to wait a little. Seeing the letter on the table, the maid realized that Laura had probably been reading this letter all this time, and she became very interested in what was written there. Since the gentleman forced her to hand over the letter in such a way, perhaps it was a declaration of love, or maybe a marriage proposal. Laura still had too gloomy an expression on her face for that, and the maid could not help but notice it. Anne was simply dying of curiosity, but Laura never talked about everything in a row, like other aristocrats. Suddenly people said that Mr. Dalton would soon propose to her. He did not confess his feelings in the letter, but his words allowed the lady to judge his sincerity. As the maid had already noticed, the mistress was not currently receiving visitors, because she had been feeling rather strange lately. Anne couldn't believe Laura was avoiding the man who was going to propose to her. She was even more afraid that the lady was planning to reject his proposal and never intend to marry again. The lady admitted that she was really going to refuse him, but Anne could not accept it. She could in no way tell the lady what to do, but she asked her to believe that running away would not solve anything. If a gentleman is free to propose, that lady has every right to decline it. In Laura's opinion, things were not so simple, and it would be very rude for a lady like her to refuse the offer of a gentleman like Mr. Dalton. Miss Pendleton had no dowry. She considered herself old enough to marry, but Mr. Dalton could not help but know this fact. In the lady's eyes, marriage was something else. Emotions alone wouldn't get you far. More was needed for a life together. Perhaps having given in to passionate emotions, she would be happy with this gentleman for a while, but Laura was not at all sure of this. Anne decided to ask Laura directly how she felt about this man. Now she asked him to put all other thoughts aside and asked him directly if she really didn't feel any emotions for him. Until Laura heard this question addressed to her, she still wouldn't have known what to answer. Laura didn't answer this question, but just stood up silently and got ready to go to bed. In her opinion, being an old maid is not so easy, but on the other hand, it has the biggest advantage. Laura explained that you can be friends with young gentlemen without any tension and never think about future relationships. The lady was certain of one thing: there was not a drop of love in her heart for this man. An atmosphere of oppressive anticipation reigned in the house, and the maid was incredibly worried about her mistress. She wanted to help somehow, to give some advice, but she understood that it was not within her competence. Anne understood everything without words. Mrs. Laura remained true to her decision, and the happy future that seemed so close again seemed to elude her. Laura picked up the letter again, noticing the neat handwriting, the refined style, and the impeccably polite communication style. Despite such a cold reception, he still continued to send letters, and they were very sincere. What impressed the lady most was this special gift, a painting depicting the gentleman's native lands. Laura understood perfectly well that Mr. Dalton was indeed a very good man, but more than that, he was a respectable gentleman. She reread his letter many times, not understanding when it all began. She never looked at him as a man and believed that he would remain the same in the future. Perhaps a wonderful future awaited them, but Laura was sure that she was not suitable for him as a partner. She clutched the piece of paper tightly, pressing it to her chest, lucky he had returned to him now. Laura hoped that if they were at a distance from each other, the master's feelings would soon subside. And when he returned, clearing his mind, perhaps they could become those friends again, but something told the lady that this would not happen. As much as Laura didn't want to lie to herself, for some reason this confession unsettled her, as if her support had been shattered and shaken. The lady admitted to herself that she had missed him all week, and when he mentioned leaving, her heart sank. Then she reread the phrase "I'll be back" dozens of times, and wondered if these were just friendly feelings. It had been a long time since Laura had experienced something like this, a forbidden dream that was never meant to come true. Her heart, taught by bitter experience, whispered that the relationship could hurt her again. The gentleman so desperately wanted to be with her, and was such a banal confession not enough? And if two people love each other sincerely, this is enough to build a wonderful relationship. All her life, Laura wore a family amulet around her neck, inside which was a photograph of her beloved mother. At that moment, the heroine felt like that little girl again, who was approached by her grandmother again, caring and loving. The lady saw a little girl in front of her, who was looking at her with sad, childish eyes. The baby looked exactly like Laura. It was her, but as if she were a miniature copy of her. When Miss Pendleton was still a child, on one of the saddest days she cried bitterly, fearing that they would part forever. Next to her stood a respectable gentleman who promised that one day the time would come when she would never cry again. The man assured her that her father would definitely come back for her, but that the little girl needed to be patient a little longer. He hung a pendant around the girl's neck and asked her to wear it near her heart for the rest of her life. This man promised that he and his mother would always be close, and the pendant contained her photograph. This is how a 7-year-old girl remembered saying goodbye to her father, who left her in the Pendleton house. Separation from her beloved father left bitterness in her heart, but the kind old woman who accepted Laura as her own warmed her with maternal warmth, as if she had found her dead daughter again. It was only thanks to her that little Laura finally forgot her bitter loneliness, but unfortunately, this did not last long. One day, Mr. Gerald Pendleton, the head of the family and little Laura's uncle, arrived. He met his own niece differently, as if they had never been related at all. For him, his niece was just a pathetic product of scandal who had disgraced the honor of the house. And the mother's decision to accept this girl caused in him a furious anger, blazing like hellfire. The daily clashes between mother and son, of course, affected the psyche of the little lonely girl. As soon as he saw her, the uncle immediately started screaming loudly and throwing everything that came to hand. Then Laura learned to live in the shadows, hiding like a mouse behind a baseboard. This went on for 3 years, and despite her grandmother's desperate attempts to protect Laura, her constant quarrels with her son ultimately led to nothing. She was forced to stay, gave up the idea of raising Laura in the Pendleton house, and decided to send her to boarding school. The House of Pendleton was one of the most distinguished families in England, and from Laura's very first day at boarding school, a trail of whispers about her origins followed her. But Laura never paid attention to empty gossip and rumors. She immersed herself in her studies from the first day, with rare diligence and innate intelligence, becoming the first student. She tried in every way to behave impeccably, quietly, politely, flawlessly. Laura, the illegitimate one, was a stigma she methodically erased, suppressed, and buried deep inside in order to become Laura, the smart one. The lady wanted to be perfect in everything, and while she studied tirelessly, Lady Abigail was constantly struggling. The lady wanted to include her granddaughter in the family tree. She didn't have the slightest chance against the legal head of the family. It was only when the old lady took the extreme measure of promising her entire fortune to Gerald's son after her death that Laura finally gained the right to bear the Pendleton name. On the day when 17-year-old Laura graduated from boarding school, Lady Abigail brought her not to the family estate, but to a London townhouse. After meeting the little girl, the old lady dreamed of her granddaughter experiencing the high life. For one reason alone, her mother had been deprived of this all her life and immediately introduced Laura into high society. London never forgot old scandals, he did not forgive, and even more so, he did not accept her. And no matter how hard Laura tried to fit into high society, she always felt like a black sheep. For all 12 years in society, Laura lived constantly remembering that she had never been a real aristocrat. She never felt like she belonged to high society, and even less so, she was not ready to engage in empty conversations. But she learned to live with this humbly, without complaints, because this was the only way to withstand the cold looks and caustic hints. Laura knew better than anyone what decisions based solely on feelings could lead to, even if people loved each other. The lady was worried that her origins would sooner or later become a major obstacle, and then all the suffering that had befallen her would pass on to their children. She put the letter away in a huge drawer of the desk, realizing that Mr. Dalton was a very dear person to her. Laura couldn't help but think about the children and the future, which is why she had to make an important decision and most likely refuse. At this time, Mr. Dalton had already arrived at his native estate, Whitefield Hall, to deal with the accumulated problems. He was immediately greeted with respect by a butler named Ramswick, and he immediately noticed that the gentleman had changed. Immediately after his arrival, the gentleman had to get down to business, and the first thing he did was go to the funeral, which was quiet and calm. Pastor Genfield was a very kind man, so an incredible number of people came to his funeral, and Ian was still haunted by the fact that he could not be with him in the last minutes of his life. But he knew one thing: the pastor's family must live with dignity. The gentleman returned just last night, having been busy all this time, and turned to his butler. Upon arrival, I didn't even have time to ask how he was doing, how his health was, and whether his knees were bothering him more. Ian was glad to hear that the butler's health had already improved significantly and asked for forgiveness for his long absence. At that moment, the maid came out, surprised that the gentleman had already returned from the funeral. He had arrived late in the evening, and she had not even had time to greet him. The lady wondered whether Mr. Dalton would bring someone with him from London this time, since he had never left the estate for so long before. Moreover, he had never torn himself away from his work with such persistence, and the servants began to suspect something. Until Sir himself deigns to tell, no one will know what really happened in beautiful London. About 2 months had passed since Mr. Dalton left his native mansion and went away. Upon arrival, he was met with a pile of accumulated papers, a huge number of cases, as if a whole mountain had fallen on his shoulders. The primary tasks were to calculate rent, resolve litigation, and settle disputes between landowners. Then the gentleman will have a personal visit to the mine, where development has recently begun, and a meeting with a lawyer, but most importantly, the issue with the estate manager. Having personally examined the documents, he was convinced that things were as bad as they could be, and that was why the butler was in a hurry to report what was happening immediately upon arrival. The manager was recommended by a friend of a friend. The gentleman didn't have much of a choice, so he agreed to the first candidate. Ian had not expected much discretion from his brother-in-law, and his indifference to his own holdings was no secret. Now Mr. Dalton has to deal with the consequences that could affect his land holdings. While he had been immersed in business, leaving his office for not a minute, only now did he begin to truly feel his return. It was incredible that the gentleman had spent a whole month in that noisy, chaotic place, and now everything seemed to be covered in a light haze. And it was no secret to Mr. Dalton that all memories were being erased with astonishing haste. Except for one one single image that still lives within him, and that is the image of Laura. Not for a second, even when immersed in work, did he forget about her, and that same charming smile stood before his eyes. Every evening he wondered what Laura was doing now. Maybe she was enjoying an exquisite dinner in someone's noble home. Or maybe she is whirling in a dance at a brilliant ball, and who knows who is the lucky one who will be honored to be next to her. Another option is possible. Suddenly she is standing by the window, gazing at the night sky, just like him. Mr. Dalton yearned for this girl every day, and only one thought interested him. Perhaps right now, at this very second, standing by the window, she longs for him just as much as he longs for her. In the gentleman's head, this sounded like complete nonsense, and he just wanted everything to actually be that way. After her decisive, cold-blooded refusal, can one really expect her to want to see me again? And yet, for the gentleman it was quite strange, and he had never experienced anything like it before. Such a kind, such a gentle nature, could it really be she who refused so coldly, without even hearing a full-fledged proposal of marriage? He couldn't believe that Laura was disgusted by him. Obviously she was worried about the dowry, about the opinions of others. For Mr. Dalton, it was not a question of money. He had more than enough funds, an unrivaled reputation, and it simply had no room for further deterioration. He decided to try again, to come again, to show up at her house and explain everything properly so that she would listen to him. Calmly, attentively, with that very sweet seriousness and insight that suits her so well. And when everything is finally said, when he asks her again, this time for real, to become his wife, he will understand everything. Every time he imagined their meeting after that conversation, when he would be able to touch her hand again. He feared only one thing, again a cold-blooded refusal, but he was ready to take this serious step. For the sake of feelings, deep and sincere, that made his heart come alive again. A warm heart does not prevent her from being true to her convictions, and if she has long since decided to refuse, she will do it. No matter how much the gentleman tried to convince her, no matter how much he begged her, and even if he allowed himself to have a flash of bad temper, she would have blinked her eyes at me. Therefore, Mr. Dalton had no intention of retreating, because if he missed this chance, he would never experience such a feeling again. He decided to finish all his business as soon as possible and return to London, find a reliable manager, and not return back until he received her consent. He imagined how one day he would finally take Laura to his estate, even if his actions went beyond all measure, even if he lost respect in her eyes. Several days had passed, and the butler noticed that the gentleman had become too thoughtful after arriving from London. He increasingly plunges into sad thoughts, as if his mind is floating somewhere far away. And at night it seems he sleeps very poorly, and this can be said by his tired look. Ramswick brought documents concerning pensions for servants preparing to retire. All the problems with business were resolved, and even in such moments the gentleman was usually clear and attentive. But the butler noticed that he seemed absent-minded, and could it really be that something had happened in London that no one knew about yet? Out of the corner of his eye, between the documents, he managed to see a pencil sketch of a noble lady, which the gentleman had carefully hidden. After checking the documents, Mr. Dalton reported that everything was in order, but the butler continued to look at his drawing in surprise. When the butler left his office, the maid suspected something was wrong with him. It was simply unimaginable. This definitely couldn't happen, and the butler just walked out with a smile on his face. Perhaps something good had happened to him, and between the important papers there was a drawing of a beautiful girl. All urgent matters were put in order, which meant it was time to visit my sister, who, I have no doubt, had been tirelessly waiting for her brother in London all this time. Ian was not going to delay another day. He warned the butler that he would soon have to go back to London. Mr. Dalton could not say how long he would stay there, but he guessed it would be longer than last time. He asked that a trusted person be found to manage the estate, and the butler promised to immediately place an advertisement in the newspapers. The venerable gentleman left the estate on a black raven horse and was ready to set off on an exciting journey again. And now Ramswick had no doubt, all this was for the sake of that lady from the portrait. From the very day Mr. Dalton returned, he was on pins and needles, and nothing less than in love, and really in love. The butler was incredibly happy. Finally, the young master would bring his mistress into the house. Soon, Ian reached the entrance to Danville Park. He was here again. At least a month had passed, and he really hoped that everyone was alive and well. Ian came here to meet his brother-in-law, and during this time he missed this place very much. Presumably the brother-in-law should be out hunting now, given the time of day. Mr. Dalton was definitely not alone here, and he immediately heard a painfully familiar voice. These were children's voices, young boys playing outdoors in the park, and these boys were relatives. As usual, they were arguing, sorting something out, and one fair-haired boy was trying to convince them that his friend had said the same thing last time. Uncle Ian's appearance made them stop their squabbling as soon as they noticed him. The boys pretended that they had not been arguing with each other and politely greeted their uncle. Ian was not at all surprised. The boys were always arguing with each other, and he got off his horse to ask one of the boys to give him something. He hid a wooden gun behind his back, admitting that they were just playing hunting. From the gentleman's stern look, one could judge that this was his last warning, and he must hand over the wooden gun immediately. Mr. Dalton was the man the boys always listened to, and could not when they could not interfere with his will. Danville Park was the place where the venerable gentleman's sister lived, and this place is also his home. This morning the lady diligently laid out the tarot cards, which always helped her in difficult life situations. Mr. Dalton quietly opened the door, and his sister was surprised at how unexpectedly he arrived. A respectable lady named Margaret Fairfax was Ian's sister, and she was surprised when he managed to arrive. The first thing he did was put on the table the object he had just managed to take from the boys. To Margaret's great surprise, there was a gun on the table, and it wasn't made of wood at all. Mr. Dalton was indignant. He wanted to know if his sons had decided to have fun with shooting, and they just happened to be caught by him. Margaret heard that Daniel had managed to steal his father's pistol, and Mr. Dalton had already given him a good thrashing and asked him to tell his son-in-law to take proper care of his weapon. The lady asked her brother to look at a special card, and Mr. Dalton wondered if she really wanted him to study fortune-telling cards while her sons were running around with real bullets. Margaret understood that her brother was angry because if he had not noticed what was happening, something terrible could have happened. It was the first time Ian had seen his sister so engrossed in cards, but to him it was all childish fun. Suddenly, the sister asked if her brother had met someone in London. She got a card about a wedding before the end of the year. Ian denied that he had no one, but Margaret had already found out from Mr. William how popular he was in London. William even told how Mr. Dalton had politely accepted the invitation to the picnic, but Margaret knew very well that he had never responded to any invitations before. She asked him to honestly admit whether it was really the one at those receptions who had captured his soul. The sister even mentioned the name of Miss Laura, who so often appeared in the gentleman's letters, and it was with her that he danced and came to her dinner parties. And he said that he probably shouldn't have come here, but at that moment his sister seemed to start choking and lowered her head. Mr. Dalton began to worry and immediately rushed to her aid, intending to call a doctor. The very next second, he saw a smile on the face of his sister, who had been constantly playing pranks on him since childhood. She knew that after his arrival something had changed in him, the very atmosphere. When a man carries one and only lady in his heart, it is impossible to hide. Margaret gently asked him to tell her who Miss Pendleton was, and she must be a very beautiful and intelligent girl. The brother remained silent, but the little sister tried in every possible way to get him to talk, to finally find out the whole truth. Noticing his distant look, she lovingly stroked his back and confessed that he was in love, but unrequitedly. When Margaret said these words, she was incredibly scared, and could it really be that Mr. Dalton was in unrequited love for the first time in his life? It was no wonder he looked so tired. It all turned out to be much simpler, the sensitivity of a lonely heart that had failed to conquer a lady. Margaret asked if she could, without a twinge of conscience, forward a very touching letter from his childhood. When Ian was still little, he brought his sister a letter one day, on the eve of her wedding, and he was in tears. There was something written there that if his sister got married and went far away, he would always love her, no matter what happened. The sister recalled how this touching letter was all written in crooked letters with mistakes, and even smeared with tears. When she read it, she herself burst into tears. Tears clouded her eyes, and Margarita could barely reach the altar. It was a treasured memory, and the lady was sure that if she sent the letter to Mr. William, he would be touched, and might even show it to Miss Pendleton. Ian knew she was really going to do it, but Margaret had no intention of making fun of her poor brother. She asked him if he was sure that the lady would not accept his feelings, and if there was a special reason for this. Mr. Dalton was a man of few words, but his sister understood his feelings and suggested that they remain friends for the time being. There is no need to approach too hastily, let the girl get used to his constant presence, and it is better for him to just be calm and serene. Margaret suggested that he pretend to be courting someone, and then the lady would stop being afraid of him. And when the time comes, he must act carefully, gently, and then the walls around her heart will weaken. Margaret was sure that further feelings would awaken on their own, and there was a special secret in this. When Ian pretended to give his heart to another, he would have to ask Laura for advice on love affairs, but the gentleman did not understand why such complications were necessary. In Margaret's imagination, it is her unconscious jealousy that will make her realize the truth. And when jealousy begins to blossom in her chest, the very one that she carefully tried not to notice, then she will fall victim to painful languor. Mr. Dalton thought his sister's plan sounded incredibly stupid, and he couldn't do that to Laura. This was exactly the answer she had expected, and her brother prepared to leave, confessing that he was convinced that Margaret's health was in perfect order. The cards told her otherwise. He had just spoken words about the feelings of his beloved woman, and this was the first love story in his life. And now Margaret was absolutely sure that her brother would soon bring a full-fledged mistress to Whitefield. Meanwhile, in London, at Baron Lance's estate, the ladies were discussing Mr. Dalton's urgent situation at his home estate. It was for this reason that he left London in a hurry, and this information was already known to absolutely everyone. The ladies were having a pleasant conversation, and the aristocrat sitting opposite Madame Law could not believe that she was drinking tea with her face to face. They say that Lady Lenz is the flower of the entire current season, and she is incredibly graceful, calm, and noble. This girl was known in absolutely all social circles of the Empire, and her charm could not fail to amaze. She was puzzled to receive a reply from Mr. Fairfax to an invitation for Mr. Dalton, stating that the addressee was currently unable to attend the elegant evening. It was from this letter that the lady learned that Mr. Dalton had successfully left London without even informing her about it. He disappeared without a word, and Lady Lenz believed that Mr. Fairfax's sister might know the real reason. The lady said that last time he had not appeared in London for 5 years, and perhaps this time he would not return any time soon. These were just her guesses, but Miss Lance wanted to know if Mr. Dalton had really left for good. Not wanting to listen to Miss Janet's empty assumptions, she was sure that Mr. Dalton would certainly return to London soon. Some slipped away one after another in silence, without bringing a single message about him, but on the other hand, she understood that they were not yet close enough. Therefore the lady was upset by this news and could not send the letter to Whitefield herself. At that moment, the living room was lit up by the radiant smile of Mr. William, who thanked Lara for the invitation. The tea party had just ended, the meal was about to begin, and the young man was not even a minute late. Janet laughed and said that her brother should be glad that he was not even more late, and if he had come later, she would have eaten his portion. William noticed how Miss Lance had been looking after Miss Janet lately and expressed his gratitude. Lady Lance had always dreamed of becoming closer to the Fairfax family, and now she had the honor of sharing a modest meal, and her heart was filled with joy. After her words, William suggested that they proceed to the dining room to finally begin the grand dinner. William was the only link between the lady and Mr. Dalton, and it would be wisest to remain on good terms with him. After all, William himself was a very pleasant conversationalist, and his company was not at all a burden. So people immediately asked if he would mind joining them at the theater next week. They say the symphony orchestra has a new program. This morning, mail arrived at the Pendleton estate, which Laura needed to check immediately. One of the letters was for Grandma, and the second was also for her from the priest, and the third letter was an invitation to afternoon tea from Baron Lewis. Among the letters, Laura saw the addressee. This name was more familiar to her. It was her uncle. The letter was undoubtedly from Gerald, but what's more, it turned out to be addressed not to Grandma, but to Laurie herself. From a man from whom, in all these years, she had not received any news, not even a routine greeting. The letter began without the slightest decency, not a kind word, not a hint of politeness. Its content was as simple and straightforward as a mirror reflecting her uncle himself. As she remembered him from the depths of her memories, there was not a drop of warmth, not a trace of goodwill in the cold tone. The gist of the letter was as follows: 6 months ago, my uncle and his second son, Charles, met someone like that. At that time they were on a trip, and fate brought them together with a very interesting person. While in the United States, they met a certain Tom Price, a university friend of their uncle. At the instigation of this gentleman, an engagement was formed between Charles and his goddaughter, a New York heiress named Joan Jensen. Now, Mr. Price himself, as reported in the letter, arrived in London, ostensibly to attend the silver wedding of his younger sister. The name of Tom Price seemed familiar to Laura, of course. This was the same gentleman who had recently caused quite a stir in society. Tom Price was a seemingly unremarkable gray-haired man, but he was confident. His name thundered in the American financial world, his business acumen, his innate sense of humor, all this captivated and intrigued London society. There were rumors that he was originally from England, but in his youth he left for America, where he married a dazzlingly beautiful and sophisticated woman. They had children, and the family lived happily for many years until death separated him from his wife, and more than 30 years later he returned to his homeland. His sudden appearance became a source of heated gossip and inspiration for endless secular speculation. Laura had no doubt that he didn't appear so often at London social events just to pass the time, and how could he forget his wife, with whom he had separated? Mr. Price's appearance caused quite a sensation. The rumor spread quickly and widely, and there was hardly a single person who had not heard of him. In any case, the gist of the letter was that Mr. Price, who had arrived in London one step earlier, should be given a warm welcome. And this means, to Laura's great disappointment, her Uncle Gerald will soon also arrive in London. The news awakened a terrible excitement in the heroine, because since childhood she had had a special relationship with this man. She was no longer that 7-year-old girl who trembled and hid from him every time she saw him from afar. Laura had long since become a different person, a grown-up, respectable lady who had once faced terrible treatment as a child. The fear was still present. There was no point in lying, but despite the trembling in her hands, she was ready to cope with her role. Gerald clearly couldn't be as angry with her as he had been when she was still a child. However, even if the heroine comes to terms with this, what will her grandmother say, who knew very well about their relationship? This year will be difficult for her, and she is absolutely forbidden from worrying now. Grandma had been feeling very unwell for a long time, and under no circumstances should we create reasons for her anger. The most important thing is to surround her with care now so that she can find peace and tranquility. Laura was worried about what would happen if her grandmother got angry after hearing the news, and suddenly the knowledge would be lost, and perhaps this meeting would make her feel even worse. Grandmother reported that Gerald and his companions had already arrived in London and would appear here soon. She wondered if they were really going to visit this townhouse now, and what they needed anyway. She asked Laura to prepare the best guest room for receiving guests, so that she could finally talk about everything with Gerald. Luckily, Grandma took the news very calmly, but Laura noticed that she wasn't too happy about it. The venerable lady first asked that an invitation be sent to Mr. Price, since if he were the head of the family, he would be worthy of the warmest welcome in this house. Perhaps these people could hardly be called good-natured, but the grandmother understood that she was forced to provide such a reception. Seeing her granddaughter's excitement, she carefully extended her hand and asked Laura to come closer. They held hands carefully, and the grandmother asked if the words had embarrassed her. She understood that Laurie was uncomfortable accepting the very man who had caused her so much suffering, but still, he was the head of the family. Laura admitted that she was really nervous, and her grandmother asked her to fulfill only one request. She asked her granddaughter to be patient for a few days for her sake, as the circumstances required it. Immediately after the conversation, Laura got down to business, asking to prepare the 2 largest rooms and 1 smaller one, and to rearrange the furniture if necessary. The lady asked the maid to decorate the living room and place a luxurious bouquet of daisies on the wall shelf. The lady in charge ordered the roofer to be called and asked the butler to check the living rooms. During the conversation, the grandmother also uttered one phrase, "Perhaps she doesn't have much time left, and it's unlikely that she will survive this year." Before it's too late, the grandmother would like to make peace with her son so that she doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. Laura understood perfectly well that this terrible man was her blood relative. Grandma apologized that Laurie would have to see him again, but now she was just asking for help. All the servants at the estate were bustling about before the arrival of important guests, and Laura only asked her grandmother not to apologize. She once became a mother to her when the little girl was just an orphan, and only thanks to her grandmother was she able to become a worthy person. Now she was ready to show these people how wonderfully her grandmother raised her, like a true noble lady. Today all the work was finally finished, and the tired heroine sat on the floor near her bed, holding a letter in her hands. By midday she needed to agree on the menu with Chef Germain and also complete the delayed roof repairs. Perhaps then everything would be perfect, or perhaps the opposite, and Laura had no idea whether she would be able to look like a perfect happy lady. Her grandmother was her second mother. For the sake of her granddaughter's happiness, she fought with her family and gave her support. Therefore, Laura realized that she should be happy for everything that her grandmother gave throughout her life, sacrificing herself. The truth was that Laura never felt truly happy in that house. When she was still a 7-year-old girl, one day she and her father went on a trip. She settled comfortably on his lap and, with her eyes closed, imagined what a wonderful life awaited her when she grew up. In one of the depths of her memory, the heroine always lived with her father, a wandering artist whose soul knew no peace. All the forests through which they walked hand in hand, the small streets, left an indelible mark on her memories. And finally, seeing his face for the last time, Laura could not blame her father for having once abandoned her. Wandering the world and raising a daughter is a heavy burden, and as a man, he must have made the only choice he considered possible. And yet, in moments of particular mental heaviness, Laura could not help but think about what would have become of her fate if they had remained together forever. Even if she had not acquired the knowledge that she did, even if she had not lived in a decent environment, everything would have been different. Couldn't she be a little happier in this huge world that was already full of pain and disappointment? Now she had a beloved grandmother, a woman who had sacrificed everything, even her own son, for her. She lives looking only at her granddaughter, and it was Laura who was the real light in the window for her. The heroine tried her best to thank her, replaced her daughter, showed what a true lady can be, and yet that was only half. Smiling at those who despised her was no way to live as Miss Pendleton, and she often wondered what it would be like to live as just Laura. Once Grandma leaves, Laura can no longer stay in the Pendleton house. People will whisper, "This is a fall, a humiliating collapse of a noble lady thrown out into the street without a penny," but for Laura it will be the beginning of a new life. The closer the sad separation came, the more clearly the day that was to be the beginning approached. For the sake of a new life, for the sake of her grandmother, the heroine was obliged to be there for her last days, to take care of her, and to help her reconcile with her only son. Surround her with those she loves so that she can pass away in peaceful harmony, and only then could the heroine, left alone, begin life anew. Several days passed, the day of the dinner party arrived, and Miss Hyde greeted her beloved friend with great joy. Miss Hyde started working for a new company. Everything was strange and surprising to her, and so far she was only entrusted with the simplest tasks. A new acquaintance was supposed to be present at the event. It was intriguing, and suddenly a male voice was heard. It was the same Tom Price that all the people of London spoke of, and Laura saw him for the first time. She greeted the gentleman politely, introducing herself as Gerald's niece, Laura. The gentleman admitted that Gerald had told a lot, and it had been an honor for him to meet the noble ladies. In America, more and more women were now entering into economic activity, and in Tom Price's opinion, this was astonishing foresight. Hyde confessed that Tom Price was the first person to say it so frankly, and no gentleman would have dared to tell this to a well-bred lady. According to Price, the secret was that a husband was nothing more than a burden to a woman, and he could not be anything else. Laura, seeing this man for the first time, just let out a sigh, and it was good that Miss Hyde was nearby today, and the rest of the guests had just arrived. The dinner party, as expected, was brilliant. Mr. Price, who had lived in America for a long time, was once again in his element. Everyone listened especially vividly to his stories about social life in New York, full of irony, observations, and subtle wit. His voice sometimes sounded louder than etiquette required, and his choice of subjects was sometimes on the verge of decency. Yet, thanks to his relaxed manner, good-natured laughter, and non-malicious tone, everything went well. Even the most daring remarks did not cause the slightest discomfort to the guests. That's why dinners with his participation began to be considered the most lively and successful in recent times. Each time Tom Price thanked Laura for the evening, which had given him great pleasure. He smiled broadly and said, "The lady outdoes herself every time, and it is truly impressive." If Mr. Price was satisfied, then Uncle should have no reason to reproach Laura. She was a little afraid, but it seemed he was a kind man. But sometimes she got tired of the endless series of dinners. It must be admitted that in such troubled times the bustle was distracting, and Mr. Dalton's smile still flickered in Laura's memory. A little time passed since then, and at the 5th dinner in honor of Mr. Price, something unusual happened. That time the other guests left earlier than usual, and the tired grandmother was escorted upstairs. And Laura, at Mr. Price's request, played the piano, and so they remained alone in the living room. Suddenly the lady felt something strange, as if something had changed and it had become too close between them. When Price first entered Soviet society, the first thing they told him was the name of Miss Pendleton, and even the Jirayat could not help but admire her. Laura couldn't believe that her uncle was praising her, and it was too strange, because he had never visited her since she was 10 years old. Tom Price assured, Gerald called Laura a true lady, the embodiment of English restraint and grace. For a second the lady felt a little strange, and before she felt comfortable with this man, suddenly she was overcome with a storm of strange emotions, as if she could hardly trust this man. There was a loud crash in the room, and the maid immediately came to check what had happened. With great surprise, she saw a strange picture. Tom Price was standing on one knee in front of Laura and carefully holding her hand. Anne asked what was going on, but Laura assured her that everything was fine and the maid could go. She understood that the man who got down on one knee in front of her could only mean one thing. Tom asked not to be afraid and to listen to his speech to the end, and he had wanted to say this for a long time. Meeting Laura awakened something in Price that had long been forgotten: nostalgia for his homeland, especially for the women of England. The man admitted that he came here in the hope that among the well-bred noble ladies he would be able to find one who would remind him of his departed wife. And one evening at the table in this house he met a lady in whom he again found the image of his wife: beauty, noble manners, intelligence, and a short temper. In Laura he saw a reflection of the woman he had once lost, so holding her hand he asked her to marry him. Price offered to go with him to America right now and start a new life next to him. He assured that he was not one of those men who frivolously dreamed about young girls, and he only wanted to have a wise, virtuous companion by his side. So Tom decided to propose to the lady and asked if she would accept his proposal of marriage. On the one hand, Laura was grateful, but she confidently declared that she had to refuse love for a person that would definitely not arise in the future. She politely asked him to accept the refusal with noble generosity and left Tom Price alone in the room. From then on, Mr. Price no longer showed up for dinner, but he did not give up, and from the very next day began sending flowers to the Pendleton house every day. Having learned Laura's schedule through inquiries and hints from mutual acquaintances, he began to appear at balls and musical evenings, wherever she was. Flowers, accompanied by polite but firm refusals, were returned, but this still did not stop him. Miss Pendleton was forced to give up almost all of her social life to avoid him because of his overly intrusive behavior. Word got around that Mr. Price was desperately seeking Miss Laura's hand, and surprisingly, most people took it as a stroke of luck for her. Evil tongues said that this might be Miss Pendleton's last chance, and next year she would already be 30. The aristocrats said that it was time for Laura to understand her own situation, and that she should not try to woo others, but rather be happy herself. That there was such a kind and wealthy gentleman as Mr. Price, who was ready to accept her into his family. Although people expressed their opinions unanimously, another worry lurked deep down. Each of the aristocrats thought that nothing like this would ever happen to her daughter. The fear began to spread like a contagion through all the houses where unmarried girls lived, and thus Miss Pendleton herself, without knowing it, became an example, a scarecrow for all young ladies. In the drawing room of the estate, Lady Lance spoke to William, assuring him that people were already going too far. It is impossible to imagine their union becoming a couple. However, Miss Laura is a lady of the earldom. When she spoke like this, her mother just laughed, saying that the girl knew nothing about life, and her friends did not agree with her at all. Tom Price continued to pursue her despite her refusals, and the lady thought it was unfair to Miss Laura. He was a friend of her uncle's, and it was not so easy to refuse him, but in William's opinion it was undoubtedly humiliating for Miss Dalton. The lady was sure that William would understand her, and it would be more logical if Mr. Pendleton allocated a dowry to spare his niece. It's hard to judge family matters, but it was still cruel Laura could have married a young man her own age, even if not an aristocrat. Now the lady is really in a difficult situation due to the lack of dowry, and it is sad when people judge by prejudice without really knowing the person. Miss Lance agreed with William completely, and in truth, Laura would have been doing well if it weren't for the problem of her origin. Because of this, the finger was pointed at her, but suddenly William turned to the lady. He said they were getting too involved in her personal affairs, and it was none of their business. It was just that Lady Lance was very outraged by the behavior of society, and she only wanted that no one bothered Laura, and that Miss Pendleton was quite capable of coping with the trials herself. He had to be careful, Miss Lance thought. If William wrote poorly in the letters he sent to Dalton, it would be bad. William decided it was time to send a letter to Whitefield, because Mr. Dalton still had not returned. Ian always asked his friend to write about Miss Laura and how she was doing, and after writing the letter, the young man realized that it had become difficult to communicate news lately. The news was not the best, too personal, so he decided to note in the letter only that his friend and the Count were now in London and maintaining contact. The butler brought William a letter from his daughter-in-law, which she had received quite recently. After reading the first lines, the young man grabbed back the letter he was going to send to Mr. Dalton and decided to rewrite it. Margaret wrote to ask how the young gentleman was doing. She was not interested in business and went straight to the point, asking him to keep it a secret that a worthy match had been found for Mr. Dalton. Margaret was very curious about Miss Laura, who had touched her brother's heart, and suggested that William would gladly take on the position of head of the London branch of Ian Dalton's marriage committee for her sake. At that moment, William felt like a fool and couldn't believe he hadn't noticed it before. Mr. Dalton, who hates all high society, trampled the threshold of the Pendleton house until it was full of holes. He urgently ordered the butler to send the letter immediately to Whitefield Hall, and soon the letter found itself in the hands of the venerable gentleman, who still missed that charming smile. A few days later, a gentleman arrived at the Fairfax estate whom no one was clearly expecting. The butler met Ian. The master ordered the luggage to be taken to the guest room. It was all rather strange, since he had given no warning at all about his urgent arrival. And not even one of the servants heard that Mr. Dalton was going to arrive unexpectedly. William looked at his friend in bewilderment, who didn't even say hello and immediately asked what the gentleman's name was. Not understanding what was being discussed, the young man asked Mr. Dalton what had happened and who he was looking for. Before asking questions, he suggested that he explain himself what he was doing there. Ian didn't seem to be in a friendly mood at all, and asked the young man to answer his question as soon as possible. He wanted to know the name of the upstart from America, and rushed over as soon as he received the telegram. William asked what he intended to do about it, whether he was really going to deal with him like a man. Mr. Dalton took a pistol from his pocket and ordered that this man be sent back overseas, and preferably that he forget about returning. At that moment, William became truly scared, because he had never seen him so menacing before. Ian may have intended to challenge the man to a duel, but it was all complete madness. Such barbaric antics had already sunk into oblivion during William's grandfather's lifetime, and he tried to explain himself to his friend. On the other hand, the law still allowed such things, and as long as there were seconds and laws, the duel was legal. So Mr. Dalton was confident that it was possible to shoot this man legally, and if William doesn't like it, he should tell him to get back to America immediately, so as not to see bullets in Tom Price's head. William tried his best to dissuade Mr. Dalton, asking him to at least give him a chance to sort it out. Now he realized that Ian was truly in love with Miss Pendleton, and if it weren't for her, what would he have done here then? From the very first meeting, he could not get her out of his head and thought about her every second. If everything had gone according to the original plan, he would not have ended up in Whitefield at all and wanted to marry her in London and return home together. William asked if Laura herself knew about his feelings and whether she accepted them, but Mr. Dalton admitted that on the very day he told her about it, Laura turned him down. William couldn't understand whether now, after his unsuccessful matchmaking, he was threatening to shoot her uncle's friend, calling it not love, but blind, reckless jealousy. If she had a father or brother, they would have already challenged him to a duel for the honor of their daughter or sister. Clenching his fist tightly, Ian said menacingly a crazy old man like him would never have dared to approach her. William understood his feelings perfectly, but he said there was another way out, where there was no place for weapons. He asked his friend to think carefully about whether he had the right to take the life of another person when talking about a duel. In fact, he has no right whatsoever to threaten a guest with a weapon for the sake of her honor, and if he decides to do such a thing, Laura will never want to see him again. William's words made Mr. Dalton think and not act on jealous impulses, and if he really wants to win the heart of a noble lady, first he needs to calm down and think clearly. At first, William asked him to put away his weapon. The very thought of a duel frightened him incredibly, and he wanted to help his friend. In fact, he would never have thought that the venerable gentleman, who had always been reserved, would act so rashly. If you think about it, Miss Pendleton and Ian could make a very worthy couple, the young man a suitable candidate for a groom, and Laura would undoubtedly be able to manage his difficult character. William decided to ask how Ian proposed, but he hadn't proposed at all and simply knew that she guessed how he felt. Mr. Dalton told the whole story and admitted that he deeply regretted the conversation. Now he finally understood why Laura had been avoiding talking about Ian lately. William suggested that first he needed to regain her trust, become her friend again, and maybe then there would be a chance. Mr. Dalton agreed, but he was not going to put up with that old man so easily, and if not with a weapon, then he was obliged to fence him off in some other way. The young man had no intention of hiding anything from his friend, and only asked him to listen carefully. William had known Laura for 6 years, and asked how many swindlers had tried to take advantage of her vulnerability. She is a woman without protection, without a father, without a brother. In the eyes of many, she is easy prey, and it would be much preferable if someone tried to take her as a wife. She could handle the situation herself, and while there was still a small chance of them becoming friends again, there was no point in making a scene with Mr. Price. William was sure that if he did something like that, Miss Pendleton would not say a word to him after that. Not only about marriage, they would never even let us meet again, and that was the absolute truth. Therefore, he once again asked his friend to be prudent. Now he must not give in to this anger, and to proceed prudently. Mr. Dalton, if he could, would immediately find this man and thoroughly beat his face, driving him out of England forever. If it had helped, he would have then taken revenge on everyone who dared to insult her, but it was absolutely impossible to do this, and Mr. Dalton seemed to be slowly going crazy. He didn't want to admit it, but now he really was right. And if he did this, Laura would really never want to see him again. He would like to see her face even for a moment, and was there no other way to subtly let her know that he was now back in London? A lady entered the room and asked if Brother Ian had a little time for a pleasant conversation. Miss Lenz came to visit today and said she would very much like to see Mr. Dalton, having heard that he had arrived in London. The gentleman still couldn't figure out how to send a message, but he didn't even think about other people. And when he heard about Miss Lance, he seriously inquired who she was. For some reason, he couldn't remember who Dora was, and his sister was surprised that he really didn't remember her. The name seemed familiar, and perhaps the gentleman had heard it once, and he was trying hard to remember. Finally, he realized that this was the very same person who had been introduced to Laura when they were at the picnic dinner. Ian couldn't understand why this young lady wanted to meet with him, since there was definitely nothing remarkable in their previous conversation. He warned Janet that he was too tired to receive guests at the moment, and only asked her to say that he was not at home. The lady began to worry. She had already warned Miss Lance, but the gentleman didn't care at all about that now. Now he began to remember that Miss Laura had clearly been pleased that he had shown kindness to her friend. So he decided to go out and meet Dora, who was incredibly happy to see Mr. Dalton again after so much time. Then he seemed to disappear from London. She was worried for a long time, and the young man asked her to apologize for such a long absence. William didn't think his friend would come down without making excuses, and unexpectedly, he turned out to be merciful. In fact, he just didn't want to upset Laura with a cold reception from her friend, and dearly she had already heard that the parish priest, Mr. Dalton, had died. The lady politely inquired how Whitefield was after a long separation, and whether the weather here was similar to that of its surroundings. From the conversations, Yen felt as if his ears were simply withering, because this young lady could not remain silent for a minute, and at every word she laughed loudly. Even feigned politeness can only go so far, and Ian suggested it might be better to lock himself in his room and drown in tobacco smoke. Dora reported that Mr. Dalton had returned on time, and that it was the height of the balloting season, and these were the ones known for their fierce rivalry. The lady thought that all gentlemen were crazy about such competitions and asked what he usually did in his free time. Sometimes he painted, sometimes he rode horses, and according to some people he led a boring life, but Janet admitted that his brother was a talented artist. She saw his sketches, which were better than any drawing teacher's, and Dora was incredibly eager to look at them. She asked her brother to show her his drawings, and William just shrugged his shoulders with a satisfied smile. Ian had no choice but to show the noble ladies his sketches, which they were simply delighted with. His skill was incredible. Never before had Dora looked at the drawings so closely. The works were truly flawless, with every line displaying subtle observation and refined craftsmanship. Suddenly, Dora realized that she would like to receive something as a gift from Mr. Dalton, and decided to ask him directly about it. The lady asked if he could paint her portrait, equally refined and elegant. The gentleman admitted that he would gladly fulfill the request, but he was not a professional portrait painter, and in his opinion, depicting a young lady alone was unacceptable. If it remained their little secret, known only to the four of them, Dora believed that nothing bad would happen. Ian was prepared to paint a married lady or a very young debutante, but to paint a single lady presented at court is completely impossible. He was sure it could harm Dora's reputation, and she had no idea that Mr. Dalton cared so much about her honor. So the lady couldn't think of anything else to do but suggest painting them together with Janet, and perhaps if the portrait showed them together, Ian would agree. William whispered that his friend could simply draw them, and if Janet was nearby, Laura wouldn't get the wrong idea. At last he had consented to be patient, and this tiresome young lady was for the time being the only thread connecting him with Miss Pendleton. Let it be so, and now he will simply take advantage of the moment, and then fate will show how everything should turn out. There was nothing to be done. The gentleman asked to bring pencils and offered to draw everything in one session and not a minute more. The ladies thanked him for his kindness, and Dora intended to hang his portrait in the most prominent place in the drawing room. Ian picked up a pencil and asked the girls to remain still so that he could capture their features and reflect them in the portrait. After some time, Dora looked with admiration at the incredible drawing, and never before had she seen such delicate and graceful portraits. She had seen many fine paintings, but Mr. Dalton had a special talent. In a world full of rich gentlemen, only Mr. Dalton possessed not only wealth, but also a truly artistic gift. Moreover, while he was drawing, it seemed to Dora that his gaze was capturing every part of her soul. It was all incredibly romantic. The lady hugged the portrait and was touched in the depths of her soul. For some reason, at that moment the lady was incredibly happy, and she had not experienced such emotions for a long time. Dora chose the most expensive frame in the house and hung the pencil drawing in the most prominent place in her house. Soon this portrait began to instill in Dora a charming, though deceptive, feeling as if she were meeting face to face with Mr. Dalton every new day. The next day, on one of the town's famous streets, the maid Anne was going to take the laundry to the laundry and then just go for a walk. Unexpectedly, she handed the second maid a basket of linen, warning her that she needed to step out for a while. Stepping out onto the threshold, she turned to the man who had been snooping around her lover's house since dawn. The venerable Mr. Dalton greeted the maid with a warm look, and it was very romantic. The maid had been in the estate all this time, but when the mistress came down, she could not find her anywhere. It was quite strange. Anne was just there, but Laura realized she had simply disappeared somewhere. Having met with the gentleman, she told him that there was one annoying problem that concerned Miss Laura. As far as her health goes, she's in perfect health and has been chewing quite well all this time. Ian immediately realized that they were talking about this American upstart that everyone in society was talking about. The maid asked if Mr. Dalton knew Mr. Price, and now he finally managed to find out his name. She could not tell where this man lived, although she had all the information perfectly well. It's not hard to guess from the expression on his face that if he tells you the address, he'll grab his gun and turn Mr. Price into a sieve. Frankly, Anne wouldn't have minded if someone had dealt with him, but she was sure that almost one gentleman shouldn't get involved in this. And it was obvious that he must marry the young lady, and Anne could not allow the mistress to become the wife of a murderer. Ian asked the name of the faithful servant and whether she was willing to help with some task. She was ready to do anything for her mistress, and the milord asked if he had even the slightest chance of winning her heart. In the maid's opinion, everything was going quite promisingly so far, but at least he hadn't shot Mr. Price yet. But if he challenges him to a duel, Laura will probably immediately stop all communication with him. Anne warned that she had no doubt that Mr. Pendleton would not let this go unpunished. Moreover, Mr. Price is his protégé. It was he who arranged the matchmaking, and in other words, if this happens, Laura could die at the hands of her uncle or be banished from England forever. Ian could protect her from everything if she would throw away this despicable old man and come to him again. The maid asked him if he really thought the young lady was capable of such a thing, but Mr. Dalton knew she had nothing to inherit from her family. If Laura's grandmother passed away, the young man wondered where Miss Pendleton would go then. Anne reported that the lady had been preparing to become a governess for a long time and was thinking about her future. When Ian heard this, he couldn't believe his ears. He really didn't know. Although it wasn't surprising, she rarely talked about such things. Laura will become a governess. This is complete absurdity. What kind of family would take a noble lady as a servant, because they are considered pampered and capricious? With the lady, everything was different. She knows Greek and Latin. She will be accepted on good terms without hesitation. There are almost no governesses who speak 5 languages, and frankly, this profession suited her. Miss Pendleton is intelligent, persistent, and proud, and under favorable circumstances, she will be able to achieve independence and a dignified life. This means that in the future, she could very well move to a completely different city, and they would never meet again. Go where Mr. Dalton is unlikely to find her, and then the most terrible time for him will come. Laura will no longer need him. Perhaps she will remember him. Perhaps she will forget him immediately. Ian realized he had to act as soon as possible and asked the maid not to announce his arrival. For Anne, it was not difficult at all, but she realized that it seemed that my lord had already thought of something. He had his own plan. Returning to the estate, the lady immediately asked where the maid had been all this time. Smiling, Anne said she had been to the shop around the corner and wanted to know if she should apply or if she wanted those very candelabra. Most of the trouble had already been taken care of. The stairs were still a problem, and fortunately, Laura didn't seem to notice. Anne had always considered that gentleman to be noble, reserved, and almost ascetic. But today, something else flashed in his gaze: danger, determination, and burning stubbornness. And the most disturbing thing is that this fiery gaze was directed at the lady, and perhaps this is exactly what she was missing. This is a man who will not back down from his own. He will definitely take her to his native estate and give her a new name, Mrs. Dalton, the most noble lady in all of Yorkshire. Meanwhile, as soon as the painting took its place on the wall in the Lenz's house, rumors of Dalton's return spread around the world with astonishing speed. People whispered that a gentleman was painting a lady's portrait and giving it to her, and for high society this was quite enough ground for gossip. But another lady, Miss Janet, was also present in the portrait, which became an excellent barrier to rumors. Of course, even with this shield, dreamers continued to believe in romance, and people appreciated the artist's skill. Later, after a tea party at the Lenz estate, Dora sat with the ladies who were talking tirelessly about Mr. Dalton. They were sure that the gentleman was smiling at Mrs. Lance and was in complete agreement with her words. In their opinion, he was head over heels in love with the noble lady, and it was with her that he was so gentle and caring. The girls even suggested that they take a closer look at this man next time, and probably Mrs. Dora did not pay attention to this. Rumors started to spread that he was going to propose to her, and this news became the most discussed. Still, Mr. Dalton's return to London could not have been accidental. It definitely had a purpose. Dora really wanted to believe that perhaps she was the one with this goal, having listened to her friends. She asked them not to talk nonsense, admitting that she actually didn't even know what the gentleman was feeling. The aristocrats were already discussing the upcoming wedding ceremony, which must definitely take place in Whitefield. They wanted to see these places with their own eyes, and given its fame, it is surprising that there is no painting anywhere. They say it's an old Dalton family tradition not to put the estate on display, and it's a home, a family nest, and they believe it shouldn't become the property of outsiders. The estate was closed even to tourists, but they say it is incredibly beautiful. The ladies said that someone had seen a picture of the estate quite recently, but not in the gallery. The painting hangs in the living room of the Pendleton family estate, in the most prominent place in the living room. Just recently, while having tea at the Pendleton house, one of the friends noticed a landscape decorating the wall in the reception room and said that she had never seen anything like it before. Then Laura confessed what was depicted in the painting, and it was a picture of that very Whitefield estate. Dora was surprised to hear this, and she could not even imagine that Laura had such a close relationship with Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dalton had often visited this estate in the past, and he apparently painted this picture especially for Laura's living room. And it turns out that there really was such a sincere closeness between Mr. Dalton and the Pendletons that he even gave them a picture of Whitefield, a place that is never shown to outsiders. One of his friends suggested that perhaps Laura simply knew how to flatter his vanity and simply asked him to draw a landscape. The ladies discussed what kind of Whitefield was in the painting, but some only heard about the existence of the canvas, and the content of the painting itself remained a secret. Dora didn't expect that Miss Pendleton and Mr. Dalton were so close. Now she would also like to know about this place. The ladies made a real fuss over some painting, because in the end, they were sure that Dora would become the mistress of these places. Dora had a personal portrait painted by Mr. Dalton himself, and for them the comparison lost all meaning. Miss Lance, unable to distinguish truth from dreams, succumbed to the influence of those around her, and without realizing it, lost her judgment. Thus, in the leisurely flow of days, the day came when Sir Gerald Pendleton and his companions arrived at the townhouse. Laura tried not to worry and was completely ready to greet the distinguished guests as befits a noble lady. A tall man with incredibly blue eyes stepped out of the carriage, and that man was Charles Pendleton. He looked like a living portrait of his uncle in his youth, and was incredibly similar to him. Charles was waiting near the carriage, from which a woman's hand appeared, and the lady's enthusiastic voice announced that this was the very same townhouse. The incredibly luxurious lady appreciated the refined, noble spirit of antiquity that reigned here. It was Miss Joanne Jensen, as befits the heiress of an American tycoon. She exuded confidence and a dazzling, almost daring charm, and such girls always leave behind a trail of memories. And finally, that very second came when Laura, after a long time and her whole life, saw that very man. Uncle Gerald stepped out of the carriage, and as befits his cold-blooded nature, he did not even glance at his relative. Laura tried not to worry, to keep her cool. She was no longer that girl from the past, and he was no longer that hot-tempered young heir. Now this house belongs to her. They are just guests here, and the noble lady welcomed them. Laura greeted the guests politely on behalf of the hostess, Miss Abigail Pendleton, her grandmother. Smiling, the noble lady promised that while the guests were here, she would take care of their comfort. The gentleman didn't even seem to react to her words, and her uncle remained silent. Joanne Jensen was the first to approach her, smiling a gorgeous smile and extending her hand. Her charm was impossible to miss, a legendary aristocrat, and she admitted that she was incredibly glad to meet him. She said hello without even waiting for an introduction, and Laura didn't even have time to say her name. The ladies shook hands in greeting, and Joanne asked if the person standing before her must be Charles's cousin and Sir Gerald's niece. The lady admitted that she had been patiently awaiting this visit, and according to some, it was the finest townhouse in all of London. Laura even offered to inspect the house and was happy to show it around, and it was truly the best mansion. Intrigued by the offer, Joanne asked to be treated to a cup of tea while they were there. Charles turned to the lady, who had already decided to take a look around the reception area with pleasure. She said she would only stop by briefly to check the location of the townhouse before meeting Mr. Price, but the lady said it was nothing and the godparents would certainly not worry. She asked Charles not to behave like his uncle's servant, admitting that she was quite cheerful, and if they were tired from the road, then let them rest. Suddenly, Charles took the girl by the hand and declared that he had the right to decide what would be best for the lady. Outraged by such treatment, the lady angrily declared who had granted him such a right she did not remember it at all. Charles didn't know how things were in America, but in England, a bride had to follow the wishes of her future husband. Gerald warned that Miss Jensen really should come back today. If they had already tired her out from the first day, how he would look into his eyes later. Since Mr. Pendleton insisted on getting it, Lady Jensen's had no choice but to agree with his opinion. Even after such a humiliating reprimand in public, they both fussed about helplessly, and a curious hierarchy emerged. The lady promised to return with her godfather for a dinner party that evening, and blew him a tender kiss. During all this time, Gerald never once turned to Laura, and all this time she felt a wild tension from him. He cast a cold glance at her and asked if the guest rooms were ready for her arrival. Laura smiled and politely replied that a large room had been prepared for her uncle, as well as 2 adjoining rooms on the 3rd floor. He walked past her as if he had never known this man, and Laura asked the servants to show the guests out. As the guests passed by, Laura sensed their true character, and she knew perfectly well that she should not expect kindness from them. Now was not the time to think about this, and even less to be distracted by these people who meant absolutely nothing to her life. Her only task is to make tonight's dinner party the most flawless reception in the history of the Pendleton house. Laura needed to have time to prepare a place where her grandmother or uncle could have a quiet conversation before the meal began, and asked Leon if he had shown his companions to the guest quarters. He said they had already gone upstairs to greet their grandmother, and the lady had not expected this at all. Considering how many years they had been quarreling, no doubt they would start arguing as soon as they met. The lady was most worried that her grandmother would become too worried and that her condition would worsen because of this. Therefore, she should not allow a quarrel under any circumstances, and immediately went to her grandmother's room. Opening the door slightly, she saw Mr. Gerald sitting on his knees next to his mother, with tears streaming down his face. He cried like a noble gentleman and asked for forgiveness for his wayward son, of whom she could hardly be proud. The grandmother assured that everything was perfectly fine, and as a mother she could not hold a grudge against her own child. Now everything was fine, he was holding her hand, and perhaps this was their last meeting. Gerald loudly repented and asked his mother to never hold a grudge against him again. Laura couldn't understand what was going on here and why these two immediately went to visit her. Gerald introduced Mrs. Charles, whom she herself called by that very name. Charles was her grandson, and his grandmother wanted to look at his face and admitted that during this time he had truly matured. A picture unfolded before her eyes, not at all like what she had expected Miss Pendleton, not having seen even a shadow of the scenes she described, would have had the right to rejoice at this beautiful reconciliation. Alas for her who has never in her life imagined anything other than reserved coldness or feigned politeness. This scene of family warmth and reconciliation turned out to be nothing more than a strange and unnatural melodramatic performance on the part of Gerald and his son. The grandmother turned to Laura, calling her granddaughter so that she would not stand by the door, and sat down next to her. She asked if Gerald had said hello to his niece, since she had been caring for her with devotion all this time. Gerald said that he greeted Laura with respect, as if there had been no quarrels or long-standing feud. The display of a seemingly family idol produced a strange impression, and Laura only had to smile politely. Whether it was a carefully staged scene or a sincere reconciliation, none of it mattered now. And the only thing Laura really wanted was for her grandmother to remain calm in all this incredible chaos. That evening, a real, flawless family dinner took place in the idiot's house. The focus was on a touching meeting between a mother and son who had not seen each other for almost their entire lives. The future married couple, also the groom's godfather, who supposedly added even more coziness and warmth to the atmosphere, looked hypocritical. The main topic at the table, of course, was the newlyweds. Charles Pendleton told a story at length. How, after graduating from a prestigious university and working in a law firm, he unexpectedly chose the path of a priest. His exhaustive explanations of both the poverty and trials that lay ahead and the power of faith and love to overcome them drew approving nods. However, Mr. Dalton, remembering his cheeky manners before dinner, felt a fundamental contradiction. She glanced furtively at Mr. Charles, but immediately tried to drive away all bad thoughts. Hoping only that the guests' visit would pass without incident, her life remained the same after they left. After dinner, Laura asked the maid to inform Monsieur Germain that fresh food would be delivered the following morning. Laura had been feeling tired all the time during her preparation, but suddenly she heard a painfully familiar male voice behind her. The voice did not belong to Gerald, and the girl shuddered at the mere word. Mr. Price stood right behind her, his unexpected appearance managing to frighten the noble lady, but he immediately apologized. It turned out that he had forgotten his gloves, but perhaps he had deliberately left them so openly that they could not go unnoticed. Mr. Price admitted that he had one small request of the noble lady, which he would remember for the rest of his life. He asked Laura to take Joan under her wing and open the way for her into London high society. Lady Jensen had recently reigned supreme in American salons, but now her goal was to conquer the vast city of London. Mr. Price said she lacked grace and English manners, and if such an impeccable lady as Laura could show her a true example of a noble lady, it would be a great encouragement to her. Laura agreed. Miss Jensen was Charles's fiancée, and she promised to do her best. If only this man would not worry, he finally had to leave, but unfortunately these were not all his words. The lady did not want him to fall on his knees in front of her again and simply asked him to stop. This time the lady could no longer restrain herself and loudly declared that no matter how many times he proposed marriage, her answer would remain the same. Even Tom Price himself did not expect that Laura could be such a serious, but at the same time noble lady. It is not easy to grasp the true meaning behind the mask of social politeness, and the gentleman tried to find out where it was lacking. These speeches sounded rather strange. The lady began to feel uncomfortable, as if she was being forced to do something. She had never given any reason for such hopes, and this man behaved as if she had coquettishly lured him in and was now rejecting him. Once again, she warned, the decision remains unchanged, and today Tom Price decided to say goodbye, but he warned that he was still waiting for her consent. He confessed that the lady only needed to say one word, and he would remain by her side forever, in a happy family life. Too much excitement had happened these days. The heroine's head was simply splitting. She went up to her room to finally rest. She just wanted to go to bed peacefully, but suddenly someone admitted that today she was simply impeccable in the role of hostess. She was met with the same cold gaze from Mr. Gerald, who was just then coming down. He called her by name, and just from these words, cold goosebumps ran down the girl's back, and her hands began to tremble. The heroine tried to collect all her thoughts, because she understood that this man would definitely not beat her like he did in childhood. Gerald stated that for 12 years, Laura played the role of hostess next to his mother, managing all the affairs in this house. The heroine really did take care of her grandmother all this time, and was also a responsible person who could always be relied upon. Gerald suddenly asked her why she had not yet married, and Laura replied that she had simply been unlucky in many ways. With a smirk on his face, the uncle asked if a suitable groom had still not appeared, even though Laura was already quite old. The lady admitted that she had never allowed herself such daring thoughts, and she was hardly ready to discuss her personal life with this man. She felt that their relationship would never be normal, and her uncle only asked her to forget about the hopes of getting something from her mother or staying in this house. Walking past her, he angrily declared that Laura needed to find a way to support herself, as she might soon be left on the street. As before, he hadn't changed a bit. The same evil look, the same insolent grins, the same bold words without reason, as well as the all-consuming self-confidence that made Laura feel simply sick. Uncle Gerald's dislike had no apparent cause, but Laura always felt his piercing gaze, filled with disgust, on her. Over the years, his hostility only grew stronger. All her efforts were in vain. The more she tried, the stronger his hatred became. She lived with the feeling that she was never good enough, always guilty of something she couldn't fix, and worst of all, she didn't know when it would end. Laura desperately believed that the day would come when she would finally renounce the Pendleton name, of which he was so immensely proud. The next morning, an unexpected guest showed up at the Pendleton townhouse and immediately took to it. It was Lady Joan. Last time she hadn't managed to get a good look at the interior, but it turned out to be even better than she expected. Miss Jensen was incredibly delighted with the noble, aristocratic townhouse, which seemed to still retain the old London spirit. She showed up unexpectedly, uninvited, not during tea time, and came only because she wanted to look at the house. This was very similar to Miss Jensen's behavior, and the reason why she was so keenly interested in this mansion was simple. The area where the Pendleton townhouse was located was one of the most prestigious areas of London. Here, in addition to money, an impeccable pedigree, connections, and a good position in society are required. For a purebred American like Miss Jensen, getting here alone was completely impossible. The girl was interested in how many rooms there were in the house, and how long all the furniture had been there. Miss Pendleton answered all her questions honestly and in detail, even though she knew that the house would soon go to Miss Jensen. As soon as her grandmother passed away, she, the noble Laura, would simply be thrown out into the street without a penny in her pocket. Laura inquired whether Miss Jensen was really interested in English society, and it turned out that she planned to enter London society immediately after her wedding with Charles. Laura asked whether it would likely be difficult to combine duties in the parish house and secular life. The lady replied with admiration that she was planning to go there, confessing that when Charles proposed to her, he promised not a parish house, but a townhouse. This is precisely what largely influenced her consent. No other marriage would have given her such an advantage. Now it all became clear to Laura this girl married Charles solely for the sake of a luxurious mansion. It was all rather strange, and apart from the business at the parish house, Joan was now incredibly happy. Knowing full well that the one sitting in front of her was the one who would soon be kicked out of this house, but there was no malice or superiority in Miss Jensen, and perhaps she did not even know about the upcoming expulsion. Perhaps Uncle Gerald told her something different, and she was completely unaware of what was going on. Miss Jensen asked Laura where a good workshop was, or rather the best one. As it turned out, she hadn't brought any clothes from America. She had originally prepared 3 chests of clothes, but lost 2 of them along the way. And perhaps it's even better this way, and the lady was delighted. Now they will sew incredible things for her here, and it's easier to follow fashion. Laura told me that there was one rather attractive workshop, but unfortunately it was very difficult to get there now. It was the height of the social season, with all the dress shops full of orders for ball gowns, and Miss Jensen began to worry, asking if Laura had a personal tailor. Laura suggested going to a famous department store. They sell ready-made dresses there, very fashionable, and if you need any fittings, you can ask the maids to help. She wanted to accompany the lady and show her everything, and the lady was surprised at how kind Miss Pendleton was. Now she finally realized that Laura was the one who would help her achieve her goal. For an American woman, becoming part of the British aristocracy is a chance that money can't buy. Miss Jensen planned to conquer London society in 3 years, and as Joan Jensen it is simply impossible, but as Joan Pendleton it is quite feasible. And if you become a famous figure here, naturally, this will open doors to all the secular circles of Europe. The lady was confident of her superiority, and with great hope was going to conquer all of Europe. She openly declared marriage as a means of conquering the European aristocracy. There was no socialite hypocrisy in Joan, only confidence, directness, and a spirit that was in keeping with the times. She was like a real New Age pirate, and Laura was sure that she would definitely succeed. Deciding to have a frank conversation, Joan asked if there were really so many flaws in her manners. She asked Laura to teach her British manners, was ready to listen to her in everything, and asked to show her how to become the same noble lady as she was. Smiling sweetly, the lady promised to do everything in her power because she did not feel any ill will towards this man. A week later, the Cambridge and Oxford boat races were held, where the whole world gathered, and Laura decided to introduce Joan to her friends. She arrived at the party with a lady, and everyone immediately noticed that Miss Pendleton had not come there alone. Everyone started whispering, "It was definitely Laura. Someone had seen the girls in the department store last week." People have noticed that Miss Pendleton looks completely different now, as if there have been dramatic changes in her life. Miss Lance was the first to approach the ladies and happily offered to introduce her friend, whom they had never seen before. Laura introduced Mrs. Joan politely, with great pride and complete confidence that this girl would definitely take her place here. Suddenly, among the people, Laura caught a glimpse of him, the man who had left a mark on her soul, Mr. Dalton, whose arrival she had no idea about. Her heart began to beat wildly, like a frightened bird trying to escape from the cage of her chest. Mr. Dalton, here among the aristocratic crowd, is like a mirage in the desert of social receptions. Memories came flooding back, passionate conversations about literature and art, his charming smile that made butterflies flutter in my stomach. It all seemed like a dream, a sweet and exciting dream that she had long since buried in the depths of her memory. He stood surrounded by other gentlemen, engaged in animated conversation, but Laura felt that he had noticed her too. Their gazes met, and for a moment the world around them froze. In his eyes she saw the same surprise, the same spark that had once lit a flame between them. His tall silhouette, his impeccable suit, his confident posture, all pointed to Mr. Dalton. Noticing the girl's agitation, Miss Jensen asked if Laura was okay, because now she looked like a stone statue. The lady didn't even notice how she dropped her umbrella, looking dumbfoundedly into the distance. Laughing, she admitted that she was completely absent-minded today because she hadn't even had time to name her new friend yet. After telling about her cousin named Charles Pendleton, Laura introduced his fiancée, the noble aristocrat Miss Joan Jensen. The ladies enthusiastically welcomed the new lady who appeared in their circle for the first time. Everyone was just bursting with curiosity, and Joan was incredibly honored to be so warmly received. The atmosphere at the event was very pleasant. The girls were engaged in enthusiastic conversation. Before Laura came out, she had taught Miss Jensen a thing or two, and she had indeed picked up social manners in such a short time. It was clear that this girl was used to shining in salons, and she incredibly adored attention. The favor of Lady Lenz, the most influential figure in London society, was obtained. And now the door to high society is open for Miss Jensen, and the grand ball will be her official debut. Laura continued to peer into the crowd. She was not mistaken, and among the people she saw Mr. Dalton and could not look away. She didn't understand how this was possible. He should be in Whitefield, but something brought him here, and he couldn't just come here. Miss Lenz asked the noble ladies for forgiveness, admitting that she had to leave for just a minute. She approached Mr. Dalton, and they had a pleasant conversation about something in front of all the high society. Some said he was her boyfriend, while others considered this man to be a true, loyal friend. Everyone was sure of only one thing, that this gentleman would definitely soon link his fate with the noble lady. Laura asked how long Mr. Dalton had been in London, and it turned out that he had been here for just over 2 weeks. One of the aristocrats told Miss Pendleton that she had already heard some rumors, a picture in Miss Lenz's drawing room, where Mr. Dalton skillfully depicted her and Miss Fairfax. The day she received the painting was the very day he had just arrived in London. Undoubtedly, Laura immediately noticed a completely different atmosphere between them, and it was no longer the same as before. They communicated freely and pleasantly with each other, and this was definitely not their first meeting. Laura couldn't say that there was a feeling of love between them, but some kind of closeness definitely appeared. While Miss Pendleton was trying to figure out what was happening, she heard a painfully familiar voice that pierced her to the very depths of her soul. Laura froze, unable to move, questions swarming in her head like disturbed bees, preventing her from making a decision. Mr. Dalton came up first and greeted Miss Pendleton with a slight bow of his head, through which an irrepressible joy was visible. His voice sounded velvety, warmth spreading through the frozen air, the dizziness from his presence grew. Laura felt a fragile hope rising in her heart that their meeting was not just a coincidence. The first thing she did was introduce her new friend, Joan Jensen, the fiancée of her cousin, Mr. Charles Pendleton. Moreover, this lady was the goddaughter of an old friend of Mr. Price's uncle, and as soon as the gentleman heard this name, a gloomy expression appeared on his face. Joan replied. She was incredibly pleased to meet the gentleman. At that moment, Miss Lance approached, wanting to join them. Laura assumed they might meet again, but she didn't think it could happen so suddenly. For a moment the lady was at a loss, and the day, which had begun so unpredictably, now promised to be exciting. For some reason, Mr. Dalton seemed to show absolutely no interest in her now, and it was as if she was not paying any attention. After thinking about it, the lady assumed that it was for the best, because she was afraid that his feelings might remain the same, but perhaps in reality everything is different. What if she had simply misinterpreted his attitude towards her, and in fact he had never spoken out directly that day? It is quite possible that all his visits to the estate after that ill-fated picnic were just an attempt to dispel her delusions. And only now did Laura begin to look at this situation from a completely different angle, understanding the true meaning. Miss Joan noticed that the lady had turned pale, as if she were not feeling well, but Laura assured her that she was perfectly fine. His gaze slid past her as if she were transparent, only occasionally lingering for a split second before turning away with feigned indifference. She remembered the days when his eyes lit up at the sight of her, when every gesture betrayed tender care and affection. She was plagued by unanswered questions about what had happened when their connection was severed in this cruel reality. Laura stood up to pour herself a glass of water, but her appearance left much to be desired. All this time, Mr. Dalton kept his eyes on her and closely watched her every movement and flutter of her eyelashes. The lady knew she just needed to return to the table, but the tight feeling in her chest wouldn't go away. She tried to calm down, and on the day he left London, she made an important decision, admitted her sincere feelings. It was then that she promised herself that she would let this man go forever, being sure that she could never be with him. But now she was simply confused by the fact that she saw him again, because maybe his heart was already closed to her forever. Laura tried to calm this feeling and understood that she needed to give up love and do it as soon as possible. Her thoughts were raging, but the lady tried to torment her soul with the pleasant moments that came to mind. And as soon as she thought about it, she heard a velvety male voice next to her. Laura turned around in surprise and looked at such a respectable gentleman with a fluttering heart. Mr. Dalton noticed that she had definitely lost weight, and now that he saw her up close, it was obvious. He began to worry. Every day he dreamed of seeing her, and now he was forced to watch every glance, and it was real torture. With the same politeness, Mr. Dalton extended his hand to Laura, in which something lay, asking if it was really she who had dropped it. In a black glove he held a soft pink flower, which he carefully handed to the girl whose smile still evoked a storm of emotions in him. Laura tried not to look at the gentleman, but at that moment she felt something incredible inside her. The gentleman immediately asked if he could talk to Miss Pendleton, if she would allow him for at least 1 minute. And now he finally admitted that he was ready to dare to ask the lady one very important request that had been bothering him all this time. Holding her breath, Laura looked straight into his eyes and felt pleasant goosebumps begin to run through her body. To hide from prying eyes, they went for a walk nearby, and Laura, without hesitation, immediately gave her consent. She had no idea what Mr. Dalton might ask of her, and they hadn't spoken for too long. The first thing he asked was how Laura had been doing during this time. She said that everything was fine with her, and she really hoped that the gentleman was also in good health. The young man admitted that fortunately he was also completely fine, and he managed to quickly settle all the affairs in the estate. Mr. Dalton admired Laura after a long separation, her gentle smile, looking at Laura. He understood that no time has power over true feelings. Too much time had passed since he had last seen her, but she was still incredibly beautiful and charming. And now he was finally walking next to her. She was holding his arm, and her face surfaced in her memory almost every day when they were separated. Yet, from the very moment their gazes met today, all he could do now was look away with all his might. To avoid giving in to that storm of emotions over which he was completely powerless, despite the fluttering of her eyelashes. Mr. Dalton knew he had to restrain himself with all his might, otherwise she would disappear again, as she had done then. He behaved extremely cautiously and politely, and Lily asked how he spent his time in his native lands. The young man admitted that these could hardly be called pleasant days. He had thrown himself headlong into work, and an impossibly large amount of work had accumulated, but suddenly he wanted to go back. Mr. Dalton frankly admitted this, and Whitefield no longer seemed to him the comfortable place it had once been. Laura was surprised. He always said that he loved this place more than anything in the world. It was still true. But he felt such silence and loneliness there. And perhaps now London had changed him, had lit a spark in him that could no longer be extinguished. Every minute that the gentleman spent in Whitefield, he recalled again and again in the words of Miss Pendleton. About kindred spirits, about a harmonious union between a man and a woman, and it is this union that saves from loneliness. Ian admitted that perhaps these words influenced his inner feelings, and it was they that led him back to London. He wanted her to understand his serious intentions, and by communicating with her, he finally understood the most important thing. He needs the mistress of Whitefield, and upon hearing this, she looked at him with great surprise. Mr. Dalton said that only a noble lady named Miss Pendleton could help with this, and he had no one else to rely on. After all, only she knew how harsh, unsociable, and difficult he was, and that was why he asked her to help. Ian wanted Laura to teach him how to be attractive to women, so that by the end of the year he could finally get married, and find that one and only, beloved noble lady who will spend the rest of her life with him. Laura was a little confused as to whether he was really just pretending to suffer, or whether all this time she had been attributing to him feelings that weren't really there. The day she left him, silently leaving him alone, changed her life forever. If everything was really as Mr. Dalton said, she was ready to help him. She had to answer with dignity, and was glad that Mr. Dalton had changed his mind about marriage. For her part, she promised to do everything possible, while the gentleman did not even know whether he had a chance to achieve what he wanted by the end of this year. Laura assured him that he could easily conquer any lady, and suggested that he take a closer look at Miss Lenz's ball. He admitted that there is one lady who occupies his thoughts, but he is still only getting closer to her and cannot be sure that he will ever be able to get closer. Laura thought he might be talking about Miss Lance and suggested asking the girl to dance at the ball, since he would surely remember the waltz steps she had taught him very well. This time, perhaps he really won't step on her feet, and if he's decided to be serious about love, then it's time to be serious about dancing too. Smiling, Laura admitted that nothing beautifies the beginning of love like the first waltz, where true feelings can be felt. Dancing with someone means sharing one of the most intimate, most trusting moments with that person. During the dance, you are alone, all attention is focused on each other, and every movement fills the soul with indescribable emotions. One step, a shared breath, and the next second no one else exists around. In Laura's opinion, it was perhaps like marriage itself, and the dance was simply an elegant metaphor. In this case, the gentleman asked to teach him another dance, and if Laura was the teacher, he was sure he would not get bored with it. Laura looked at him tenderly, and her eyes reflected the same feeling of gratitude for the meeting, for the past, and for the hope for the future. Mr. Dalton's words made her heart beat faster, her pulse quickened, and she wanted to stretch this moment out as long as possible. On the other hand, she understood that this was simply a sign of friendship and promised herself never to think of imagining anything unnecessary again. After this conversation, she tried in every possible way to convince herself that Mr. Dalton was just a good friend to her and nothing more. Holding his arm, at that moment she felt a certain relief after such a long separation. The lady promised the gentleman that the first dance on her list belonged to him, and smiling tenderly, she admitted that he was her best friend, although perhaps this word had a completely different meaning. Mr. Dalton replied politely. Miss Laura was also his dearest friend, and the most noble lady he had ever met. His lips touched her hand lightly, like a breath of wind, leaving a barely perceptible trace of warmth and sensuality. After the conversation, he approached Miss Lance, and everyone present had already been discussing for a long time how good they looked together. Perhaps Mr. Dalton will soon start a new life, the one he always dreamed of, with the woman who is truly right for him. Miss Laura looked at the future couple with admiration, because these two were the people she herself had introduced, and soon they would create the most real, the happiest ending. A few days later, clouds were gathering over the Pendleton estate, and the lady was sitting by her grandmother's bed. It seemed that Grandma was getting worse now. She even had difficulty sleeping, and Laura noticed that her breathing had even quickened. Although just a couple of days ago she still felt well, and could something really have happened? Lately, her uncle was almost always near her, and Laura didn't even have time to see him because she was focused on helping Miss Jensen. Grandma was very happy when Laura entered her room, and with incredible love she found the strength to smile. My granddaughter said the competition went just great. There was a light breeze and the spectators enjoyed the event. Suddenly, the grandmother turned to Laura with a very strange question. Was her granddaughter really feeling unwell now, and she didn't ask this without reason. She knew Laura very well from childhood and saw when something strange happened to her. Grandmother admitted that Laura had always been like this, and even when she was tormented by pain, she did not reveal herself with a word or a look, and silently carried all her grief in her heart, so that no one would ever know what it was burdened with and what this noble lady was really thinking about. This is exactly what the granddaughter wanted, so that her grandmother would not know the whole truth, and, moreover, would never worry about her again. Gently touching her hand, the grandmother asked her granddaughter to be patient a little longer so that everything would be fine for her in the future. She felt that her end was somewhere near. Very soon she would leave this wonderful, happy world. Hearing this phrase, Laura became frightened, and no matter how much she did not understand the whole truth, she did not want to let go of her loved one. She held on only for her, only to give her the true happiness she deserved. Laura didn't want her grandmother to tell her about the end, just to console her. For a long time the lady held back her emotions, but now she burst into tears in front of her grandmother, and she understood what it all meant. The lady was worried about her own granddaughter and called Laura her poor girl in order to somehow help her. Grandmother remembered very well the day when little Laura first separated from her father. She cried inconsolably, and she could not stop her crying. Now she had become a noble Lere, but in her soul she was that same vulnerable little girl. But now, even in the most difficult moment, she could not cry. It was already difficult for the grandmother to talk. She was breathing heavily, and only asked her granddaughter to be patient a little longer. Having promised to certainly give her all the gratitude for all these long 12 years that they spent together, after leaving her grandmother's room, Laura could no longer hold back her tears and was ready to burst into tears even more. She didn't understand why her grandmother said these words, and whether she was planning something and hiding something from her. As much as she didn't want to be alone now, her uncle came up to her and asked if she had seen her mother or was just going to visit her. He knew that Laura and Miss Jensen were at the rowing races today, so how could she possibly allow herself to be rude to her? Laura confidently stated that there was nothing to worry about and the event went well. Uncle was only interested in the questions of whether Miss Jensen was truly satisfied with the reception and whether she had managed to meet noble ladies. Miss Jensen met girls and was even invited to several salons, which was exactly what her uncle wanted. He knew that not long ago Tom Price proposed to Laura, and he probably knew the answer very well. The uncle was outraged that Laura refused him, but she did not want to be his wife and did not have any feelings for this man. An evil voice whispered, apparently she had inherited more than just vanity from her mother, and in her situation without a dowry, she could not so easily reject the offer of a noble gentleman. Laura tried to behave with dignity and said that her uncle himself knew the whole truth perfectly well. Every lady has the right to refuse and be respected in her decision, but he did not want to remind her of her duty as a gentleman. However, now he decided to give her advice that pushing away suitors to raise her value was not something she should do in her precarious situation. With disdain, the uncle said, Laura should consider it an honor that he paid any attention to her, and she should torment him a little with anticipation and accept. He openly forced her to accept the offer from his friend. He was sure that Laura would listen to him, as she was the littlest one. The lady's hands began to tremble angrily, and was it really true that her words were always taken as mere petty cunning, as if she wanted to increase her value, only because she had missed her best years for marriage and did not have a fortune? He was unlikely to succeed in breaking her will, and the lady was not ready to enter into a marriage that was not worthy of her, with a man who had an open dislike for her. A few days later, on the eve of the ball at Mrs. Knisley's mansion, Miss Jensen was eagerly awaiting her new friend. She noticed that Miss Jensen looked tired today. Perhaps something had happened during this time. The lady admitted how could she not be tired? A grand triumph at the ball was not awaiting her tomorrow. She was sure that her miserable fate was to become the laughing stock of the whole world, and that it would be better to go to bed tomorrow with a severe cold. On the eve of the ball, Miss Jensen was deeply depressed. The trouble had begun the day before, when, not wanting to choose a dress for the ball, she invited Laura to the mansion. Her dress resembled a theatrical costume. The lady wanted to make an impression in London, and chose the most decent and discreet style. But when the dresses were ready, Miss Jensen called them a real disgrace, and not one of them was at all suitable for a formal event. Finding a studio willing to undertake the work on such short notice proved impossible, leaving Miss Jensen in a very difficult position. She was not the only one who was delighted with the appearance of Miss Pendleton, but also Mrs. Knisley, who was the sister of Mrs. Jensen's godfather. She was incredibly pleased to meet Laura, who was known as the most noble lady in London. Miss Knisley was surprised that a lady of noble birth had condescended to such a modest house, and if the Juin had informed her in advance, she would have arranged a magnificent reception for her. Miss Jensen asked her aunt to stop so as not to embarrass her guest, and asked her to leave everything and attend to the problem with the dress. She still couldn't calm down and thought it was an incredible disaster, and in this situation only Laura was incredibly calm. The lady prepared in advance. Yesterday she borrowed one dress and specially took it with her, suggesting that Lady Jensen try it on as soon as possible to see if it would be suitable for such an event. Lady Laura had incredibly refined taste, and when Joan changed, her aunt could not believe her eyes. It was as if Joan had become a different person, a real London lady, graceful and unrivaled, from whom it was impossible to take your eyes off. Miss Pendleton managed to create magic by simply removing the overly voluminous embellishments from the original dress and slightly emphasizing its waistline. Miss Jensen liked the elegant look, and now she was sure that other gentlemen would definitely be courting her. Auntie invited Laura to stay for dinner, but the lady decided to prepare for the next day, and most of all, she did not want to see Mr. Price. The ladies assured her that she had spent so much effort for Joan, and they wanted to thank her in some way. By insisting on dinner, they wanted to spend time with her, but at that moment the heroine for some reason felt too awkward. Therefore, literally soon the table was covered with luxurious treats, and Adam even offered Laura a glass of something delicious to drink. A simple meal for the three of us turned out to be a real feast, and finally, after a long time, Laura was able to relax. Joan smiled and admitted that Laura usually played the role of hostess and was probably tired of constantly taking care of other people. So she suggested that today they should throw away all ceremony and just enjoy themselves, and the reception, which she had feared would be a long time coming, turned out to be surprisingly lively and pleasant. For Miss Pendleton, who had been exhausted by society lately, this evening was a breath of fresh air. These hours became a rare respite. She smiled a lot and simply had a good time, and this continued until Mrs. Na if she did not utter the fateful words. Suddenly, she asked Laura when she was going to accept Mr. Price's proposal, which she insisted on marrying. At first, Laura decided to remain silent and find out all the details, because the question itself did not seem very pleasant to her. Auntie admitted that Miss Price had been persistently seeking Laura's hand for a long time, and that she was not entirely indifferent to his advances. Laura asked Madame Neasley what she meant by that, and it was clear she had not expected it. Jane warned her aunt to be careful in her expressions. Laura was very reserved, but Madame assured her that it was better to do it without delay. Laura replied that the ladies probably misunderstood something indeed. Mr. Price had proposed to her, but she had firmly refused him long ago. Looking at each other, the aunt was perplexed. Perhaps she knew different information. Although Laura felt awkward hearing such words, she was still incredibly grateful for all the help. Joan was sure that it was she who had brightened her dear godfather's days in recent years. There was madness here. The ladies were convinced that Laura was really going to marry Mr. Price, and there was a huge mistake hidden here. To dispel all doubts, Laura admitted that she was sincerely sorry to spoil the hospitality, but she had to say it directly. She had had no intention of marrying Mr. Price from the moment he proposed, and she felt nothing but extreme embarrassment. The marriage she has carefully avoided all her life is precisely the kind of marriage that Mr. Price is offering her. And if the ladies dared to speak about it again, she warned that she would consider it a personal insult. After a less than pleasant conversation, Laura stood up from the table, asking for forgiveness, and was about to leave abruptly. Joan offered to provide a carriage to escort the lady home, but Laura simply asked not to worry and intended to get there perfectly well on her own. Miss Jensen insisted, saying she needed to speak to the lady on the way, and offered to wait a minute so they could ride together. It was the first time the lady had behaved so strangely, and Laura realized that she probably really wanted to have a serious talk with her. The rays of sun, breaking through the cracks between the houses, seemed like the last sparks of the fading day. Inside, two ladies sat on the velvet seats, and Mrs. Jensen decided to ask one last question. She wanted to know if Laura really had no feelings for her godfather, and she had absolutely nothing to hide. The lady said again that she did not at all imagine this man as her husband, and her refusal was decisive. At this point, Miss Jensen grabbed her head and only said what these people allowed themselves to do, while Laura could not understand what was happening. With great sadness and bewilderment, the lady confessed that her godfather intended to publicly ask for her hand in marriage at the ball tomorrow. Laura was sure that everything was finished with this man, but now the situation was getting much worse. Miss Jensen saw that Miss Pendleton was not only indifferent to marriage, it could cause her suffering, but the godfather was not the only one to blame for the current situation. After these words, the heroine felt tense and asked what her new friend meant by these words. You see, Joan knew about Laura's existence long before today, and there was too much she didn't know. 6 months ago, Mr. Pendleton arrived in America in search of investors for his first son's business, and then met her uncle. From then on, the godfather constantly mentioned Laura in conversations at first. These were harmless stories, but gradually he began talking about a possible remarriage, and soon began to behave as if the bride had already been found. At first, Joan was skeptical about such an acquaintance between two complete strangers, but Mr. Pendleton received a response from his niece to his proposal of matchmaking. Initially, Miss Jensen looked at it all positively, but she could not even imagine what was behind it all. She asked if Laura had ever really sent such a letter, and upon hearing this, Laura sighed and simply closed her eyes. The letter turned out to be written by her uncle, and Mr. Pendleton had come to America at the time on business for a Korean enterprise. The plan for the enterprise was so chaotic that at first the uncle refused and later asked for direct investment. Now the decision had been made, and the lady had probably already guessed what the true purpose was. She suggested that Laura ask him directly, but no matter how she thought about it, there was only one conclusion: it seemed he intended to sell Laura to Mr. Price. The lady thanked Joan for her frank conversation, and the girl only wanted to help her. And if it weren't for Miss Jensen, she would have suffered great humiliation at the ball tomorrow, although she doubted that any of these people were listening. Jane intended to spend the night trying to dissuade her uncle, but asked Laura to be sure to appear at the ball the following day so that he could apologize to her. Everything began to fall into place, and when Tom Price tried to persuade her to become his wife, he did not understand why the lady who sent him the letter refused. There have been too many strange events lately, and there was definitely someone behind them. These situations seemed like impossible events that simply could not happen by chance. There was only one person behind all this, Laura's immoral and evil uncle, who had already thought out his own selfish plan from the very beginning. He alone was to blame for this. He used his friend as a pathetic puppet in an attempt to sell his niece. That same evening, Laura came into Gerald's office, who angrily asked if they hadn't taught her to knock on doors. The lady apologized for her tactlessness and said that she had come to discuss an important matter, but her uncle also had something to tell her. With the same malice, he declared that tomorrow his friend, the venerable Tom Price, would be present at the ball at the Lenz estate. And there, Laura is simply obliged to accept his proposal of marriage in front of everyone present. Standing next to the most terrible man in the world, the lady admitted that she had already given him her final answer on this issue. This decision did not take into account her will, and she still retained her right to refuse the offer. Uncle asked if Miss Jensen had heard about this, and he remarked that the problem was that Laura was simply too spoiled by her own attractiveness. He stated that if she knew her place, she should fall at his feet with great gratitude and gladly accept the offer. He was sure that the ungrateful Laura realized her senseless situation, but instead he saw a different picture. Now in front of him stood an empty, vain girl, unaware of the harsh reality where no one would ever help her again. Laura was getting nervous and said she was not going to judge herself by her appearance or any other criteria. She never forgot her lot and never had a right to more, but she did not consider this marriage a salvation. For the first time she answered something to this vile man, and she only wanted him to finally satisfy his pride. In Laura's opinion, a woman, with all her shortcomings and weaknesses, should not sell herself to a man as if she were an object who does not love her. Laura was so angry that she screamed, was she really not human to begin with, and why did her uncle continue to treat her like this? Gerald did not expect the noble lady to answer him, especially in such a rude manner. Laura knew very well how much he hated her. He always called her the shame of the family, the result of the shameful union of her parents. Her uncle taught her this from an early age, and she never allowed herself to forget this truth for a second. Out of anger, the uncle squeezed the glass of whiskey tightly in his hands, cracks appeared on it, and he screamed that he should have secretly left the girl in the orphanage a long time ago without her mother knowing. If he had known that she would grow up ungrateful, he would have done it even earlier, but Laura did not want to hear about her ingratitude at all. She saw obvious contempt, and never in her life had she received any mercy from her uncle. After so many years, she finally said it, but in response, a broken crystal glass flew at the lady, which her uncle threw at her with all his force. He shouted, "She lives in a townhouse, in silk clothes and luxury, and probably seriously believes that she is the daughter of a count's family," while Laura's whole body trembled, and a bloody cut appeared on her palm. Still, this cruel man called her a dirty stain on the Pendletons' reputation, and everything was exactly as before. Fear increasingly enveloped the girl, and throughout her life she repeated these words and lived by them. Now she did not know what her parents had done wrong, and with a trembling voice, she answered this vile man for the first time. Gerald called her mother a depraved woman, which she still tries to justify. Allegedly, her mother gave birth to a child out of wedlock, from a dishonest man who ran away with the daughter of the Pendleton family. Laura's parents got married secretly, in the presence of a priest and witnesses. On the way to the registration, her mother's condition worsened, and the formalities were not completed. Her father told her everything. They truly loved each other, and their marriage did not have the slightest stain before the Almighty. So the reason for insulting her father is not at all that he took her mother away, and not that he is an American. Laura was sure that Gerald's hostility was caused only by his poverty, and he was thinking about taking into account, but in his thoughts it was always only money. Looking menacingly into the man's eyes, Laura confidently said that it was not her mother or her father who brought shame to the family, but Gerald's greedy, heartless nature. After these words, Uncle's anger could no longer be stopped, and he warned her for the last time that Laura must accept Tom Price's offer tomorrow. Uncle Gerald grabbed Laura by the arm and threw her to the floor, the words caught in her throat. Laura lay on the floor, feeling small and defenseless in the face of impending danger. She knew she had to do something, but her body refused to obey, paralyzed by fear and pain. There was something alien in his eyes, as if he was possessed by an unknown force, and he warned her once again about the upcoming marriage, which she had no right to refuse. Trying to get up, Laura said that as soon as her grandmother died, she would leave here empty-handed and would renounce this family name forever. And forcing this marriage is the greatest injustice, and the uncle was so cruel that he stepped on the lady's fragile hand with all his might. He called her a vile, disgusting creature who lived off his property and now dared to show insolence. Laura stopped breathing from the unbearable pain, and Gerald asked her to apologize to the owner of the clan. Laura tried to suppress a scream, but only a muffled groan came out of her throat, tears splashing from her eyes, mixing with the dust on the parquet floor. There was no regret or remorse in his eyes, just a cold, calculating rage, as if he were watching her like a scientist watching a rabbit, studying its reaction to pain and fear. Laura felt crushed, broken, thrown out of life, and on that terrible day she had to promise that she would carry out his will. Laura knew that this day would leave an unhealing wound in her soul, and that nothing would ever be the same again. A maid entered her room, looking very worried, and holding a tray of hot soup in her hands. Anne admitted that she had listened to everything outside the office and was incredibly worried about her mistress. Just a moment ago, she had hoped that the hot broth would warm her up and restore some strength. The tray fell out of her hands, and looking at this chaotic scattering, she understood that it was no longer possible to return to her previous life. Anne's maid saw the bruised hand and bandaged it. She didn't want to talk. She didn't want to tell about the horror she had to endure. Anne confessed that the lady screamed very loudly, and she already thought that Uncle Gerald was going to strangle her. Now she would have to hide her hands in gloves so that she could go to the ball without problems. The maid was worried that her mistress would really follow his rules. She insisted that Laura should not accept the offer under any circumstances, and that she was quite capable of living alone. Her mistress was not the same at all. She had never even been near the school. She knew too much to rely on anyone else. Anne sat next to her, as if letting her know that she was not alone, that there was someone who cared about her and was ready to help. In her opinion, the lady should follow the plan and leave this place as soon as possible in order to become an excellent governess. The ball was about to take place, and Laura politely asked her maid to help her choose a dress. Something bright, with puffy sleeves, something that would hide these terrible marks was needed. She asked her not to worry or be anxious, and just wanted to look perfect tomorrow, despite all the horror that was currently surrounding her. After all, tomorrow evening would be the last ball in her social life, and Laura was absolutely sure of it. The pencil drawing of a noble lady from London still lay, almost new, on Mr. Dalton's desk. The gala day of the ball had arrived, which was to take place in the luxurious estate of Baron Lenz, where the guests were already slowly gathering. The guests strolled sedately, exchanging greetings and compliments. The rustling of silk, the clinking of glasses, muffled laughter, all merged into a single harmonious melody. Bright smiles, sparkling jewels, exquisite outfits. It seemed the very air was filled with the anticipation of the holiday. Mrs. Lenz greeted the arriving guests with generosity and gave each one her personal attention. She knew perfectly well that the ball was supposed to be special because a beautiful lady was supposed to appear at it. Lady Laura's appearance sparked heated discussion and gossip among Soviet society. With her head held high, she walked into the hall while people stared at her, and some even saw a dramatic change in her. Some did not immediately recognize that it was Miss Laura, and this appearance was reminiscent of how Miss first appeared in society. When she first arrived in London, she still had absolutely no idea how to position herself. There was only one relief in Laura's soul: it was good that she had a beautiful dress, otherwise everyone would have noticed her tired appearance. She tried to hide her condition, and long gloves almost to the shoulder concealed her injury from yesterday. Miss Lenz was incredibly happy when she saw the lady in the ceremonial hall and immediately addressed her. Today, Laura was truly beautiful, and the lady admitted that at a ball for respectable people one must look appropriate. As befits the hostess of the ball, Miss Dora was simply delightful today, and her dress looked as if it had been sewn abroad. The lady admitted that the outfit was made by the most famous Parisian dressmaker, which is why it is radically different from current fashion. One of the girls invited Laura to sit down in the ladies' room. The evening had just begun, and everything was still quite quiet. It was strange, but the lady only suggested taking a break and joining the fun when it was in full swing. Miss Pendleton supposed that perhaps her presence was a nuisance to someone, and on a normal day, she might have meekly followed their advice and left. Now the situation was completely different, and Miss Dora stood up for Laura, thanking Lady Donovan for her concern. Dora warned that if the ladies continued to behave like this, she and Laura would go to the ladies' room, and the lady should stay here and light up the ball with her radiance. All the other couples already had partners for the dance, and only Miss Lance had no one, and she invited Laura to join her, brightening up her loneliness with conversation. Laura smiled an attractive smile and happily decided to stay with Dora. The venerable gentleman approached the hostess of the ball, offering to dance, but the lady refused, and was now more inclined to conversation than to dancing. Laura was surprised the hostess of the ball couldn't help but have a dance partner, and she was probably still expecting Mr. Dalton. The lady asked if it was true that there was a Whitefield painting hanging in the living room of the Pendleton townhouse. Mr. Dalton actually gave her a beautiful landscape when he saw the empty wall in the living room, and he turned out to be a very considerate person. Dora called him a kind, gallant gentleman, witty, and also possessing the appearance of a true aristocrat. She began to say something about the last picnic, from which Laura had left in a hurry, and since then she and Mr. Dalton had not seen each other for a long time. Dora said that on the day she suddenly left, Mr. Dalton hurried after her and tried to find her. So now the lady wondered if something had happened between them on that wonderful day. Laura only told them that they had just taken a short walk together, and Dora could not help but notice the very worried expression on the gentleman's face. On the other hand, Laura couldn't say for sure they were having a quiet, casual conversation. She really did have some urgent matters to deal with regarding the Heights. That day, she turned out to have forgotten her handkerchief, and this was probably the reason why Mr. tried to find her. Miss Lance noticed that something had just happened, and her reaction was completely out of character for Miss Pendleton. And she was almost sure that Laura had just lied to her, and that something had really happened between them that day. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so suspicious, and in the end, the likelihood of these two being together was zero. Finally, Charles appeared at the event, along with a charming lady who came up to greet the hostess of the ball. Mr. and Mrs. Fairfax brightened the ball with their presence, and that could only mean one thing. Mr. Dalton stood next to them, looking unrivaled, as befits a true aristocrat. She held her breath. The world around her seemed to freeze, leaving only the two of them in this whirlwind of luxury and glitter. In his eyes she saw a reflection of her own feelings, a trembling anticipation mixed with slight anxiety. Dora looked attentively at Miss Pendleton, who politely greeted her acquaintances. Charles noted that Laura looked absolutely incredible today, as if both ladies had descended from heaven itself, illuminating this beautiful world. All the guests had almost arrived at the grand ball and were eagerly awaiting the main start of the event. Having bowed, Laura politely asked for forgiveness and was ready to go to the guests, deciding to leave for a short while. Without looking up, she wished Mr. Dalton a pleasant time, and at that moment she seemed to feel his breath. Dora couldn't help but notice there was definitely something going on between the two of them, and she felt some kind of connection. Mr. Dalton now looked at Laura, with whom he had been so close, and with whom he had personally given the Whitefield picture, with such stern and almost frightening seriousness. And did something really happen between them then? And most likely, their conversation was quite difficult. However, discord between a gentleman and a lady appears only where there is sincere affection, where there is room for real feelings. It was now a little clear to Dora that there had been mutual sympathy between them, but on that ill-fated day of the picnic, Mr. Dalton, having heard of Miss Pendleton's origins, had probably asked her for confirmation. Miss Lance then told him that Laura had no devotee, and now she was completely sure that the master had rejected her. All this time, Charles was talking to Dora, who was so immersed in her thoughts that she did not hear a single word. The next dance was about to begin, and the young man asked who the hostess of the ball was going to dance the first waltz with. Looking back, the lady noticed that Mr. Ian seemed to have disappeared and was definitely not there. He vanished like a mirage in the desert, and Charles confirmed that he had just left on an important matter. Oddly enough, it was at that very moment that Miss Pendleton disappeared, and there were too many people here today to find anyone. Without taking his eyes off Laura, the gentleman walked straight behind her and decided to watch closely what would happen next. He had no idea how this evening might end, and perhaps this would be their last meeting, or perhaps everything would be the other way around. That evening, Tom Price looked sad. As soon as he noticed Laura, he decided to talk to her. Mr. Dalton paused, realizing that now was not the time to talk to Miss Pendleton. So he decided to do it a little later and wanted to watch what would happen next between Laura and Tom Price. The two of them went out onto the balcony. Price thanked the lady for her time and admitted that he really needed to talk to her. First of all, he wanted to express his deep gratitude for her help with Miss Joan, and Laura had truly been an invaluable service. For a cheerful and free American lady like Miss Jensen, being accepted into high society is no easy task. Yet he watched as she appeared before everyone as the perfect London lady, as if she had lived here all her life. It was only thanks to Pendleton's efforts, although she was actually just enjoying a pleasant friendship with her new acquaintance. Tom Price was talking to Joan last night, and a very strange figure stood in front of him. Joan told him the whole truth, and their conversation turned out to be quite serious, on which the lives of other people depended. The gentleman had a choice between slowly rushing to Gerald and demanding an explanation, or being patient and waiting until the morning to hear everything directly from Laura, and he chose the latter. He thirsted for the truth, and asked if there had never been even a shadow of feeling in her heart. That very thing, even the slightest one, that would allow her to accept his proposal of marriage. When Laura learned that the letter was sent by Uncle Gerald, she could finally act sincerely. She confessed to Tom Price that there really wasn't a drop of emotion in her soul, not a single thin thread that could connect them in the future. Upset, the gentleman leaned on the railing. All his pathetic courtship was just a farce, and he felt incredibly ashamed. Until today, he had blindly believed every word that came out of Gerald's mouth and was a blinded simpleton, a brainless fool. And only now did he finally realize how I was a picture of reality, in which Laura had no part at all. Price warned that after today he would not dare bother Laura any more or less, but he just wanted the opportunity to justify himself in her eyes. He was cruelly seduced by Gerald. It was all nothing more than a bait to get his capital for reckless ventures, and only after arriving in England did he manage to learn the whole truth. The business projects turned out to be nothing more than chaos, and yet Price ignored such obvious facts and was willing to invest huge sums. And most of all, he was afraid of refusing for one reason: Laura would never allow him to pursue her hand again. Blinded by lust, the gentleman allowed himself to be entangled in a pathetic intrigue that led to nothing. There was only one moment that tormented him: he would never be able to communicate with Laura again, and he finally came to the realization of the pain that he had caused all this time. Laura only politely asked for forgiveness for Uncle Gerald, and she knew no one could cope with this man. She also asked Tom Price for forgiveness, confessing, but not being able to reciprocate his feelings, and this is the final answer. Price was leaving for America the next day and had no intention of returning to the British Isles, so he decided to make one request. He asked for an agreement to sail with her simply as his companion, promising that he would not demand anything from her. The gentleman insisted that he could not leave Laura here, under the care of a man like Gerald. But Laura had her own life, and she didn't want to depend on anyone, much less belong to anyone. The lady had no intention of remaining in her uncle's shadow forever, and this had to end someday. Smiling, the lady asked permission to say goodbye to Tom Price herself one day, with a free heart and a calm soul, and to say goodbye forever. The gentleman left her. The lady was left standing alone on the balcony, and now at last it was all over. The absurd story of Mr. Price, and the life of Lady Pendleton, the daughter of an earl's family. As of tomorrow, the Price will immediately revoke its investment decision, and then all the efforts that Uncle has put forth will turn to dust. All the blame for what happened may fall on her fragile shoulders, and perhaps on that day something awaits her that she does not suspect. Laura touched her hand, which still hurt a lot, and I realized that perhaps something worse awaited her than yesterday. Fortunately, she didn't have time to plunge into terrible thoughts when she heard a pleasant male voice behind her. The man who had been looking for her at the ball for a long time was finally standing behind her and was ready to have a sincere conversation. He broke the silence, his voice soft, and Laura's heart was filled with longing and fear, which she carefully hid behind a mask. The first thing she thought about was how long the gentleman had been standing there and had probably heard the whole conversation. He came with an important intention, remembering yesterday's promise and thinking that he should get a few lessons before inviting another lady to dance. Smiling, Ian asked Miss to dance a waltz, because if he invited the lady who had captured his heart to dance, he would accidentally step on her foot. In the gentleman's opinion, this could be extremely terrible, and he was not at all prepared for such moments. He seemed not to have heard the conversation with Mr. Price, and Laura very much wanted to believe that was the case. Luckily, the night terrace was completely empty, but no music could be heard from the hall at all. And just as Laura thought this, the orchestra began to sound in all its glory, and they heard every note of the pleasant melody. He held out his hand carefully as they stood alone on the night terrace, the moonlight softly outlining his profile. Laura hesitated for only a moment, as if afraid to destroy the fragile charm of the moment. Mr. Dalton asked Lady Laura to teach him the waltz and waited impatiently for her to agree and offer her hand. The long series of social evenings was coming to an end. This was the last ball of the Empire, and perhaps the last waltz with Ian. She saw genuine desire in his eyes, and her fear instantly receded. None of them knew how the fate of each of the heroes would unfold, and perhaps they would never see each other again. This dance might be my last chance to dance with my Mr. Dalton. She placed her hand in his, feeling a slight tremor of excitement, and in that moment Laura felt all her worries and sorrows recede into the background. The music from the hall was muffled, as if deliberately creating a magical atmosphere. Every wave of the dress, every touch of his hands, every glance, everything was filled with tenderness and trepidation. The ball, the estate, the guests, all of this ceased to matter. Only they, the music and the dance, united their hearts in a single impulse, existed. Mr. Dalton did not forget a single piece of advice, and at the same time he did not become more insolent, and the moonlight seemed to bless their union. Laura smiled happily, admitting that if his skills had developed further, it would have become a problem for him, and he might have been mistaken for a handsome man who loved to dance. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered that she probably thought his abilities were subpar. In the gentleman's opinion, his sense of rhythm is also hopeless, and what will happen if he wants to dance with any lady other than Laura? Then he will have to forget about Allah for a while and focus exclusively on her lessons. Words were unnecessary in this dance. They spoke a language that only the two of them understood, a language of respect and hope. Everything was quite the opposite. Dancing could no longer serve as an obstacle in the path of the venerable gentleman. He danced incredibly, and the lady who was honored to dance with him would only become more deeply entangled in the web of his charm. The lady was completely confident of this, and was even ready to guarantee that Mr. Dalton would be able to win the heart of any girl. He looked into her eyes, and in that look she read all his feelings, admiration, tenderness, and endless devotion. When the dance is over, the lady's company must be enjoyed, and as Mr. Dalton prefers frankness to manners, he must carefully conceal it. The lady explained that compliments on a noble lady's attire would be appropriate, and even if the gentleman feels awkward, one must be attentive to details. At that moment, looking straight into her eyes, the young man said, "Today she is incredibly beautiful, and the sky-blue dress harmonizes with the color of her eyes." The pearl lace woven into that light brown hair looked graceful, and the young man admitted, but it could not compete with the beauty of what it wore. The compliments sounded simply brilliant, and Mr. Dalton showed a completely different side of himself, as if he had just been practicing on Laura. She laughed and was ready to be used as much as possible, and besides, compliments about her beauty were very pleasant to hear. Laura understood that now she had nothing more to teach Ian, and he would definitely find himself a worthy lady. But if they stopped now, she might never again have the opportunity to meet him on an equal footing and never again be able to dance with him. And on this beautiful evening, she wanted to enjoy the moment longer, even a little longer, if that were possible. She wished it could last forever, and only now did Laura realize what she really felt for this man. Suddenly the gentleman said he heard that in the future the lady was preparing to become a governess. He confessed a good friend of Laura's told him about it, and it was about a maid who insisted that it was necessary to win the heart of the mistress. Laura thought about Charles and the extra people in her inner circle who were aware of the upcoming plans. Charles himself promised several times to help her find a job in the future, but Mr. Dalton even knew that the lady was fluent in Latin and Greek. He offered to take over the training of his nephews, Daniel and Jordan, and he knew Laura would do an excellent job. The children were 8 and 10 years old, and when boys reach that age, they need a mentor. Ian said his sister had asked him to find a suitable candidate, a governess for Mr. Dalton's nephews. There was an unexpected prospect. The inhabitants of this place are worthy people, and on the recommendation of Mr. Dahl, she said the conditions would be more than favorable. It was too early to think about it. Her grandmother was still alive, and she was not ready to leave her until her death. And while in that house arrives the one with whom Mr. Dalton is destined to be, the future Miss Dalton, the very lady who will finally become the full owner of a magnificent estate. It is unlikely that Laura will be able to remain calm and be at ease with him. A video of how this man is building his wonderful future. Her heart was fluttering. She was ready to go there right now and say goodbye to the Pendleton name forever. She admitted that she wasn't sure about this and wasn't yet ready to take responsibility for those little rascals. Perhaps Mr. Dalton has previously denigrated the boys too much in her eyes, and Laura is afraid to bear such a burden. Mr. warned that if Laura agreed to take them under her care, he would take care of their correction in advance and make sure that they did not dare to show insolence. Laura asked for a little time to think, and now she was not looking for a place in such a hurry. Mr. Dalton admitted, or should not feel obligated, and he is in talks with other candidates, but he never realized it before. It is possible that dance is a very convenient means, and only during dance can he speak sincerely without any misunderstanding. To hold your hand, look into your eyes, and have the will to peer into the features of the face you've been dreaming about for a whole month. He understood that something had happened. The lady tried to hide everything with her dress and attire, but today the lady did not look like herself at all. Ian couldn't stay away, and followed Lady Laura as she talked to Mr. Price on the terrace. Unfortunately, he managed to hear the ugly truth, which exceeded all his expectations. And now, standing face to face with this cruel reality, he wondered what she had been thinking about all this time. He understood that Laura was probably mired in resentment towards her uncle or was silently pouring out the bitterness in her heart. And if he could force her to tell him everything that had accumulated in her soul, he would also gladly throw off all the useless masks. I would give her everything I have without reserve and help her solve any difficulties so that she would never feel alone again. He wanted her to stay with him, not just as a faithful friend, but as a beloved wife. Touching that very hand, the lady felt incredible pain that pierced every cell of her soul. Laura couldn't help but gasp in physical pain, but no matter how hard she tried to pretend everything was fine, Ian understood everything. When he asked what was the matter, the lady asked to continue dancing, and probably she did not want to discuss anything. He was just holding her wrist, from which drops of blood had recently been running, and wanted to know where she had been hurt. Laura insisted that yesterday she had fallen during a walk and pulled her finger, and the young man did not understand why she had come to the ball. Then the veteran's condition could get worse. Ian suggested that they stop dancing immediately and get treatment, but Laura insisted that she was fine. Sincerely wishing to continue this dance, she asked Mr. Dalton not to pay attention to it, and she only admitted that she wanted to dance with him to the very end, to complete this beautiful waltz. She was afraid to move, afraid to feel the sharp pain again, but even more afraid to interrupt this moment of peace and tranquility. His gaze, warm and full of care, seemed to envelop her in a protective mantle, pushing the nightmare into the background. Her movements were careful, trying not to strain her injured arm, and Mr. Dalton, as if sensing her discomfort, moved even more smoothly. There had been a sudden flash of unusual sincerity in her eyes recently, which meant that this dance was not only important to him, but also incredibly important to her. She felt the tension gradually leave her body, giving way to a feeling of gratitude and hope. At that moment, they were connected not only by dance, but also by an invisible thread of mutual understanding and closeness. This evening, Ian just wanted to finally find out if this girl might even have a little bit of sympathy for him. Their dance became a quiet confession, wordless but full of meaning. It spoke of support, of sympathy, of the desire to protect her from everything bad. And after such a long dance, the people felt a little tired and asked the master to give her the opportunity to rest in the restroom. Mr. Dalton offered to escort the lady so that nothing would happen to her and no one would look at her askance again. She continued to smile the same smile and asked Mr. Dalton to go to that very lady and reserve the next dance. Letting her go now would mean plunging her back into the darkness of loneliness and fear, something he simply couldn't allow. Taking her hand, he insistently asked the noble lady to stay for a few more minutes, not wanting to end the conversation. And now he finally admitted that he didn't want her to turn away from him, and he couldn't let her go just like that. He knew that words were not needed now, that she simply needed to feel his presence, his protection. Although he admitted that he was genuinely worried about her, he was not ready to let her go right then and there. One day the young man wrote in a letter that he would always remain her faithful servant, and this feeling has not changed to this day, but has only grown. No matter how dire the circumstances, he was always ready to stay by her side. And now I just wanted to know what really happened and why Laura was feeling so bad. The lady's memory flashed back to the terrible evening when Uncle Gerald had thrown a glass at her and nearly broken all her fingers. She understood that if it were possible, she would want to pour out everything that had accumulated in her soul. Here and now she could tell Mr. Dalton all the humiliations and insults that she had to endure, and being a noble lady, she could not allow herself to do this, or she could sincerely thank the gentleman for the pleasant moments spent together. She took an important step, leaving first, and Mr. Dalton had no choice but to accept her will. Her beautiful silhouette, full of nobility and superiority, seemed destined to disappear in the next few seconds. The women's dressing room was very crowded. Maids were helping the aristocrats with various issues. So Laura decided to go out into the hall, and the ladies noticed that today someone was definitely going to invite her to a waltz. Miss Donovan motioned for the lady to come over to them, and there was just a seat available next to him. There really weren't any empty seats in the other corners of the hall, and Laura, smiling, decided to go over to them. The next dance was to be a square dance. One of the girls wanted to dance with Mr. Dalton, but he was nowhere to be seen. Miss Donovan admitted that it was a pity that she had to dance her first waltz with Mr. Fairfax, and frankly speaking, he was not even close to being Dora's partner. Everyone was sure that Miss Lance's match would be Mr. Dalton. The ball season was winding down next month, and the wedding would probably take place before the fall. Now Laura began to understand that the lady who had won Mr. Dalton's heart all this time had been Miss Lance. But if her confidants were discussing it so openly, it meant that they were already secretly engaged. But something didn't add up here. And if they are already engaged, then what does his request mean when he asked to look after his nephews? Miss Donovan asked the lady if Mr. Dalton was really going to propose, but no one knew. They discussed how Dora occupied all his thoughts and even talked about bridesmaid dresses. Ladies openly discuss the wedding in such a public place, and gossip about celebrities of high society always attracted everyone's attention. People would spread what they heard. There was no doubt about that. They would certainly do so, and then Miss Lenz would not escape the rumors. If they had really been engaged, there would have been nothing wrong with it, but the situation was completely different. Laura realized that she should tell Dora everything as soon as possible before it was too late. So, hearing her friends discussing the yet-to-be-promised engagement behind her back, she immediately called Miss Lance. Laura took the lady to a secluded corner when the ball was in full swing, and did so with good reason, asking her to listen to her without prejudice. She immediately asked if Dora was really engaged to Mr. Dalton, and her friends were saying so outright. Dora immediately refused, and the lady told how, in a dressing room full of people, her friends were talking as if they had already agreed on the wedding. Without hiding her great surprise, the lady asked who dared to speak about her like that. It was obvious the ladies always spread gossip in different directions, but for some reason they ran ahead and raised such a fuss. Now Laura felt a little awkward, but she only asked Dora to be frank with her. Had Mr. Dalton really talked about marriage, written letters hinting at a proposal, or said that he was considering her as a bride? Nothing of the sort actually happened, and the lady never even received a single letter from the man. She assured him that she knew perfectly well that ever since that trip she had realized that Mr. Dalton certainly liked her, and that in the last month he had always come to tea. The gentleman even painted her portrait and agreed to discuss a joint picnic, and the lady considered this as a sign of attention. Dora began to happily tell him that she was sure that in the future he would definitely propose to her, and that her mother had told her about it. It's strange. When others hear this, they always supported her and said that the lady was absolutely right. But Miss Pendleton decided that now was the time to tell about one lady, since such an important dialogue had taken place between them. The lady has already left for high society, and Miss Lance may not even try to guess who she is. A few years ago, a young lady, inexperienced and naive, appeared in London society. Without reliable patronage and with a modest background, she could not find her circle and constantly felt like a lonely black sheep. Then she gave her loving heart to the man who showed attention to her, and this meeting changed her life forever. The wedding was supposed to be a grand ceremony, but their communication became the beginning of her fall, after which the lady would hardly be able to rise again. When they first met, the two instantly fell in love with each other and were never separated for a minute after that. At balls, they danced only with each other, their gazes were fixed on each other, and no one else existed. Whether at tea parties, dinner parties, or musical evenings, their conversations were full of mutual understanding, such as the lady had never experienced. Confident that their union would one day be sealed by marriage, alas, she forgot how merciless high society is in its gossip, and how fragile a woman's reputation is, subject to the slightest gust of wind. Unfortunately, their happiness was short-lived. He simply disappeared overnight, leaving her alone to be torn apart by socialites and gossips. Less than 2 months later, news reached us of his marriage to a woman of considerable wealth, and she was simply abandoned. Did she commit suicide? And if so, her fate would have been less bitter. Having drunk the cup of suffering to the bottom, she was forced, at the insistence of her parents, to return to society again. The stigma of a rejected lover, almost a kept woman, haunted her for many years, and every rumor dug into her heart like a blade. By that time, she had already become an old maid, who carried an unhealing wound in her soul, and ultimately she had no choice but to flee England and marry an elderly foreign rich man. It must have been unclear to Dory where she was leading with this whole story, but Laura didn't want the same fate to await her. The lady continued to smile and asked if she really didn't understand why Laura had decided to tell her this particular story. The root of all troubles lies in one pernicious quality, frivolity, and knowing the morals of high society very well, she was blinded by passion and refused to see reality. Having told this story, Miss Pendleton was sure that Dora would be able to draw some lesson from her narrative. Perhaps she will indulge in reflection, and if advice is needed, Laura warned that she will always be open to trust. After this conversation, Miss Pendleton got up and left the company of the noble Lance, who still did not understand what it all meant. Dora became nervous, and was her friend really hinting that her behavior was too frivolous? She felt insulted, supposing that Laura had compared her to the woman who had taken up with a scoundrel and forgotten all about honor and decency, and was sure that between her and Mr. Dalton it was a completely different story. The next second, Dora really did think about it, and Laura couldn't just tell her about it. Now she was filled with doubts, alarming and terrible, and wondered if Mr. Dalton really had no feelings for her. The lady tried to persuade herself, she felt it herself, and everyone in the world kept talking about it, how their wedding would soon take place. It seemed to her that all this could only be a figment of her imagination, and in reality, nothing existed. Trying to cast aside her doubts, Dora could not believe that this was true, and Miss Pendleton was simply consumed by resentment. She was sure the lady was upset. The gentleman had shown preference to her, he had rejected her, and jealousy was clearly still smoldering in her soul. Dora decided to show leniency to Miss Pendleton, and as a woman she was ready to hide her mistake, but unfortunately she did not understand anything yet. Returning to the Pendleton estate, Laura knew that if her uncle found out about today's incident, his anger would know no bounds, and the consequences could be worse. This time she didn't want to silently endure everything that was happening in this house, but as soon as she crossed the threshold, she felt something strange. For some reason, there was an uneasy silence in the house. It was impossible not to feel it, and an unexpected guest appeared on the estate. Something brought Mr. Webster here this evening, but his visit was scheduled for another day of the week. His voice was quiet, as if cautious, and he turned immediately to Miss Pendleton. Holding her breath, she realized that words were no longer necessary. Her grandmother's doctor was standing in front of her, and that meant something had happened to her. The lady ran to her room, gently took her warm hand, and she had only one desire: to burst into tears right then and there. The doctor asked her to prepare herself mentally in advance, because her grandmother's days were already drawing to an end. In his opinion, she would hardly be able to last more than 4 days, and after that she would always leave this beautiful world. Yesterday, when Laura visited her, she was still completely fine, and her condition could not have suddenly worsened so rapidly. The first thing she asked was where her uncle was now. Any day now the grandmother could leave them, and they should make sure that they could exchange their last words. While Laura asked for a messenger to be sent immediately to Mrs. Knisley's house with tears, the maid wanted to tell her another important piece of news. It was the elder Mr. Pendleton who took Madame to her bed, and he is greatly to blame for this. Something happened a few hours ago, and every time the maid went to see her mistress, she had to face this old mustachioed monster. As soon as Anne was about to enter the door, she stood still out of fear, hearing a loud noise from there. The conversation was about his granddaughter and his friend, and the grandmother asked if he had really decided to call this a blessing. Gerald asked his mother to calm down, assuring her that Tom Price loved Laura, and after the wedding she would become a rich lady and live in luxury. He persuaded her that her mother would no longer have to allocate her a share of the inheritance, as she had feared. The lady sternly asked to listen to the last warning, and asked her son not to stick his nose into Laura's business with this man. She is ready to give every penny of her fortune to scatter his ashes to the wind over the River Thames. The grandmother screamed at how her son could do this to his own niece, and how could he really want to marry her off to a man who would soon end up in a coffin himself. The maid was there in time and overheard the conversation. The grandmother wanted to put an end to this matchmaking and raise the girl like a pearl. She asked Gerald to be quiet, as he continued to yell at his own mother and was crossing all boundaries. The son asked if his mother had made peace with him because she wanted to leave the entire inheritance to Laura Pendleton, and if that was really her intention. In his opinion, even on her deathbed, she wants to deceive her only son. The mother understood that her son had rushed here in such a hurry, fearing that she would not have time to change the will before she died. To see Charles and his father come running, eager to protect their wealth, was a sight so pretentious that it was painful to watch. The lady had no intention of depriving Charles of his share, and only asked him to show a little mercy to Laura, intending to leave her only £5,000 out of 300. Because Laura is his legitimate niece, the daughter of his Dolores, and they are still related by blood. Suddenly Gerald became indignant. His mother was always like that. She called Dolores poor and spoke only about her. She tirelessly defended that girl. Now Laura has taken her place, and he has remained on the sidelines all his life. Mother always loved her son Gerald desperately, but he did not want to remember this love, and instead of pitying his sister, he chose the path of hatred. And the fact that she ran away with an American, and it was his fault, she knew, having become the head of the family, the first thing he would do was get rid of her. She asked to leave the pitiful money to Laura, but Gerald warned that after her mother breathed her last, she would look down from heaven on his crime in every detail. He wanted that Laura could not even say goodbye to her body, and he looked menacingly at his loved one. He promised to make sure that she not only didn't attend her funeral, but also that she would never be able to come near her grave again. Unfortunately, Gerald remains the same vile person who has no respect whatsoever. Gerald screamed so loudly that his angry cries could be heard even in the courtyard of the mansion, and at this time the maid listened attentively to everything. Anne told the story, after which Mr. Pendleton, jumping up from his seat, quickly left. The lady ordered the butler to be found and a lawyer and representative to be sent for, after which she collapsed unconscious. The lawyer could not appear, it was too late, and Mr. Nice, having visited the lady, discovered that the lady had not regained consciousness, and left. They both had to visit her early tomorrow morning, and that was the worst thing Laura could hear. She had no idea that something like this could happen, and she believed that her last days would be filled with happiness and peace. But it turns out that all this time she was waging such a difficult struggle in the name of her beloved granddaughter. Suddenly, the grandmother woke up and whispered that Laura had finally learned all the details. With a trembling hand, she touched the face of her beloved girl, realizing that soon Laura would be left alone. The first thing she asked was whether her beloved granddaughter had had time to show off her incredible beauty at the grand ball, and she really wanted Laura to finally be happy, even after her death, left alone in this huge world. Grandma promised that Laura would get £5,000. For some this is a fortune, for others a mere existence, and all this time Grandma pretended that she had made peace with her uncle, solely for the sake of money. She said she was going to become a governess and earn her own living. If she does this, she will hardly be able to buy her own home in her entire life, but with her grandmother's money she can at least live while maintaining her independence. The granddaughter asked if her grandmother was really ready for this, even if it meant she and her uncle would remain enemies until the very end. The lady understood that sincere reconciliation with him was impossible. She would have let him participate in these negotiations solely for her sake. If he were removed from the case, he would certainly have caused a scandal and would have gone to her death without hesitation, so the grandmother secured his consent. She was glad that she had time to see her granddaughter crying with all her heart, but most of all she was glad that she would leave her at least some of the money. Recently, Laura began to look like a soulless doll, and her grandmother could not understand what was happening to her. And closing her eyes, she asked for forgiveness, being sure that it was she who made her this way. On the day she first introduced her to high society, it seemed to her as if her beloved Dolores had come to life. When she saw Laura shining in society, it seemed to her that through her Dolores was gaining everything that she had been deprived of in life. This made the lady happy, but now she was sure that she had been immensely stupid then, because Laura was not Dolores. In her blinding desire to resurrect her daughter, she did not notice the grief that had accumulated in her granddaughter's soul, and did not see the neglect. She also did not see all the pain that she had to endure, killing everything living within herself just to survive, and from these words Laura burst into tears for the first time in her life. From now on, Grandma wanted Laura to live the way she wanted, and now she would truly be free. The next morning, Lady Abigail Pendleton died, and her granddaughter was with her in her final moments until the very end. Her death was touching, her consciousness was tossing and turning all night, but early in the morning, when the lawyer arrived, she ordered the maid to bring smelling salts, forcibly brought herself back to consciousness, and ordered a new provision to be included in the will. Meanwhile, Miss Pendleton sent out servants to search for her uncle, but the head of the family never returned to his city home. The grandmother never took her granddaughter's eyes off her, constantly whispering the names of her late husband, her daughter, and her beloved granddaughter. She passed away that same day. She was 72 years old, and she had lived an incredibly dignified life. For the first time in the estate, everyone cried bitterly. The servants, who incredibly adored and respected their mistress, did not hide their emotions. And Laura, left alone, sat in her room, hugging her knees, and cried bitterly. On the other hand, she understood that she needed to come to her senses, and it was not the time to give in to heavy grief, and she needed to fulfill her duty to her grandmother. It was necessary to arrange for the body to be prepared for burial and to write a letter to relatives notifying them of the death. She had so many things to do: prepare a proper funeral, and see her grandmother off to the next world. The maid warned that her uncle was due to arrive soon, and Miss Pendleton must prepare for his arrival. Uncle stood silently in the living room. Laura approached him first and asked if he was really looking for her. He only returned now, and probably didn't even have time to see his grandmother before she died. Miss Pendleton warned that she had to make funeral arrangements and that she had very little time. Suddenly, Gerald said he no longer needed her services and gave her only 1 hour to get ready. He warned that Laura should leave this house right now and forget about this together forever, and also not show up in places associated with their family. Gerald brazenly threatened his niece, assuring her that if she did not fulfill his conditions, she would float in the Thames with her head broken. Fear, hatred, despair, and terrible anger gripped the lady, but she understood that this man was truly cruel and could do anything. Laura remained silent in response to his words and decided to entrust the maid with the funeral, which was to take place in the coming days. He said Tom Price withdrew investments from his business and showered him with insults after leaving for America. It is for this reason that Laura is no longer allowed into the Pendleton house from this day on. She must live under her father's name. Laura never clung to the Pendleton name, and her birth name did not cause her any inconvenience. Having decided to refuse money that was not originally hers, she only asked to attend the funeral and say goodbye to her grandmother. This was her last wish, and nothing more was needed at all. Gerald continued to assure her that his niece would not receive a penny anyway, and that she would have to leave the house in the near future. As it turned out, Gerald had already spoken to the lawyer and his assistant, and their liability was not up to £5,000, and that meant he simply gave them money so that they would leave the will in its original form. He arbitrarily changed his grandmother's will. Unfortunately, Laura could not do anything about it. He is Gerald, as he was, and remains cruel. The maid ran into her mistress's room, not understanding what was going on there, because now she should be dealing with the funeral. Instead, she saw a lady sitting on the floor, hastily putting away all her things. The uncle stated that he only asked Laura to forget the incoherent words that her grandmother had spoken from the advertisement when the deathbed delirium allegedly took hold of her mind. That day, Grandma was fully conscious, clear-minded, and only Laura knew the whole truth. She stated that her uncle truly harbored a fierce hatred for her. He was ready to give any amount of money just to take everything away from her. He also warned that the lady should not provoke public opinion. It was useless. Everyone knew that Charles was the only heir, and everyone would decide that Laura was simply crazy. She warned her uncle not to worry. Charles would get all the money because she did not have the means to hire a good lawyer. Whatever claim she makes, Gerald will use every possible means to break her and force her into submission. For a long time, Laura had desperately blamed her mother, but now she understood why she had so desperately fled and rejected wealth. She wanted to see the man for the last time in their lives, confessing that he was the most terrible creature, and she no longer intended to stay under the same roof with him. The maid was incredibly worried about Laura, who had spent her entire life in this house, but now every minute counted. The funeral had not even taken place yet, but the lady had to leave the house within an hour. Laura asked her favorite maid to pack her things, as befits a governess, in order to start a new life. Opening the wardrobe, the maid realized that Laura would hardly have 3 dresses that would suit the image. She collected several things, in dark tones the most refined and elegant, and what interested her most was whether the lady planned to attend her grandmother's funeral to say goodbye to her. Confused about Laura's refusal, Anne was certain she simply had to be there to have the will read out in her presence. Laura sadly admitted that she would not receive any inheritance. Her uncle had interfered with the will, and everything she now had fit into this chest. It was simply impossible, because just before her death, Madame called a lawyer. There were witnesses. The gentleman grew rich from the disaster that had happened, and none of them even thought of acting honorably. The lady said the uncle had paid each of them £10,000 to leave the will as it was originally written. The maid angrily declared that the mistress was simply obliged to file a lawsuit and that this could not be left unattended. Her fiancé was a lawyer, but he was still young, but incredibly smart and capable, and upon learning about Laura's situation, he would certainly want to help. Laura was grateful for the maid's kind heart, and they always treated each other with respect, and when Anne came into service and made a mess of things, she never scolded her. Laura always gave a dowry for her sisters, whom she had never even seen, in addition to her salary, and she could not let her go just like that. Forging a will was a clear crime, and Anne was confident the court would definitely side with Laura. The lady had to give up this fight. Her uncle was not one to lose. After a long legal battle, she would not have a penny left, and in the end, this money did not belong to her in the first place. She did not understand why the lady had to suffer so much all the time, when she was the most wonderful person she had ever met in the world. Laura had some savings left. She had been saving all these years, but she had knowledge in her head that she could also live on. Having carefully embraced her beloved maid, who had become her support and pillar, a caring friend, Laura was ready to say goodbye to her. Taking her suitcase in hand, Anne followed her mistress to see her off into her new life. Laura gave the remaining dresses and jewelry to the maids, and Anne handed over the pounds to be distributed among the servants. And standing on the threshold of the estate that had become her home, it now seemed to her that she had absolutely nothing left. The last thing she asked the maid to do was to bring one of the most precious items that rightfully belonged to her. The subject was the Whitefield picture which hung in the drawing room from the venerable Mr. Dalton. Hearing loud footsteps behind her, the lady realized that this vile man had come down to see her for the last time. Gerald declared that an hour had already passed, and Laura should definitely leave and never get involved with their family again. Laura admitted that she had not yet managed to collect all her things, but the master loudly shouted for the servants to throw this girl out. The butler exchanged glances with the servant, wondering what was going on here, since the lady had lived with them for so many years and would not even stay for the funeral ceremony. This man did not leave her with even a shadow of dignity, but Laura was not at all disappointed in him because he had always been pathetic and wretched. The butler wanted to help the lady with a heavy suitcase and was about to approach her, but again he heard a loud cry. Gerald shouted that whoever dared to help her would be instantly thrown out into the street in disgrace without a penny to their name. The only one who didn't care about this was the maid, and she decided to help the lady carry the heavy suitcase. Without stopping, the uncle continued to yell throughout the mansion for the maid to immediately take her hands off the suitcase. Anne just wanted to help her, and she had never seen such an evil person as Mr. Pendleton in her life. His cruelty knew no bounds, but the lady's kind heart was not submissive. It was that same luxurious townhouse on the most famous street, and that evening was incredibly overshadowed. The original owner of the legendary townhouse, after 12 years of living there, was thrown out in disgrace. Without wires, without the help of servants, taking with her only a suitcase of things, Laura left her home. This was the final act in Laura's life under the name Pendleton, where her new life began. A lonely lady sat somewhere in the dead of night. She was still waiting, but for whom? She was waiting for him. But the appointed hour passed very quickly, and this man was still not there. The lady did not understand why he did not come, and whether he would really come to me at all, but her heart did not believe that he had left her. They agreed to leave together, but apparently he had some unforeseen circumstances, and at that moment the person felt incredibly lonely. Waking up from a deep sleep, Laura opened her eyes in fear, trying not to give in to doubts under any circumstances. Looking around, she found herself for the first time in a completely different place, not in her room, not in the Pendleton mansion. Last night, wandering in the dark, she came across an inn. The light was on here, so Laura went in here, at least to avoid spending the night on the street. Perhaps that is why she had that very dream that pierced her soul to the depths. Now she was alone. She needed to get herself in order, and this was not an easy task. The first thing was to get her thoughts in order, and the lady had only £500. With that amount of money, you could probably rent a small house in one of London's well-appointed suburbs or in a shopping district. Laura planned to buy a modest cottage in the village, hire one caretaker, one maid, and then her old age would be provided for. It would cost her at least £3,000 to do this, and that was why she had decided to visit the employment office today to start a new chapter. She couldn't afford to keep a maid, but if she was frugal, she could last 10 years on that money, so Laura decided to start by looking for a job. In one of the places, she was met by a friendly lady, and they just needed a governess with good experience. There was a noble lady sitting in front of her named Laura Sheldon, and she was confident that she would be able to find a good seat. Unfortunately, Laura had no work experience and no recommendations, but in addition to her basic sciences, she mastered Greek and Latin and graduated from Miss Grant's school. The lady admitted that it was an excellent establishment and was sure that there would be employers who would be happy with it. A few days later, offers arrived with a salary of £50 a year. There were 7 children, and another family offered £60. One owner had a bad reputation. They say he drove more than one governess to the grave. To be honest, Laura didn't expect finding a job would be easy, but finding a suitable vacancy turned out to be a much more difficult task. After visiting several offices, Laura realized it was time to return to her temporary apartments and get some rest after a hard day. All this time, she diligently searched for a suitable place of work where they would not pay pennies and the owners would be noble people. Having sold all her jewelry, the heroine earned £83, but this was catastrophically little. With her savings, her net worth now stood at £583, and after several days of endless walking around the city, her legs ached desperately. Her life no longer belonged to that world where she could spend tens of pounds on a dress, and she could not even hire the cheapest cab. The lady's attention was drawn to a soft pink dress in the studio, and even without knowing its exact price, Laura understood that she would not be able to buy it. The average salary was £50, and even after 20 years of service she would barely be able to save £1,000, which was a mere trifle compared to her goal. If her uncle saw how she was now languishing from financial worries, he would rejoice, and his willingness to commit a major deception would immediately be justified. Perhaps at this very moment they were getting ready for their grandmother's funeral, or perhaps the coffin had already been lowered into the ground, and Miss Sheldon had not even thought that she would not be able to attend her burial. Laura sent letters to her closest friends and asked them not to worry. As for Mr. Dalton, she had no need to send a separate notice, and Mr. William would undoubtedly pass on the news, and that would be enough. Laura walked slowly down the street, and a fair-haired boy named Billy ran quickly next to her. His mother shouted at her son not to run in the middle of the street because he might fall like last time, but the boy wanted to run home first. Seeing the young rascal, Laura smiled tenderly and was overcome with the most pleasant feelings. The future seemed foggy and scary to her. Loneliness slowly pressed down on her. Reality was heavy, like a stone on her chest. Still, Laura understood that this was not the end at all. It was only a short respite, a moment of peace when she didn't have to measure up to anyone. Now she didn't have to bear the burden of obligations, and this was that magical moment when she could fully taste freedom. It was getting quite late. Laura decided to go down to the dining room to have dinner and then come back. But suddenly her breath seemed to catch. Among the crowd she saw the silhouette of a man, painfully familiar, stirring her heart. Mr. Dalton, elegant and slightly tired, stopped at the window of an antique shop, looking at an old clock. Laura, hurrying about her business, almost collided with him. Their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still. A chance encounter brought them together in the midst of the hustle and bustle of everyday life, and London, with its perpetual rain and seething stream of people, became an involuntary witness to their meeting. Laura had never been so surprised as she was today. The first thing she asked was what Mr. Dalton was doing here, but he was no less surprised than she was. He noticed that the lady was carrying only one bag, her shoes were covered in dust, and Laura asked if he had seen the letter she had sent to Mr. William. The heroine said that she had stopped here and was now looking for a position as a governess in order to find suitable work. The gentleman admitted that he had been looking for her all this time, but the girl had not even indicated her address in the letter, and as it turned out, he was passing by in a carriage and simply saw her. He offered to take her from here. There was a guest room in William's house where she could stay, and the servants would take care of her things. Laura confessed that she was no longer Laura Pendleton and could not be a guest in the house of people like Mr. Fairfax. Ian assured her that the lady was not the one to think about this, but she understood that she needed to get used to her new position and correct herself. So she asked Mr. Dalton not to drag her back into the life that Miss Pendleton had led, and if she went back, she would hardly be able to bear it. While the time was right, the gentleman decided to remind about the work he had spoken about earlier. Laura may have been thinking about the proposal, but in reality the hustle and bustle made her forget some moments after her grandmother's funeral. Now he asked that his words be taken seriously, and he believed that Laura could be an excellent mentor for his nephews. Just 5 hours a day, the basics of Latin and Greek, arithmetic and history, that's what she needs to concentrate on, and the rest of the time she can use as she sees fit. Besides Sunday, she was entitled to an extra day off once a week. He explained all the conditions, and Laura listened to him attentively. At the end, he named the annual salary amount, which was a whole £150, and none of Laura's jobs had offered that. This was indeed a large sum, on which she could live comfortably and even save for her upcoming old age. On the one hand, she understood that it was unlikely that she would be able to find a noble place where she would be valued, or she would have to settle down and work for pennies. This sum was 3 times the usual fee for a governess, and Laura suggested that she consult her sister carefully. The tutor hired for Henry's firstborn son when he was the same age received the same amount, and male tutors typically taught a wide range of subjects. Laura will teach the same subjects as the mentor, and therefore the salary should be the same. Laura decided to thank him for the offer and was probably going to refuse, but Mr. Dalton warned her that her sister had set specific deadlines. Unfortunately, he could not give her much time to think now, and asked her to respond within 3 days and think over the proposal carefully. Taking her hand carefully, he really wanted to believe that she would agree, and Laura was going to weigh the pros and cons. The venerable gentleman kissed the hand of a noble lady on a busy London street, and it was a very warm meeting. Yet it was not Laura's imagination, although it seemed like a moment or a figment of the imagination where Mr. Dalton appeared again. In front of her there really was he, the noble Ian, who once again took the chance to offer her help. It was as if he had deliberately left her no room for refusal, which was why he had set such a short deadline. As if to confirm that these thoughts were not a figment of the imagination, that same evening an unexpected guest appeared at the door of the hotel room. A painfully familiar voice, feminine and gentle, called Miss by name, and it was a lady with blonde hair. Miss Hyde stood at the threshold, immediately indignant at what this all meant and what was happening to her friend. Mrs. Hyde did not understand what brought Laura here and what she was doing in such a place, because first of all, she was obliged to find her. Laura insisted that she wasn't doing so badly here, but Miss Hyde screamed that it was dangerous for a woman to stay in such a place alone, because someone might offend her. She suggested going to her apartment, and the landlady would not object, and Miss Hyde was ready to pay extra for a second person. She asked her not to be stubborn and to accept help, because it was much better than staying with Mr. Fairfax, and on the one hand, Laura found it difficult to disagree. Hyde knew how much kindness Miss Sheldon had shown to others, and asked permission to repay her in kind just once. Laura didn't even expect such persistence. Miss Hyde had always been a modest girl, but now she seemed to have changed, declaring, "Enough bickering." The lady asked how she had managed to find her, and it turned out that Mr. Ian Dalton had come into the office shortly before. He probably asked Mr. Fairfax about her place of work, and realized that much had changed in Laura's life since their last meeting. He also told Miss Hyde that Laura was currently living in a disadvantaged area, but was refusing any help. Mr. Dalton asked Miss Hyde to put her up in his apartments, at least for a while, in order to help her somehow. Of course, Miss Hyde herself intended to find Laura, but Mr. Dalton was the first to help her do so. And was it really then, immediately after their conversation, that he went straight to Mrs. Hyde to show such care and attention? As always, Mr. Dalton was so attentive. The straightforwardness that made him seem rude was just an outer shell. Deep down, Laura always knew he was a warm and caring person who would always lend a helping hand when someone needed it. To be awarded his friendship was a great honor, which probably exceeded Laura's merits, and she was very worried about this. Miss Hyde began to tidy things up frantically, in her opinion. The room was a bit run down, and she had not expected any guests at all. It was quite neat here, compared to her previous closet. Even without a desk, the current dwelling was much more suitable for Miss Hyde. There were a lot of books, and the lady probably became interested in reading and self-development. Her main job is to help with small errands, and recently the lady was entrusted with working with one hand on a manuscript by Mary Lotus. Mary Lotus was a renowned writer, renowned not only for her exceptional writing style, but also for having traveled throughout Europe, America, and even Africa on her own, becoming a leading contemporary travel writer. Working with such a writer was incredible, and Laura was simply happy that her friend had managed to achieve such heights. Her handwriting is true cryptography, since she writes mostly in the cabins of ships. Her handwriting has become completely illegible. Unsurprisingly, Miss Hyde turned out to be almost the only one who was able to decipher it, and it so happened that now the works of the Lotus go first to her. She saw in her an outstanding woman who knew no barriers, and her works were so wonderful that it was impossible to tear oneself away from them. Mrs. Hyde even suggested that Laura look at some manuscripts to see if this lady was truly grand. The ladies went to bed late that night, and it seemed as if Miss Hyde had only recently started working, but now she was already beginning to realize her dreams. She gradually recovered after her failed wedding, and it was only thanks to Laura that she was finally able to find herself. Laura couldn't sleep that night, and thoughts swirled in her head until she couldn't figure out what to do next. The conditions she was offered promised opportunities she had never even dared to imagine, and naturally the most attractive offer was the one from Mr. Dalton. In truth, in her position, the very existence of such thoughts was already absurd, and Laura was absolutely sure of it. Touching her hand, which still hurt, she realized that she had only one obstacle. These are her own light and insignificant emotions, which Laura carefully hid from prying eyes all her life, and never allowed them to come out. 3 days later, on a sunny Sunday, a dark black carriage pulled up to the hotel. A respectable gentleman came out of it, and Laura and Miss Hyde went out to meet him and say hello. Blue eyes, a powerful masculine build, an expressive smile, and this man was familiar to both of them. Mr. Fairfax volunteered to accompany the ladies to church on Sunday, and hoped that the ladies were settling in successfully in their new place. There was another man in the carriage, wearing a formal black suit with an elegant snow-white tie. William was glad to see the ladies in bloom. This news could not but please him, and at that moment Laura noticed that there was someone else in the carriage. A noble young man in white gloves stepped out and respectfully removed his hat, and Mr. Dalton appeared before them. Laura still looked at his beautiful silhouette with bated breath, and every time she admired it. He called her Miss Pendleton, as before, and greeted the girls politely. The heroes went for a walk, and judging by the conversation in the carriage, William has high hopes of agreeing to become a governess. He said it was the first time Mr. Dalton had ever been of any real use to his sister, and he was quite encouraged by the proposal. Laura was curious about how their mutual high society friends were doing and asked them to say hello to Miss Dora. Ian hadn't been in much contact with her lately, so he wasn't at all aware of her affairs. The lady was surprised, because they were so close that he visited her at almost every tea ceremony. But today he had come for a different reason, to finally hear if Miss Pendleton had thought about his proposal. The gentleman confessed that he had come today to hear the answer to his sister's offer to become her governess, and that 3 days had already passed. He confidently asked Laura what she had decided on this matter, and whether she was ready to accept his proposal. Laura was silent for a moment, and indeed all these days she had often thought about how she should act in this situation. Having weighed all the pros and cons, Laura gratefully admitted that she was ready to accept Mr. Dalton's offer and go to the estate. Hearing her words, Ian finally breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was a great start to his life. However, Laura wanted her sister to be fully informed of her origin and circumstances, and the gentleman was just about to return in person and explain everything to her. However, it is unlikely that she will object for this reason, considering that Olivia will soon be going out into society, and her sister should appreciate the social experience. Mr. Dalton also hoped that Laura could be useful to her, or the lady, smiling, was ready to do everything in her power. She was eager to see the grand Danville Park, which she had already heard about, knowing what a wonderful place it was. Of course, she had no doubts she wanted to succeed in her new job and show herself as a worthy lady. It was Mr. Dalton's sister's house, and the question concerned the education of her children, and the gentleman loved them more than his own life, and there was something else behind the words. Mr. Dalton absolutely adored his sister, as well as small children, especially 2 rascals. It seemed as if only yesterday he had intended to invite her to Whitefield, and now the day was almost at hand. Of course, the young man admitted that his nephews often visit him, so Laura will be able to accompany them, even though this is the estate of a single gentleman. In the company of her nephews, Laura's stay there will be quite appropriate, and finally the lady will see Whitefield with her own eyes. She always wondered if it was really as beautiful as Mr. Dalton's paintings. It was an incredible landscape that made the soul rejoice. The gentleman was looking forward to this day. An artist is not able to capture all its beauty, and as for Danville Park, it is worth her weight. And he was sure that Lady Laura would definitely like this wonderful place, and perhaps she would not even want to leave there anymore. Under all circumstances, Laura remained his dear friend and would always be a welcome guest, both at Danville Park and at Whitefield. This conversation took place between them, and Mr. Dalton was incredibly happy that Laura would finally come to his native place. They approached their friends, and Miss Hyde cried out joyfully. It seemed the carriage had already arrived. Lady Hyde called Laura to come to her, and she and William were already waiting for their dear friends. Laura left with her friend, and Williams and Mr. Dalton were to go in another carriage. The young man confessed that, at last, Miss Pendleton would live at the very borders of his noble friend's estates, and he had probably been expecting this for a long time. A slight smile appeared on the face of the venerable gentleman, and he achieved what he had dreamed of for many months. Everything was going according to his grand plan, and his self-control was truly astonishing, and William was surprised how he managed to restrain himself. Mr. Fairfax had not even suspected that his friend was capable of such intricacies, and asked whether his sister-in-law had hired a governess in the first place. Mr. Dalton had nothing to hide from him, and he admitted that his sister had not actually asked to hire anyone. What good would happen if my sister fainted? Because Mr. Dalton was going to bring the very lady who had captured his heart, and he didn't even warn her. Smiling, the gentleman suggested that his friend go and return with good news, and in any case, Laura would now live in abundance, and in fact he was worried about her. Looking intently at his friend, William suspected that he wanted to ask him something. It turned out that he wanted to find out whether Ian really never had any other feelings for this girl, since Miss Lance had really helped him restore his relationship with Laura. According to Miss Janet, Miss Lance had a high opinion of Mr. Dalton, but he no longer had the patience to flatter society ladies. Ian declared that his friend would cope with the role better than a boring gentleman like himself, and in response William called him an incredible eccentric. At least Mr. Fairfax understood it was good, and now Laura was finally under protection. After all, this guy had finally gotten rid of his melancholy and became himself again, and William had not seen him so cheerful for a long time. In those days when Miss Pendleton disappeared, he was almost crazy. On the day of Laura's grandmother, Miss Pendleton's funeral, a large number of people arrived for the funeral ceremony. Mr. Dalton had heard some rumors, and he had heard that Laura's grandmother was already dying. He didn't think she would leave so soon, and no one could believe that everyone would have to say goodbye to the noble lady forever. Her son Gerald attended the funeral, and the priest read the words of grief, where people truly lost a dear person. William attended her funeral, and they got along well. A rumor spread, Laura was nowhere to be seen, and strange gossip reached William, who was sure that the lady was expected to attend the funeral. People started whispering, some didn't even allow her to attend the funeral, but no one could believe it. Mr. Dalton stood next to him and began to worry that they had locked Laura in the back room. She never showed up at the ceremony, and the poor girl never got to say goodbye to her beloved grandmother. While the ceremony was still going on, Ian jumped on his horse and started to ride off somewhere, declaring that he had absolutely no time to wait. He decided to go to the Pendleton estate to see for himself what was going on there. There was a terrible commotion at the funeral ceremony. Ian did not take his eyes off the Earl of Pendleton throughout the funeral, and his faithful friend William was worried for good reason, because it was the first time he had seen him in such a state. The first thing the gentleman did was approach the maid, and William was surprised when he managed to get along with the maid from this house. There was clearly something wrong here. Something terrible had happened beyond the funeral itself, and Mr. Fairfax clearly sensed it. What was going on in the Pendleton house after all? The maid standing next to Mr. Dalton was crying bitterly and saying something to him. Secrets tend to leak out, and Mr. Dalton knew there came a time when silence became an unaffordable luxury. William approached his friend and asked what was going on. They said Miss Pendleton was inside now, but she was not there at all. Ian said that she was kicked out of the house right before the funeral ceremony, the same one who had kept this townhouse for 12 whole years. The gentleman was not himself. It was simply unthinkable, and finally he learned the terrible secret. Gerald did the unthinkable. Not only did he try to sell his niece to the old man, but he also trampled her hand, forcing her to agree to the offer, until bruises appeared. Ian was furious and couldn't believe his own uncle could do that to his niece. On top of that, Gerald forged a will, then threw Lady Laura out on the street penniless, and now Mr. Dalton has finally found out about it. The boys went into the living room to talk. The maid didn't know where Laura had gone, and they had to find out. In Ian's opinion, she should have hidden somewhere where no one knew her, and she was one of those principled young ladies who would rather die than become a burden to others. He didn't even know where to start looking, because it was incredibly huge. His attention was drawn to a painting of London streets, and he tried to figure out where Laura might have gone. Having grabbed a guidebook to London, the gentleman successfully threw on his jacket and decided to hit the road. William asked if he really intended to search all the hotels, offering his help, because there were probably more than 100 of them, and he certainly couldn't handle it alone. Mr. Dalton decided to give his friend a different task, namely to find the executor of Mrs. Abigail's lawyer's will and find out if what he heard was true. Mr. Fairfax certainly could not have imagined this, but he had no choice but to carry out his friend's will. From that very day, their search began, each in their own way, and the young men wanted to find the truth. Mrs. Abigail always conducted her affairs in the strictest confidence, and tracking them down was no easy task, let alone finding that very lawyer. However, using his family connections, Mr. William was able to locate these people. Mr. Richard Loydon of Loydon's firm of solicitors, and Mr. Paul Nays, a close friend of the late Mrs. Abigail, and they did the deed together. The investigation revealed that both were in dire financial straits, the respectable lawyer obsessed with gambling, and his former baron, who had suddenly found himself living a miserable existence after unsuccessful investments. With people like them, bribery was not difficult, and William needed to find out if there had been any changes in their recent spending. Perhaps the financial situation had changed, and William needed to check everything thoroughly. Meanwhile, Mr. Dalton was busy looking for the right hotel from early morning until late evening. The gentleman searched every possible place in search of Miss Pendleton, and really hoped that he would finally meet her soon. He would leave at dawn and return well after midnight, or even spend the night somewhere, and so the days passed, full of anxiety and fatigue, until one day something happened. He returned to William, although he was sure that his friend was unlikely to return today. With a confident step, he walked towards his desk, asking where Mrs. Hyde was living now, and perhaps she could help. Lady Hyde had long been living in Fleet Street, not far from his house, in a girls' boarding house. He also wanted to know the name of the publishing house where she worked, explaining that he had managed to find Miss Pendleton. Mr. Dalton found out that Laura was staying in an incredibly squalid hotel and was living there completely alone, without anyone. He was therefore determined to ask Miss Hyde to share her roof, and he angrily cried out to William to tell him where she was. Returning to the present time, the young men were riding in a carriage. William asked what was happening with Earl Pendleton, a lawyer and notary. As it turns out, both have recently shown signs of sudden enrichment, but there is no evidence that Gerald is the source of this money. Mr. Dalton was going to have people investigate the origin of the funds more thoroughly to get to the truth. And if the rumors were confirmed, he was sure these people would pay in full for their vile deception and for their fake deal. He had no intention of making a public appearance, and Laura would not have wanted him to interfere so deeply in her affairs either. He had the power to deprive these people of their livelihood. They deprived a woman of her legal right for the sake of profit, and they should know what it is like to have your path cut off and your future closed off. That was not all, and William understood perfectly well that Earl Pendleton must also pay in full. He had no intention of killing him, that would have been too merciful, and Mr. Dalton had a much more interesting idea. Ian decided to ask William about his opinion and what he thought of the local aristocracy, and this question, on the one hand, was strange. The gentleman asked whether his friend found their privileges immeasurable in comparison with their duties. All aristocrats have noble ancestors who served the crown, and admittedly, some of them are overly arrogant and dissolute. Mr. Dalton was convinced that if you wanted to inherit the merits of your ancestors, you must also be able to bear the burden of responsibility to society. The aristocrats, having forgotten the service to which they owe their place as the upper class, think only of vice and crime. Mr. Dalton called English gentry society a cesspool, and Earl Gerald the stinkiest cesspool he had ever seen, and for the sake of this country the House of Pendleton must sink into oblivion. The next morning at the Lenses' house, Dora learned that Mr. Dalton had unexpectedly left for Whitefield again. Janet said the estate manager had suddenly resigned, so he had to, but Brother Ian didn't want to come back either. He simply left without saying a word to her, and the lady was incredibly upset by this fact. Janet was upset that she had reported such news, and the gentleman had dared to sadden the lady of the Lensa, whom she revered so much. My brother also suddenly had urgent business matters that required his departure, and if the situation was explained in this way, Miss Dora would certainly be disappointed. So Janet confessed. He told her to convey his apologies, but in fact she knew perfectly well that this did not happen. Janet had to lie, as Mr. Dalton told about the days spent with her in London, and they were so dear that they could not be forgotten, and that he would look forward to the day when they would meet again and remember their first meeting. He also said that after finishing the business in this place, he would immediately return to London, and the first thing he would do would be to visit the Len's house. The kind lie washed the heart of Miss Dora, misled, like honey, sweet and thick. Little did she know that she was missing an opportunity to quell the rumors that were already beginning to spread across London like a spider's web. In Danville Park, everything was still quiet. Mr. Dalton's sister was raising beautiful children. Holding the baby in her arms, Margaret confessed to her brother that she was perfectly fine. Her baby had been getting sick less often lately, and as a mother she was incredibly happy about this. Margaret noticed that her brother seemed a little tired, and wondered if he had had a hard time in London. Mr. Dalton was sure his sister wouldn't notice anything, but it was absolutely impossible to hide anything from her. However, what can I say, with such incessant bustle and travel, it is not surprising for someone to exhaust their strength. The young lady's voice rang out throughout the living room. A carriage had just pulled up, and she was sure it was definitely her uncle. The little girl burst into the room, and she noticed from afar that her beloved uncle had finally arrived. Smiling, Mr. Dalton greeted Lady Olivia, who was Margaret's daughter, politely. Every time she greeted him with incredible joy, even if he was absent only for a few days. Their relationship was always impeccable. The young noble lady grew up to be a real beauty. So Mr. Dalton, kneeling before her, politely kissed Olivia's hand. He asked how she had wished it all this time, and whether everything was okay with his studies. From an early age, Olivia felt like a noble lady, and even called her uncle a respectable gentleman. Margaret understood perfectly well that there was clearly a reason why her brother had come here, and he was keeping silent about it for now. He could rush to London in the blink of an eye, and visiting his sister with polite inquiries was almost the purpose of his visit. Olivia had not expected her mother to be so serious about meeting her brother, and even Mr. Dalton was a little taken aback. After asking Olivia to leave them alone, the sister was going to calmly talk to her brother, asking what was going on. With what surprise she looked at him when he told his brother that he had found a worthy governess for Daniel and Jordan. The sister was most surprised. She hadn't asked him about this at all, and her brother was behaving very strangely, although she understood that it was time for them to get a teacher. Margaret understood that the conversation would probably be about something serious, and even mockingly decided to ask young Ian to leave for a while. At times, Margaret felt it was too cruel to subject a teacher to such a test, and that it was unlikely that anyone would agree to teach her children. After these words, the brother confessed that Miss Pendleton, the same Laura he met in London, was due to arrive soon, and only now Margaret began to understand what was actually happening in the soul of her brother. And the very governess in question is the very girl to whom Ian returned again and again. Before this, Leda was sure that Laura was a noble young lady, and how did it happen that she became a governess? She understood that she had obviously suffered a lot, and Margaret's heart sank at the mere thought of her. The brother told her that he contacted her, and she agreed to come here within a week, offering good conditions. Laura would be involved in the education of Daniel and Jordan for 5 hours a day. That is why Margaret needed to take on the education of these rascals in advance, and Mr. Dalton was ready to take responsibility for them. The sister had no right to tell her brother how to act, but this time she had a bad feeling. Since Miss Pendleton is arriving not as a wife, but as a governess, it must mean that Mr. Dalton has not yet gained the favor of this person. Margaret was indignant. It was not for nothing that she revealed all the secrets, and if he had already met his destiny, he needed to act decisively. But he had still been hesitant. She didn't know for sure that this girl was only a year younger than Mr. Dalton, and she was very surprised by this. Mr. Dalton knew that his sister would react exactly that way when he called her an old maid, but she didn't even bat an eyelid at the conversation about the illegitimate child. The gentleman was indignant, asking what to call him if he was only 1 year older than her, and their ages were almost the same. According to the sister, men and women could not be equal, and a woman's time for giving birth to children was limited, and the little one she was holding so carefully was born to her sister at 41 years old, and now she's drooling. The sister told her brother, he himself knows, ever since Henry injured his back at that age and started to recover, he has been trying to show off his masculine strength in front of her. Ian begged her not to reveal the details of their marriage, and in the end he didn't care at all. He wanted a life partner, not an heir. And he called this the words of the head of the family. His sister was sure that it seemed that love had clouded his mind, and he was not thinking about the future at all. If Mr. Dalton dies without leaving a son, Whitefield will pass to some 10th-degree relative, and if the crisis continues, the future heir will simply sell the place. And by the generation of grandchildren, these lands will turn into solid factories, and does brother really want the homeland to come to such an end? If she were in his place, having inherited the estate, she would immediately marry and produce enough heirs. The brother knew that this was exactly what his sister would have done, and he always believed that she should have inherited Whitefield. He had no intention of marrying for land, and it had never entered his mind to share a bed with a woman for whom his heart was not drawn. Even if it meant never marrying, Mr. Dalton wanted to spend his entire life with the lady who had captured his heart. Margaret wondered what to do with this stubborn man, but she knew she would hardly be able to go against her brother. 29 years is an extremely old age for a girl, and she may never be able to bear him children. Having children is something that is by nature reserved for people under 20 years of age because it is so exhausting and painful. Really, man, in a world where countless women still die in childbirth, they seem to think that babies fall from the sky. However, if he were married before the end of the year and had at least one son, then perhaps everything would be all right, and until now he had never experienced such feelings for any woman. The brother never left the estate for more than a week, and now he is infatuated with this girl. Therefore, the sister had no choice but to agree so that her brother could finally become happy. Margaret admitted that if he agreed to marry, she would not resist his will and would take care of her as if she were a family member, but this time he would have to conquer her completely. Ian believed that his sister would understand his sincere feelings because he had been working towards his goal for a very long time. Gently kissing his sister on the forehead, the gentleman thanked her for such close concern and for her understanding. After the conversation, Olivia came to her mother and asked how long her uncle would stay this time and whether he would have time to go somewhere together. Margaret told them that a new governess would be arriving soon, and Olivia wondered if she had finally found a French teacher for her. The little girl considered her brothers to be boulders who didn't need a teacher, since there were only 3 years left before her debut in society. So Olivia couldn't understand why her mother wasn't investing in her knowledge, but it was impossible to explain this to the little girl. The girl's friends were already mastering conversational French. Their pronunciation was indistinguishable from that of real French women, but she was the only one lagging behind. Aunt Janet said that for high society, French is the most important, and in those circles, beauty alone is not enough. And if this continued, Olivia was worried that she would never become a noble lady, and Margaret asked her to calm down and listen. That very governess who will soon arrive is perhaps the very lady her uncle will marry. Olivia was surprised, and she did not expect at all that her uncle had finally found his beloved. Uncle was always distinguished by his severity, strictness, and directness, and the little girl was incredibly happy about this. Soon Laura received a letter from Mr. Dalton. He wrote that he had fulfilled her request and explained all the circumstances to his sister, and she gave her cordial consent. He enclosed a ticket to Yorkshire, warning that the carriage would be ready for her arrival and that she could set out on the following Monday, and also make all the necessary arrangements. The gentleman looked forward to the day when they would meet again, and soon Laura was riding in a carriage to her happy life. The coachman told the lady to look ahead, as they had almost arrived at the appointed place. Laura looked out the window with enthusiasm and saw an absolutely enchanting landscape that captivated her with its beauty. In the distance was the very estate in which Laura would live in the near future, and perhaps for the rest of her life. Danville Park was simply stunning: green hills, spreading trees, and a huge mansion right in the middle of the mountains. People were telling the truth. The property turned out to be huge, and Laura didn't even expect that such places existed. The estate itself was of a size rarely seen in London, and the unusual landscape was impossible to tear your eyes away from. The lady was immediately greeted by court servants who were awaiting her arrival as an honored guest. The butler of Danville Park, named Carson, politely greeted the new resident of the estate, intending to escort her to her ladyship. While they were driving, Laura noticed that nature was very close here, and literally from every window a dense forest was visible. It was a wonderful place to raise children, and that was the first thought that came to her mind. The butler informed Margaret of the governess's arrival, and she was eager to see the girl her brother had fallen in love with. The venerable lady sat in a luxurious chair and greeted the new resident of her huge mansion. After introducing herself, she said her name, identifying herself as the mother of Laura's 2 future pupils. Margaret is usually called Mrs. Robert Fairfax, and Laura realized that she was Mr. Dalton's sister. There was certainly a sense of family resemblance between them, and they were very similar in appearance. Margaret asked if Laura wanted to meet the children first or take a rest after the long journey, and she must have been very tired. Religion decided to meet the boys first, and Margaret asked the butler to introduce the 2 rascals. 2 fair-haired boys with incredibly blue eyes came out to the governess. Marguerite introduced them in order, Daniel and Jordan, and it was these 2 that she was to teach. Laura greeted the young heirs politely, greeting each of them. The boys exchanged glances, and Margaret asked if the lady might have any questions about the pupils. Of course, the lady was curious to know if they had had any early governors. It turned out they had had countless numbers, but none of them stayed long. The 2 of them could barely spell their own names or count their share of sweets, and Laura had a lot of work to do. However, this week Margaret would advise the ladies to simply settle in, look around the house, take a walk around the area, and there are some very picturesque paths here. Laura decided to start classes tomorrow, and even if they don't get started in earnest right away, it's important to get them used to regular classes from the first day. The boys were incredibly upset because their mother wanted to give them a free week, but the new teacher did not agree with this. Laura warned them that the real lessons wouldn't start until next week, but for now she just wanted to get to know them better. He promised that he would not force them to sit over books all day and would under no circumstances assign homework. None of them wanted to spend the whole day cramming Latin verbs, and Miss Sheldon laughed and replied that nothing of the sort would happen. And the second young gentleman asked if the new governess was going to hang them from the ceiling and beat them with a stick every time they made a mistake. The lady was surprised by these words, and probably one of the previous governors had treated them in this way. Daniel must have scared his little brother again, and Margaret admitted that Jordan was an incredibly trusting boy. After these words, the boys again had a disagreement about something and started fighting, and this happened every time they started talking to each other. Margaret had long been accustomed to this, but now the boys were fighting in front of the new teacher, and how would their uncle react if he learned about such outrageous behavior? The older brother continued to torment the younger one. He had no intention of stopping, and only Mr. Dalton could separate them. One of the boys was yelling. His brother started first, but even if his brother was teasing him, it was no excuse for punching. It must be the uncle they were so afraid of, Mr. Dalton, and Laura didn't think the children could be so afraid of Mr. Feofags, and William was their favorite prey. In fact, Laura admitted that Mr. Dalton is a wonderful uncle, although he is usually short when it comes to family. When he spoke of these little rascals, he always spoke of them with great affection, but Margaret thought Ian had a really bad reputation in London. In hypocritical London, sincerity is a rare quality, but that is precisely why Laura was able to become friends with Mr. Dalton. She always believed that open evil was better than feigned virtue, and she firmly believed in this rule. Laura's words left a pleasant impression on Margaret's soul, and she knew that her brother could not have chosen an unworthy lady as his companion, and she liked the way Laura thought. All day long, Olivia couldn't stop thinking about her uncle's plans to marry some lady from London. It turns out that the governess could marry Mr. Dalton, and Olivia didn't understand what it all meant. Her mother told her that, in short, her uncle was in love with a young lady who was looking for a position as a governess, so he recommended her to their house. She told this only to Olivia, so that she would not make a scene if she sensed something was wrong, and asked her daughter to keep it a secret. Olivia was curious about this lady, and her mother told her about the Pendleton family, where Laura was known as a member of a noble family. The little girl asked if she was really that beautiful, and who knows, it was enough that that's how she seemed to her uncle. When her mother told her how old Laura was, Olivia was surprised that the most wonderful man in the world could be partial to an old maid. So the little girl decided that the wedding would definitely not happen, and he was simply tired of persistent persuasion to get married. She was sure that he had deliberately chosen an unsuitable bride to protest against his mother's pressure, and she only smirked in response to her words. It's obvious that if at that age she is from a noble family, still unmarried and forced to work, she must have a bad character. Therefore, Olivia was sure that her mother should immediately put an end to this rebellion, so that everything would fall into place. As the young lady went down to the living room, she saw that someone else had appeared in their house. It was their first meeting. The new governess stood with her back to the stairs, and it was she. Olivia immediately realized that this was the same old maid that her mother had recently spoken about. Laura turned and greeted the little girl politely, introducing herself as the new governess, Miss Sheldon. Laura immediately realized that this young lady was undoubtedly Olivia, the second daughter of the family. However, was she not informed of her arrival, because the girl made such a surprised face, as if she did not understand at all who was standing in front of her. The greeting required a noble manner. The lady bowed and stated her name, Olivia Fairfax. Indeed, as they said, before Laura appeared a well-bred young lady who would soon be making her debut in society. Already, her manners betrayed a refined arrogance that is characteristic of persons of noble blood, and it was quite sweet. Mr. Dalton told Laura a lot about Olivia. He mentioned that his niece was a young lady with impeccable manners. The lady smiled and hoped that they would find common ground in the future, but the little girl had no intention of getting along with the new governess. Her answer was quite expected for a future socialite, and Olivia immediately declared that she would not be her student at all. Since they were going to live under the same roof, Miss Sheldon suggested that they establish good relations, and perhaps she could be of some use to her. Little Olivia was confident that she could manage her own affairs, and instead of unnecessary interference, she asked to take on the education of her younger brothers. She didn't say another word and left Laura standing in the living room all alone. The lady began to worry about what had happened and whether she had made some mistake when talking to the young lady. At that moment, the butler approached, offering to escort the lady to new quarters in which she could make herself comfortable. Laura's new room was in the right wing of the second floor at the end of the corridor, and there was a large window with a simply amazing view. As soon as the butler opened the door, Miss Sheldon couldn't immediately believe that this was really her private room. The lady herself personally ordered that it be prepared for the new governess, and the room was incredibly luxurious, very large and exquisite. Laura wondered if the previous mentors had stayed in this room, but it was the best guest quarters in Danville Park. They were intended only for especially honored guests, and the maid was already standing behind the butler with a tray of delicious food. There were more than 4 hours left before dinner, and the servants offered the lady some refreshment, as well as some rest and comfort. Laura had expected a certain level of hospitality, but this reception was so lavish that it felt like a magical dream. Moreover, the fact that the butler announced the dinner time meant that she would have to dine at the same table with the family. The governess is usually held in higher regard than the maids, but her presence often goes unnoticed, and an unwritten rule forbids her from getting close to the family, and even more so from dining at the same table with the hostess. William's older brother and head of the family, Robert Fairfax, even came to greet the new guest. He greeted her as if they had known each other for 1,000 years, calling her appearance a huge surprise, and he had already heard a lot about Laura from his brother and brother-in-law. The man stated that entrusting such mischief-makers to someone like a noble lady was a great deal of work, and they would probably repay her kindness with the most vile ingratitude. Laura had heard that the man was quite warm-hearted, and she had been warned that her older brother might seem too persistent. A variety of dishes were prepared for dinner, and Laura was actually seated at the same table with the whole family. Everyone dined with the big family circle, tasting delicious meat prepared by the most famous chef. Laura hadn't been part of such a noisy meal for a long time, and for some reason at that moment she was incredibly happy. She didn't know what to do with that piercing gaze that she constantly felt on herself. The lady just wanted to be friends with Olivia, but strangely enough, something annoyed her, and it would have been great if she had said what she didn't like. Robert asked if the lady was really familiar with the game of chess, and in fact she often played it with her grandmother. The man offered to play a game, and it was always a pleasure for him to get to know a man while hunting and a lady at the chessboard. Imagine his surprise when he lost for the 3rd time, and Laura tirelessly won. The boys couldn't believe it. Their father was considered a chess genius. The new governess was simply incredible, and they rarely met a worthy opponent. His youngest son now also wanted to beat his dad, and for the first time he saw him lose to anyone. Out of the corner of her eye, Laura noticed that there was a piano in the room, and at that moment she really wanted to play it. At this time, Olivia was reading a book, and she told her father that it was worth starting a competition with her brothers. An unimaginable noise would arise. The little girl decided to go back to her room to have some peace and quiet, but suddenly she heard a beautiful melody. Lady Laura sat at the piano, playing like a skilled musician as her fingers moved deftly over the keys. With her eyes closed, the lady played a very gentle melody. Olivia was so moved, and her little heart began to burn. The noble lady looked incredible, with her refined and elegant manners and skillful handling of the instrument. She played as if there was no one around, and was alone, dissolving into the pleasant melody. Margaret noted her incredible skill at the piano, which was as superb as her manners. As it turned out, she was playing a waltz, and it was Olivia's favorite piece, but for some reason, the little girl got even more angry and decided to return to her room. Laura decided not to be sad about her behavior, and was confident that they would still be able to find a common language. Not even a day had passed since her arrival, but Laura already felt that she would be able to settle in here. And if she stayed here longer, she might be able to become friends with Olivia, and for some reason Laura really wanted that. Mr. Dalton once said that if a lady could walk through that forest and ride in a carriage for about an hour, she would find herself in the most wonderful place and reach Whitefield Hall. The window in the room was incredibly huge. Laura enjoyed the starry sky, and very close by, behind that forest, he was. The same man who once gave her an incredible landscape, and now she could see it with her own eyes. It was the first night in a new place. Laura felt just wonderful. A light breeze blew over her tender shoulders, and she could not stop looking at this wonderful place. Huge spreading birches, enchanting forest, fresh air, and only the night sky above your head. That same night, Mr. Dalton could not sleep. He also sat near the huge window and stared into the distance, feeling that somewhere nearby was the very girl whose arrival he had been waiting for many months. Now she was finally here. Not long before this, Mr. Dalton called Daniel and George to his office, warning them that a new governess would soon arrive. He said that her uncle had personally invited her, and if the boys were to be insolent, disrespectful, or disobey her orders, they would face severe punishment. Mr. Dalton promised to come immediately to punish them, and his look was so stern that one could immediately see that he had expressed himself quite clearly. The next day, the boys had their first lesson, and Laura noticed that they had been silent since the morning and were probably very nervous. The lady warned that she would like to get to know them first, and that she had no intention of burdening them with stuffy lessons. She asked them to tell a little about themselves, what games they usually like to play, and how they like to spend their free time. The boys seemed afraid to say anything, and each of them remembered very well what their uncle had warned them about before her arrival. The eldest decided to speak first. They loved to play swimming, and Laura became interested in where they could swim here. The boys swam in the river. You just have to go out into the garden behind the house and go straight ahead. That's where the raging river is. Laura was pleased to hear this. She called the boys artificial swimmers, who were probably very good at it. They also liked to fish after swimming and make slingshots, and one day they told how they shot a large bird. The next question was about favorite books, and the lady suggested telling about some interesting story that the boys had read recently. As expected, once they woke up, their speech flowed easily and freely. It would have been right not to start with dry lessons right away, but to first learn about the subjects and their passions in order to establish contact. Even though the kids were disorganized, they recounted books very skillfully, and if you told them the rules of the game, they could easily understand its outcome. It seemed that their learning abilities were in good shape, and once they started training, they would quickly improve. The main difficulty was that they absolutely could not stand to sit still, and Laura wondered how to cope with this. The boys kept walking back and forth across the office, and not one of them could even sit on a chair for 5 minutes. The older one even put his feet up on the table, and Laura decided that they had had enough classes for today. They needed to move, so the lady suggested showing off her favorite dance, and at that moment she saw incredible joy in the boys' eyes. While she was busy studying, Olivia tried to play her favorite melody, which the new governess had played just yesterday. Margaret heard false notes. They hurt her ears, and she asked her daughter, as usual, to play better with her eyes open. Suddenly, the lady looked out the window and noticed a strange picture, which she did not even immediately believe. The governess and the boys were walking along the path, which meant that they had already become friends. It's been a whole week since Laura found herself a great job, as well as a place where she was valued and respected. Margaret decided it was time to introduce the little baby, Ian, who had been born only recently and was still very tiny. The baby stretched out his chubby little arms to her, and Margaret offered Laura to support him, and probably she wanted to awaken maternal feelings in her. Lady Laura had never seen such a charming little boy. He was not at all afraid of strangers, and his name was the same as his uncle's, but his character was completely different. The baby was incredibly similar to Mr. Dalton as a baby, almost the spitting image, although for Margaret he was even more of a handsome boy. She adored her children incredibly, but she loved her brother just as much. The lady asked how Laura had spent her time with the little rascals, and it seemed that they had been tormenting her quite a bit in the last few days. The children were wonderful. They both sat in their seats for a whole hour in today's lesson, and it was all because the children opened their hearts to Laura. Margaret didn't even notice that only a week had passed since classes started, and frankly, she was simply amazed. The previous teachers tried to teach the children strictly according to the textbooks. If they raised their voices or showed strictness, the children responded with stubbornness, but Laura allowed them to frolic in the mountains by the river and ran with them. She even got covered in dust from head to toe, and naturally the children quickly became attached to her. That is why Margaret could not even imagine that a noble maiden, who should have been brought up in severity and effeminacy, was capable of such a thing. Laura was able to put just as much heart and soul into her work, giving her all without reserve. And every day, leaves from the trees stuck out of her hair because she ran and played in the forest with the boys. Today, Miss Sheldon had a present with her for the little gentleman, who was still just a baby. At that moment, Olivia was passing by, and she closely watched the behavior of the new governess. Laura gave me a book containing her favorite stories from La Fontaine's fables, which she had copied out by hand during her school years. She promised Mr. Dalton that she would give them to the baby someday, but she never thought that she would ever be able to give them to him in person. The fables were written in French, which attracted Olivia, and the lady said she could read, speak, and hold a conversation. During her school years, the lady was very close to one teacher, a native French woman, and for the first time, Olivia herself started a conversation with her. She even knew Baroness Hastings and Countess de Fond, and of course, these ladies were very famous. Baroness Walden was Laura's grandmother's godmother and attended the wedding and christening of the Earl and Countess of Devon. Olivia never expected it. Famous people often invited Laura to their meetings, and she even saw them more than once. Margaret explained that Olivia would be making her debut in London society in 3 years, and she seemed more than prepared. The little girl was especially worried about her weak French, and her strong desire to learn was incredibly commendable. Olivia said, Aunt Janet said, all the young people in London society spoke fluent French and played at least 5 instruments, but this was only an exaggeration. London society is a place where people live like any other, so levels of education and talent can vary widely. Olivia still really wanted to know French well, because it is better to know it well than badly. In this case, Laura suggested that she study French with Olivia from time to time to improve her knowledge. Margaret was amazed and was sure that the lady was already busy taking care of 2 children, and she probably wouldn't even have time. Olivia's level seemed to be above the basic level, so Miss Sheldon understood that she wouldn't have to teach her much and asked Olivia's opinion. The lady decided to just try to study, realizing that practice was needed to not forget the language, and this could be beneficial for the young lady. A few days later, the venerable Mr. Dalton was walking along the alley of Danville Park, and 10 days had already passed since Laura arrived here. He deliberately did not disturb her, afraid of intruding, but he was incredibly interested in whether she had gotten used to the new place. Suddenly he heard familiar voices, ringing, childish, and they were coming from somewhere nearby. Mr. Dalton didn't have time to turn around, but only heard a loud stomping sound behind him, and it was as if someone was running next to him. A chance but inevitable meeting, as if predetermined by fate, took place amidst the emerald greenery and rustling leaves. The lady, without raising her head, asked for forgiveness, admitting that she had simply been running after the children and had not seen at all who was walking ahead. They stood there, unable to take their eyes off each other, feeling the same spark that had flared up between them at their first meeting. And the gentleman could not believe that right at that second, as he thought about Laura again, she was here, right in front of him, and finally, she was close. Danville Park, with its peace and quiet, gave them the opportunity to start over, to forget the past and build a new future together. The main thing was that they were close, and that was enough to feel happy.